and you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody come in now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire what you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adolis and we are here to present a team preview on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It's a team that always looks full of potential but never quite got it right to get into finals. Their best finish ever was third, but can they turn things around and turn this potential into success? I have with me the experts, Alanson Prukshant and Ken Roymat. Introduce yourself, Dave.
Yes, good day to all of our viewers, fine, Instagram or Facebook, or on any of the other platforms. We are looking here today at the team, the Fort Charlotte Strikers team. They finished in the penultimate position last year, and it's a team that over the years, they have struggled to really get beyond that state of play. In VPL3, I think they got into the playoffs when Miles Bascom had a good season for them as leader, and the team really lifted their performance in that tournament. But so far, it has been quite a bit of a struggle for them. And they've been looking to make a difference this year. They have a lot of experience in their team this time around, a lot of new personnel, and I'm sure they will be wanting to go a lot further than they have in the past. Generally.
Welcome to the viewers. I'm Kenroy Martin here, coming to you live from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a beautiful island. It's in the Caribbean Sea here. Strikers, they have played for all the tournaments. They have struggled, yes, but they had some bright spots. I think that what is very important in this team here is that because they have made a lot of changes, and they have teams who have won tournaments, who have played with successful teams in this setup. So that would bring a different feeling to the team and bring a different vibes. So hopefully that would work for them in this tournament.
As we've mentioned that they look like a whole new unit, a lot of new players in their team. So let's just do a quick rundown of the team they have this year. They have Gidron Cope, captain, Ray Jordan, he's a returning player, always with them. You have Salvan Brown, C. Roy Williams, Alston Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Hiram Shadow, Kevin Avriam, Shem Brown, Winston Samuel, Jerome Jones, Bracy Brown, Donwell Hector, and Kevin Joseph. So we selected a best 11 for this team. he could just break it down into the batting and the bowling section. So, Alanson, I'll have you start off and tell me a bit about what they can expect with the batting.
All right, so I'm just going to go through the 11 quite quickly that we selected. Pope as captain opening, Salvan Brown, Roy Williams, Hiram Shallow, Brathwaite, Hector, Bob, Abraham, Jones, Jordan, and Winston Samuel. So in terms of the batting, of course, Pope had a very good tournament last year. So he came back into the tournament, fit and raring to go last year, and he scored a lot of runs. And I think that he'll be looking to pick up where he left off during this tournament. As captain, he'll be wanting to make that mark on his team. A few years ago, when he played for West Indies under-19, a lot of bosses were looking to him to go, on to big things. And, it's never too late. So I'm sure that he still has his eyes on representative cricket at higher levels. So he wanted to show that point during this tournament. Brown, in the very first tournament, was very dynamic. Has not been as effective in the last 3 editions of the VPL as Salvan. Of course, we know that there's several Brown brothers in the tournament, so I have to specify which one.
The Brown team.
Yes.
I feel like they can have their own team.
Yeah, they have five brothers in one tournament, so it's a lot of them. So Salvan was the eldest. We've been looking to have a very good tournament this time around, because I think that he will have a point to prove that he can still do what he did in VPL1. And then we have Seal Roy Williams, the twin brother of Seal Run. And he is a very good left-hand batsman. Hiram Shallow, we expect him to be in the side as well. We call him most runs in St. Vincent, because almost every tournament he plays, that is what he aims to do, get the most runs. Experienced player, he has played for the Windward Islands. And of course, we have the big man himself, Carlos Brathwaite. Remember the name a few years ago, hitting those 4 sixes in the final against Ben Stokes in 2016 at Calcutta. In the T20 competition, the World T20. And of course, the experienced Daniel Hector, another former Windward Islands batsman, and the all-rounder Bob, who I'm sure Kenroy would also mention from the bowling perspective. Bob, my former classmate as well, so throw that in there for him. Mr. Bob.
Yeah, it's a team that I looked at, and I'm wondering to myself, how do they maneuver that power half order? You have Hiram Shallow, he's usually an opener. He'd run for more than likely open the batting after the good season he had this last year with the Hikers. You also have Salvan Brown, and even Carlos Brathwaite himself. Lidland James' new coach might be tempted to even throw him at the top. So it's something that I was thinking about this team. And I think once they get that right, the batting combination, I think they'll be a very disruptive team.
Well, one thing I think that they should just think too much with the batting. Okay. Well, whatever they decide at the beginning, they need to think very clearly about it, decide on that. Maybe experiment in the first game or 2, if you have to try something, all right? And then what you have, maybe have 2 options, and you see which option works better. You go with that throughout the tournament and stick to that, have confidence. Because the chopping and changing and the shifting will leave the team without any role clarity, and that will be very detrimental to their success.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. Well, the strikers, as you said, they are top heavy. They have a very good batting lineup. But what they need to do is have 5 solid batters at the top. Give them the roles and their functions. In the bowling aspect of it, who would they turn to? Ray Jordan has been a part of this team for a number of years. What has happened to Ray Jordan is that they have not taken the opportunities. When he bowls, and it presents that opportunity, they are not taking those opportunities. So he would always be key for them. Also in the bowling department, Alston Bob, very tight bowler. He's experienced as well. Brathwaite with the ball, he could do very well for them as well. So the bowling looks good. The batting looks good. Just getting the people in the right position, doing the job that they are asked to do, again, would do the job for strikers.
It's a good thing that they sort of strengthened their bowling as well this year. Just remember in past editions, they've sort of didn't have reliance on Ray Jordan to execute for them. And after his 2 overs, who else did they have? So it's not that they have some experience in the bowling to come in PPL5. VPL 224, it started up to Miles Bascom to be the man to score runs for them. And usually you see if he don't score runs, they don't really, do well in the tournaments. And Ray Jordan, he's a key man with the ball as well. In terms of effect, who do you think will be the influential player, the most effective player in the tournament for the Port Charlotte strikers? Well, it's hard to look past a man like Carlos Brackett. He has over 2,000 across all the franchises that he turned out for. And he also has over 200 wickets with the ball. And I also think he'll play a great role in leadership in the team. Gilram Pope is a first-time captain in this competition. So he'll be one of the persons that will be helping him, assisting him on the field of play. Other than who do you have a more influential player for the Port Charlotte Strikers?
Well, I see, you have made some salient points concerning Carlos, but just to veer away a little bit from what everybody would expect. Most people just expect everybody would say Carlos Brathwaite. So I'm going with Salman Brown. I think as a player in his 40s, he was very effective in VPL 1. But since then, he has not really, set the world alight as much as he would have wanted to. But I think that this VPL5, is an opportunity for him to do so. And it may even be one of his last opportunities to do so, because I think that a lot of the franchises, after a while, they would start moving away from a lot of these very experienced players if they are not putting in the performances. So I see this as a very important year for him, and I'm backing him to make an impact in the tournament.
It's a take based on instinct coming. I feel like
sometimes they like that. Sometimes in cricket, they just you just take a little punt here and there. I mean, you may not be the record, but sometimes, and Kenroy would tell you, you as well as a captain, Kenroy would tell you as a coach and as a leader as well, that sometimes you just feel that this is what is going to happen, and this person may have a good day, or this person may have a very influential time.
Influencing.
I think the captain, Gideon Pope, he has been here and there. With leadership on his shoulder, I think that he could come to the party and bring something big for his team. He has been inconsistent with his run scoring, and he's a very prolific striker of the ball as well. So I think that Gideon Pope would be very influential in this team, and the way that he leads his team could make a big impact on this tournament. Gideon Pope.
But we mentioned Carlos Brathwaite. He's one of two overseas players in the team. We also have Jerome Jones. Alan said, if you could tell the fans what they can expect from Jerome Jones in this tournament.
Yeah, well, Jones, he is a former resident under-19 player. He's an all-rounder. So he'll be looking to contribute with both bat and ball in this tournament. We haven't seen him in the VPL before, and I, for one, have not seen him play on any occasion previously. But his stats would show that he's a pretty solid player, both with bat and ball, and so he'll be looking to make that impact for his team in this tournament. You're looking at the squads and you're realizing that the squads are dependent. They're getting more dependent on all-rounders. Mm-hmm. And so all-rounders are becoming the way to go, especially in the shortest version of the game. And so it will be interesting to see how quickly he gets settled in and accustomed to the conditions here at the Arnoldville playing field, and also within the dynamics of his team and how they utilize him.
All right. Well, they never made finals. Third is the best. Where do you see them in this edition? VPL5, where do you see the strikers?
I see them getting into the playoffs. One of the reasons I think so this year, I look at the experience. You look at Carlos Brack, look at somebody like Alston Bomb. So the think tank is there, and they will provide a lot of assistance to Gideon, who is captain for the first time in the VPL, and so it will be very important to see how these players with that experience, Brathwaite, Bob, and Shallow, how they use that experience within the team, and how that rubs off on the other players. You have some young players there like Williams and so on, but it will be very important for the experienced players to lead from the front, and if that happens, I see them going into the playoffs in this competition.
Well, strikers, they have not been one of the teams that you would say up front, okay, I'll bet my money on them. But the combination of the team that they have here tells you that the main business is here. We keep calling the big names, but the thing is that would they do the job that they are asked to do? That is the question that strikers need to ask Brathwaite, the Salban Brown, the Gideon Poole. Can they put those performances together? If that happens, then strikers will be a team that I would put as qualifying for the next round.
All right, well, thank you very much for your perspective. Guys, remember, we do a preview on all 16s in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, VPL10, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And we'll have answers to all these questions when the tournament begins on April 10th through to the 23rd. So stay tuned. Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team pre. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lassutre Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to do 4 in a row this year. We have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alan Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
All right, good afternoon, or good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And, looking forward to a very nice tournament, cricket all way here in VPL5, Kenroy.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to VPL5. This is a preview. We just here discussing the teams. We are hoping to have you join us during the tournament. And we look forward for a very exciting one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's have a look at the squad briefly, guys. We have Desron Maloney, captain. We have Rayan Williams, Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Otney Lewis. Mark Dale has been replaced by Jonathan Carter. I know you remember that name from the draft, but Mark Dale replaced by Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward, Jeremy Haywood, O.J. Matthews, Andre Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, Jawain Adams, and Adrian Caesar. So that's the squad for the Lassutre Hypers. Now over to my exports. What do you make of this team compared to last year, the champions from last year?
Well, what I would say is that the team, it's clearly a different team. They will have different leadership in terms of their support staff. We know that the late great Irvin Morricone, he played a very vital role in this team's performance over the years. And of course, he is more than a coach to most of these players, more like a mentor as well. And I'm sure that he will be missed. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that tragedy and to see how they can put that behind them and move forward in this tournament. But the team has a lot of experience. Of course, Captain Maloney is there, and Dylan Douglas is back, Jair Walters, Otney Lewis. So a lot of their key players who have done the bulk of the heavy lifting for them in the last tournament have returned. And so it will be interesting to see how they go around this time, Kennery.
Well, hikers to me remain the same hikers, with only missing, as you said before, is the coach, Irvin Morricone. What will be key for them in this tournament is the way that they approach it. Morricone's style is different to Mr. Stapleton's. So a team plays as well as the coach and how well the captain needs them as well. Maloney has been leading them for a couple of tournaments, all the tournaments really. So he would have an idea as to how he wants his team to play. So that would be key for them. Their key players are still there and they are champions for 3 times in a row. So they know how to do it. So I think that they are pretty much a very good team for this tournament, and nothing much missing from them more than they need to come together as a team that they normally do.
A question the viewers might have is can we expect the same sort of dominance from the Lassutre Hikers in VPL5 that we have grown accustomed to in previous editions? Now we sat down and we came up with a best 11 for the team. Alex, I'll allow you to tell me what the bowling will look like for this team.
Well, we have unlikely 11 based on what we deemed collectively to be the best 11. We had our talks before. And I will start at the number 6 position actually, where we have Otney Lewis. who has played the role of an all-rounder, especially in VPL3. And then Andre and Jeremy Haywood, the off-spinner. Larry Edwards. So they have gotten Larry Edwards, who is, of course, St. Lucian, Windward Islands player, left-arm spinner. And he has opened the bowling for the Rangers in previous tournaments. So we would expect that he will be joining Otney Lewis at the top to open the bowling. They have not usually used the medium pace bowlers in that role. And so it is likely, if they go according to what they have done in the past, that Ryan Williams will bowl more in the middle and at the end. Now, Allian Caesar, who is a young bowler as well, he played for Explorers in a previous edition. It would be good to see how he goes, young medium pacer, tall, will get bounce if there's bounce on the pitch. And so it should be an interesting tournament for them. But they also have, outside of the main bowlers, as you would say, you have Dylan Douglas, who has done a lot of bowling in the previous editions and has taken several wickets, almost 30 wickets, I think. And Jonathan Carter, new acquisition. Carter is from Barbados, and we would know from his games with the West Indies and Barbados that he favors himself as a medium pacer. And I'm thinking that it is very likely that he will also get some overs in this tournament.
All right, well, we should have mentioned where Williams, he had moved in the tournament last year. He had 13 of them. Basically, what I witnessed last year is when he came into the tournament is when they started sort of winning games with him coming through there for him and picking up wickets. He had best figures of 4 for 7 in the tournament. So very good from Ryan Williams. And over to you, Ken Roy. What kind of fans expect from the batting for the Lassafree Hikers this year?
Well, Lassafree Hikers have always had 4 top batters, and they're very heavy up top. They're heavily dependent on those batters. Maloney, Douglas, Lewis, and now there's Carter in the middle. So it would be very important as to how they go about it. I think that they would use their top 4 as they normally do, but they would have to use Carter in some specific situations if it requires them to. They would depend on skipper to lead them. And we have Carter, who can play many different roles. He's very prolific at the top. He can bat in the middle, whatever situation comes in. So they would depend on the top 4 as usual. They would play the same cricket, attacking cricket. That's what they play. That's what they're best at. And I don't think they would change it. The batting would remain the same. Douglas, who is very destructive, he would play his role as usual. And it's always a team that you would have fighting right into the end. That is how Hikers play the cricket.
Indeed, so indeed. When you look at that leaderboard last year, the Hikers players, they were basically dominating the leaderboard. You had Ryan Williams, as we mentioned earlier. He had 13 wickets, most wickets in the tournament last year. You had Calvin Hodge, who unfortunately won't be a part of the tournament this year. He had 290 runs, most runs in the tournament. A lot of Lassafree Hikers players. And rounding out that top three for most runs, you had Gideon Pope. With 222 runs, and he is now the captain of the Strikers. So a giant hole to be filled in, over 500 runs between these two men. None of them will be a part of the Hikers team this year. So our question, who can be most impactful for the Lassafree Hikers this year? Now, for me, I selected Dylan Douglas. It's very hard to look past the man with the most runs in the history of the BPL tournament so far. He has 921 runs. We know he's really good with the ball. Sometimes he has 28 wickets. The history of BPL tournaments, and he's a brilliant fielder. For me, I think he's their most dependable player. Alan said, if you could just give me some insights as to who you think will make the most impact for the Lassafree Hikers this year.
We'll keep it interesting because I know, most people will say Dylan and you will stop there. Let's leave it at that. But to keep it interesting, I think that one of their heroes has been Otney Lewis. And opening the bowling, he has been miserly. He's been one of the most economical bowlers in all editions of the VPL. I think only Larry Edwards has a lower economy rate than he does. So that's very important. What they have done over the years is that they have stifled opposition teams in the beginning of the innings by building up those miserly overs in the early part of the innings and causing them to take a lot of risks against the remaining bowlers from the middle to late overs. And Otneil, he has 41 wickets so far in the VPL after 41 matches. His best figures are 2 for 6 of 2 overs. And he has an economy rate of less than 7 across the VPL, which is excellent. I mean, if you could keep a team to under 70, then they're doing excellent work. And in VPL3, he actually scored 163 runs. That's when they played against the Explorers in the final. Can I? Yeah. They played against the Explorers in the final. And, the Explorers really were in a very good position until the innings that he played in the final. And so, can go a little bit under the radar, but I think that he's one to watch. And if he has a good tournament for them, then they should put them in good stead.
All right, Marcel, what about you, Kenroy?
Well, my co-commentator mentioned Lewis. I had Lewis in mind as well. But there's Jonathan Carter. The introduction of Jonathan Carter into the team, that to me is a replacement for Hodge, who was the chief scorer for their team in the last edition. So he is multi-talented. He would be given different tasks in this tournament. So he could be a very impactful player for them during this tournament coming into this team.
Yes, I noticed he had a right smile when you mentioned Jonathan Carter earlier when we were talking about the team. So do you see him as an opener in this tournament? Where do you think they'll use him in tournament?
Well, it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation which hikers find themselves. They have been doing very well with Maloney at the top. If it calls for him to be at the top, to steady the batting, or if they're having problems up front, losing all the wickets, you might have that happen. But I think Carter would do much better in the middle, steadying things up. If you have to play a cameo, he comes in. If he has to play through the innings, he can do that as well. So it depends on the situation and its circumstances that Carter would be used.
Yeah, Larry Edwards also in this team, so he's the other overseas player. Yeah. As we mentioned before, he's a Windward Islands left-arm spinner. He plays in the longer format, the 4-day game, but he also plays in the shorter format. Very tight bowler, doesn't give the ball a lot of air, but has very good control and has been very restrictive in his spells so far in the VPL. So let's see what he offers this time around, playing on the new shirt.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to stir the pot here a little bit. I don't want to seem controversial.
Well, if you stir in the pot, it has to be controversial.
What expected finish in this tournament? Where do you see the Hikers ending up? April 23rd. Are they lifting the trophy, or is some other team lifting the trophy? Where do you see them finishing in this tournament?
Hikers is a winning team. They know how to win. They know how to be under pressure. They do their best when they're under pressure. I see Hikers probably in the first 4 or so, but it's dependent on the momentum going into the tournament. If they have a good start, if they continue playing the cricket that they are accustomed to play, they would be able to hold that trophy for a 4th time. But
let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. We will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
Hello all, welcome to Day 8, match number 16 of the Dream 11 VPL 5.0, Cricket Our Way. We're bringing live action to you from the Arnesville playing field in the splendid multi-island Caribbean nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have 2 mouth-watering matchups in store for you today, with the defending champions, the Lassofri Hikers, taking on the much-improved Botanical Garden Rangers. Later on as well, at 2:30, the Sarpon Breakers will do battle against the Grenadine Divers. I'm Osnet Kato, and in the commentary box with me today is Mr. Alanson Cruikshank. Good morning to you, Alanson.
Good morning to you, Osnet, and good morning to all our viewers everywhere as we get ready for some interesting matches today in Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Our Way.
It's definitely been an interesting tournament, Alanson. A lot of close matches. What do you put that down to really in terms of you've been here for all editions of the VPL so far, but this year we seem to have a lot more matches going into the final over?
Yeah, I think that the teams are fairly evenly matched, more of them. I think that any one of the 6 teams really at the beginning of the tournament had a chance of getting into the final and lifting the cup. Just that, you know, the teams that started off a little bit slowly and may have made some errors tactically and so forth are the ones who are struggling a bit now. But really and truly, it's too close to call.
Too close indeed, because at the top of the table, we have the 4 Charlotte Strikers. They seem to be in very good form. Alan, so what is your assessment of their performance in the tournament so far?
Yeah, well, they're one of 2 teams on 8 points after 5 games. All teams have now played 5 games, so they have 4 wins out of their 5. I think that they're well led in terms of their decision making. We saw yesterday in their defense of that total, they were very tactically astute in terms of their use of bowlers and their man management on the field. And they were able to defend that score, which we thought was maybe just a par score, just below par score against the Hikers. With their very powerful batting lineup. So I think that they're gelling together well. Although they're a team that have struggled in the past, it's different personnel, and they're really showing that they mean business this year.
Next team we want to talk about is the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Alanson. They've shown a bit of form, because since losing to Strikers in their second game, they have now won 3 in a row. With the man Andrew Fletcher, they are leading from the top. Can we conclude that they are maybe a dark horse in this tournament?
Well, probably more than a dark horse. At 8 points as well after five games, they have only lost 1 game, and they're looking very powerful. The only concern I may have is the batting after the top order. They haven't gotten much of a hit, and we saw yesterday in that game when they had the chase that there was a little bit of a wobble there. So that's something that they'll be thinking about. Ensuring that if they lose a few wickets, that the middle order can stand up. But bowling-wise, they have been doing very well. I think that they have almost a scripted winner of doing their bowling, where they're using Demba in the power play. They're using 4 overs of spin, just around overs 2 to 5 or 6 thereabouts. And that has really stymied the run scoring of a lot of their opponents.
Definitely, they're a team in form. As we move on to the last of 3 Hikers, who are their opponent today. They started off with a defeat. They bounced back a bit of inconsistency creeping into the last of 3 Hikers, something that we're not really used to, Alonso.
Yeah, well, they are the defending champions. They have won 3 out of the 4 VPLs that have been completed thus far. And, of course, they are also the much fancied team by most of the fans. I think they have the biggest following of all the teams in the competition. And what we noticed this year so far, they have played well in patches. They have made a few mistakes here and there as well. But they're still always there and thereabouts, because quite a bit of times when you get them into the close contests, more often than not, they really come out on top in the close contests. And that is something that a lot of teams will be wary of when they're playing against them. They don't want to give them a sniff, because they have grown accustomed to winning, and winning, as we know, is a habit.
Definitely. I think they're a team who actually know how to win. So whenever they're faced with that just 50-50 opportunity, more often than not, they come out triumphant. The next team we want to speak about is the arch rivals, really, in terms of Salt Pond Breakers. The 2 teams basically 3rd and 4th, not in the region they will want to be, but it's still early days in the tournament. As we get to this back end of this tournament, I guess they will definitely have to put their hand up and try and move up the table.
Yes, the Breakers have to be careful. They started off undefeated in their first 3 games, and now they have lost 2 in a row. They would want to ensure that they win their next game. I think they're playing in the second game today. They don't want to ensure that they win their next game, because they don't want to lose 3 games consecutively after having started off with 3 consecutive wins. They're a team that bats very aggressively all the way down. They have batting all the way down to very low in their order. And because of that, they tend to free themselves up in terms of their batting approach. It has worked in some games. In some games, they have lost a lot of wickets. But what we have seen is that even in the games where they have lost a lot of wickets, they have still kept going, and they have still made reasonable totals. So that is something that the opponents have to be mindful of.
Definitely, as we look to the bottom of the table, really, we have 2 teams, the Explorers and the Grenadines Divers. Those are 2 teams at the bottom of the table. Just give us your fair assessment of their performance so far, Alanson.
Well, I started with the Explorers. They played yesterday. What I noticed is that I don't think that they have managed their personnel well. Their team is not as bad as the results show, but I don't think that they have managed their personnel well. And yesterday, for example, we have been clamoring for Seal Ron Williams bowling earlier in the piece when they are in the field. And it's almost as if in some games he has not even bowled, and he is one of the persons who has taken the most wickets for them historically and has bowled well in particular in VPL3 when he was among the highest wicket takers. And of course, you have a leg spinner, you have to use him as an attacking option. And I think that tactically they have made some errors. A few of their key batsmen, Graves in particular, hasn't really come off that well in terms of his strike rate this season, and it has put pressure on the others. But of course, Shadrach is going great guns.
Definitely. A bit about the Grenadines divers. They've come close on a couple of occasions. We just mentioned the last free hikers in terms of their know-how in terms of winning close matches. But at the other end of the scale, we have the Grenadines divers who have been in very good situations throughout this tournament on more than one occasions, but just couldn't cross the finish line in terms of getting that elusive victory. Yes,
and we mentioned that winning is a habit, and sometimes, unfortunately, when you have lost a lot of games, you can get into the habit of losing, where those opportunities where you're just about to grab the game by the scruff of the neck, you miss out on those opportunities because you're not as proactive as you could be, and also the decision making can become a little bit jumbled because of the fact that you are not accustomed to being in the ascendancy. And I think that is something the Grenadines divers have suffered from. When you look at the team, they are a good team on paper, and they have played some very close games that they could have gotten over the line, but just that little bit of extra spark that is needed to get them over has been missing. But I'm sure that they would want to bounce back in their last 3 games.
Well said, Alanson. As we look at the table in front of us, is it safe to say that you'll expect come the end of this tournament, the end of the first round, the table to be looking more or less the same? Or do you think that the two teams there at the bottom of the table have a chance to really come ahead?
It will be statistically difficult for them, not impossible, for the Explorers in particular if they win all their remaining 3 games, because they will go up to 8 points. But it will be very difficult for the Grenadine divers having lost all 5 from their first 5. The other 4 teams really are jostling for 1 and 2. Which gives you 2 bites at the cherry in terms of qualification for the finals. And I'll go back to you now.
Yes, so very insightful analysis there from Alanson in terms of all the teams so far and their performances. As we are going to head down to the toss now with Casnell Morris. He has with him the 2 captains there for the matchup this morning. Over to you, Casnell.
Yes, good morning. Welcome to game number 16 here at the VPL 5.0 Cricket Our Way. It's a very intriguing game ahead, but we have the 2 captains here at the toss, Kesrick Williams to the Botanical Garden Rangers and Desron Maloney for the Lassa Free Hikers. Kesrick, you have the toss, the coin, the match referee, Alan? Heads. Heads is the call.
Tails is it?
Tails it is. Kesrick, you have won the toss. What would you do?
First of all, we played on this wicket yesterday. We said it was playing, probably may have a little bit of moisture in it, so you want to use that and bowl first this morning and see what we can get out of it. Try to restrict them for a low total and come and do it with the batting.
Earlier on in the tournament, your team have been setting totals, defending it. You trace, you have got it. Is there any specific way of discomfort that you don't like in this tournament so far in terms of chasing or batting?
Well, with the amount of experience that we have in our dressing room, whether chasing or batting first, it doesn't matter. I mean, we come out and we're comfortable to do what we have to do. I mean, the most important thing, all we have to do is execute every single ball, whether batting or bowling, or who win the most percentage of each ball in a T10 game wins the game. So, I mean, all you have to do is just continue to win these percentages, keep winning, executing, and then you're going to be good.
Finally, the team setup is looking good from the previous wins. Any changes to your team coming in?
Well, we have no change. It's a bit unfortunate because you have a lot of niggles. I mean, Harper yesterday again get hit on his wrist. He can't really feel his hand. Hopefully he can come out today and bat for us. But yeah, we have a little bit of niggles, but at the end of the day, it's cricket, it's professional cricket. We just have to do it. We don't have any choice. People don't want to hear anything about niggles from outside. They expect you to come out and do something, and we have to just play cricket.
All right, thank you. All the best in your game today. Maloney, tough luck at the toss. It doesn't speak the volume of the turnout of the match. Looking at the wicket, had you won the toss, what would you have done?
We were looking to bat first, actually. I mean, this is actually day 2 on the wicket, the 3rd match. we saw what happened yesterday. The wicket take a better turn. It played better for the batsman who batted first on it. So we're looking to capitalize and put a good total on the board.
There are some positives in your team setup in terms of batting, Dylan Douglas, the bowling as well. What are you going to take coming out of this game going forward for the rest of the tournament?
We've been struggling in the field, to be honest, from game one. Yesterday was our best performance in the field. We played at least 95% of the 20 overs very well until that last over. However, we didn't come out victorious yesterday, but we're looking to capitalize on a start today and hopefully we can win.
Any changes to your team today?
Yeah, we have Cotton Lavey out and Angie Hunt comes back in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Desron. And that's it from the middle here. That the information is that Botanical Garden Rangers, they have won the toss and they decided they will bowl. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, there, Casnell. So a decision there to bowl first, which I think is a good decision, Alanson, from the Rangers. They've actually chased well in this tournament. They're actually the form team coming into this game. So I think they just want to continue along that line in terms of knowing what they are chasing, and hopefully their batters will come through for them.
Yes, I agree with you, but I also think that Maloney made a key point that the pitch has been played on this will be the third consecutive day. So there may be some wear and tear, and he wants to have it when it has been freshly rolled and probably in the better condition in terms of for batting. But there's also the element of putting the Lasufre Hikers bowlers under a bit of pressure to defend. We saw in some of the games thus far that although they came out on top in a few of them, they were put under quite a bit of pressure in the field. And the captain alluded to the fact that they have not been as sharp as they usually are in the field, both in terms of their feeling and also in terms of executing their bowling plans. And he has said that, he wants them to put in that type of all-round performance today. And they will need it if they are to win against the Botanical Gardens Rangers, who are looking at well-oiled machinery at the time.
We mentioned the bowling of the Lasufre Hikers. I think their batting speaks for itself, especially at the top end of the order itself. But if you look at their bowling, we only have one bowler in the top 10 in terms of wickets, and that is Larry Edward. So it tells you that they haven't really put in that type of bowling performance, outstanding bowling performance, really. Whereas other teams in the tournament, we're seeing having more than one player in the top 10 in terms of wickets.
Well, in addition to Larry Edward, Lewis has been quite miserly, which is what you expect from them. So they tend to start off well in the power play. 4 overs from the two of them usually peg back a lot of teams, but it's what happens thereafter that can be a bit challenging for them. And so they have not, as you mentioned, they have not taken a lot of wickets. They have not really gotten in amongst most of the opponents' batting lineup, except when they bowl out the Saltpond Breakers in one of their recent games. And that is something that they have to be thinking about. They need to pick up wickets in order to stem the run flow when they're in the field. Especially against a batting lineup that the Rangers have. We have seen so far Andrew Fletcher, Kieran Couture at the top of the order, putting on a 148-run partnership previously. So they definitely need to get all the wickets in this tournament. If you're not getting all the wickets, then partnerships by the opposition can dent you in the end. Yes, when the batsmen get set on these wickets, especially very good batsmen, we have international class batsmen here, Fletcher and others, they're going to hurt you. So you really want to see the back of them quite early, because the longer they stay on the wicket, is the more difficult they will be to dislodge, and the likelihood of their striking rate going up to astronomical amounts. It definitely happens in such cases. Yes, the last game by the Rangers, we saw them using 4 spinners in their attack. Only Roshan Primus was the only medium fast bowler that they would have used. In the tournament, the captain himself hasn't really covered himself in glory, but at least he has other persons putting their hand up and putting in these bowling performances for the Rangers. Yeah, they're one of the teams that have a lot of bowling options. They have many options. They can go through an innings and choose among maybe about 8 bowlers, and none of them would really be that what you consider too much of a part-timer. So they have a lot of options. So if one bowler is being is having an off day when they're going for a lot of runs, they can easily change their plans, unlike some of the other teams that really have to depend on their top 5 bowlers. Definitely. In terms of one player to choose from each side, Alan, so this morning, who would be that key player for Botanical Garden Rangers in this particular game? Well, we can't look past Andrew Fletcher. He has been in phenomenal form. He has 98 not out in the tournament as the highest score ever in the VPL, not just in this edition, in Dream 11 VPL5. but he has also the most runs in the tournament, 219 runs, averaging 54.75, and a phenomenal strike rate of 243.33. So he's looking on top of the world in terms of his confidence, especially after that 98 not out. We saw how he approached his innings yesterday. And they will want to see the back of him, definitely, the Lasso Free Hikers, as soon as possible.
Yes, indeed, a very good tournament from the Spiceman. So in both the last over as well, so it shows the type of confidence that he has at this point in time. In terms of the Lasso Free Hikers, I think Jonathan Carter, he has had a good tournament for them, both with the bat and the ball. But I think they will want more really from the likes of Desron Maloney and Dylan Douglas. I think the Lasso Free Hikers will be looking to them to really put up that big score. They haven't had that massive total in the competition so far. And today is a very good day for them to change all that.
Yes, they had one score. They actually had a 150 at one point in the tournament when Carter and Douglas made a big score. Maloney also has a 50. He scored a half century earlier in the tournament. As we can see here from the stats, 98 from runs he has so far in the tournament. But he would be the first to admit that that's not enough from him. So they need these top three to produce most of their runs. They are the most accomplished among their batsmen, and they really depend heavily on them.
Okay, so let's have a look at the teams for today's game. We'll have the Lasso Free Strikers. They have the captain, Desron Maloney, Dylan Douglas, Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward, Otney Lewis, Andrew Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Jaheel Walters, the wicketkeeper, O.J. Matthews, Ryan Williams, and Andre Hunt.
Yes, and for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, the playing 11, Keswick Williams captain, Andre Fletcher, Kenneth Demba, Kieran Katoy, Roshan Primus, Ravindra Prasad, Atticus Brown, Jaron John, Gerald Edwards, Ronil Jeffrey, Wayne Harper. So they're unchanged from the game that they played yesterday afternoon when they defeated trying to remember who they played yesterday afternoon, the Darkview Explorers in that last fixture.
Okay, so thank you very much, Alonso. We'll now take a small break and we'll have live action for you when we return.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire what you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team preview. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lasutri Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to do 4 in a row this year. They have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alan Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, or good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And, looking forward to a very nice tournament, Cricket Always, here in VPL5, Kenroy.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to VPL5. This is a preview. We just here discussing the teams. We are hoping to have you join us during the tournament, and we look forward for a very exciting one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's have a look at the squad briefly, guys. We have Desron Maloney, captain. We have Ryan Williams, Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Otney Lewis. Mark Dale has been replaced by Jonathan Carter. I know you remember that name from the draft, but Mark Dale replaced by Jonathan Carter. Larry Edward, Jeremy Haywood, O.J. Matthews, Andre Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, Jawain Adams, and Adian Caesar. So that's the squad for the Lasutri Hypers. Now over to my exports. What do you make of this team compared to last year, the champions from last year?
Well, what I would say is that the team, it's quite a different team. They will have different leadership in terms of their support staff. We know that the late great Irvin Morricone, he played a very vital role in this team's performance over the years. And of course, he is more than a coach to most of these players, more like a mentor as well. And I'm sure that he will be missed. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that tragedy and to see how they can put that behind them and move forward in this tournament. But the team has a lot of experience. Of course, Captain Maloney is there, and Dylan Douglas is back, Jail Walters, Otney Lewis. So a lot of their key players who have done the bulk of the heavy lifting for them in the last tournament have returned. And so it will be interesting to see how they go around this time, Kennery.
Well, hikers to me remain the same hikers, with only missing, as you said before, is the coach, Irvin Morricone. What will be key for them in this tournament is the way that they approach it. Morricone's style is different to Mr. Stapleton's. So a team plays as well as the coach and how well the captain needs them as well. Maloney has been leading them for a couple of tournaments, all the tournaments really. So he would have an idea as to how he wants his team to play. So that would be key for them. Their key players are still there, and they are champions for 3 times in a row. So they know how to do it. So I think that they are pretty much a very good team for this tournament, and nothing much missing from them more than they need to come together as a team that they normally do.
A question the viewers might have is can we expect the same sort of dominance from the Lasutri Hikers in VPL5 that we have grown accustomed to in previous editions? Now we sat down and we came up with a best 11 for the team. Alex, I'll allow you to tell me what the bowling will look like for this team.
Well, we have a likely 11 based on what we deemed collectively to be the best 11. We had our talks before. And I will start at the number 6 position actually, where we have Otney Lewis, who has played the role of an all-rounder, especially in VPL3. And then Andre and Jeremy Haywood, the off-spinner. Larry Edward, so they have gotten Larry Edward, who is, of course, St. Lucian, Windward Islands player, left-arm spinner. And he has opened the bowling for the Rangers in previous tournaments. You would expect that he will be joining Otney Lewis at the top to open the bowling. They have not usually used the medium-pace bowlers in that role. And so it is likely, if they go according to what they have done in the past, that Ryan Williams will bowl more in the middle and at the end. Now, Alian Caesar, who is a young bowler as well, he played for Explorers in a previous edition. It would be good to see how he goes. Young, medium pacer, tall, will get bounce if there's bounce on the pitch. And so it should be an interesting tournament for them. But they also have, outside of the main bowlers, as you would say, you have Dylan Douglas, who has done a lot of bowling in the previous editions and has taken several wickets, I think. And Jonathan Carter, new acquisition. Carter is from Barbados, and we would know from his games with the West Indies and Barbados that he favors himself as a medium pacer, and I'm thinking that it is very likely that he will also get some overs in this tournament.
All right. Well, we should have mentioned where Williams he had moved in the tournament last year. He had 13 of them. Basically, what I witnessed last year is when he came into the tournament is when they started sort of winning games with him coming through there for him and picking up wickets. He had best figures of 4 for 7 in the tournament. So very good from Ryan Williams. And over to you, Ken Roy. What kind of fans expect from the batting for the Lassafree Hikers this year?
Well, Lassafree Hikers have always had 4 top batters, and they're very heavy up top. They're heavily dependent on those batters. Maloney, Douglas, Lewis, and now there's Carter in the middle. So it would be very important as to how they go about it. I think that they would use their top 4 as they normally do, but they would have to use Carter in some specific situations if it requires them to. They would depend on skipper to lead them. And we have Carter who can play many different roles. He's very prolific at the top. He can bat in the middle, whatever situation comes in. So they would depend on the top 4 as usual. They would play the same cricket, attacking cricket, that's what they play. That's what they're best at. And I don't think they would change it. The batting would remain the same. Douglas, who is very destructive, he would play his role as usual. And it's always a team that you would have fighting right into the end. That is how Hikers play the cricket.
Indeed, so indeed. When you look at that leaderboard last year, the Hikers players, they were basically dominating the leaderboard. You had Ryan Williams, as we mentioned earlier. He had 13 wickets, most wickets in the tournament.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, on fire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Yes, good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back to the Annesville playing field. We have for us today some exciting cricket. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're coming up against the Lassafree Hikers this afternoon in the first encounter. The Rangers, they won the toss and they elected to bowl first. So we have in the middle, we have Jonathan Carter and Desmond Maloney, the 2 opening batters for the Lassafree Hikers.
Yes, good morning, Osnet, and good morning to all our viewers. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world watching. And whenever you're watching this, whether you watch it live or you go back and look at it sometime in the future, Lassafree Hikers been inserted by the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Carter will be on strike. And Primus will be opening the bowling. We see a change here that Fletcher is keeping. Harper was injured yesterday, got struck on his arm, so they have taken the gloves from him. Powerful straight drive by Primus, striking him on the arm at the non-strikers end during his innings.
Yes, so we're going to see Roshan Primus coming in from the commentary box end. We saw him bowl as the only seamer yesterday. Used a lot of spinners in their innings yesterday, the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So I guess they'll basically use more of the same in terms of having Primus here bowl this over and then bring in their spinners, especially Demba. As we know, as usual, he would normally start the bowling as well. So it's up to the last of three hikers openers to just see what the wicket is doing. It's a windy day, bit of wind blowing across the ground, so good conditions for bowling. But the last of three hikers, they will need to get off the good start here today if they are to really put up a challenging total for the Rangers. As we see umpire Byam signaling for the start of play. So it will be Primus, right arm, medium fast, running into bowl to Jonathan Carter. A wide delivery outside the off stump. Not a very good start there from Primus. Delivery full on outside the off stump. Umpire Byam signal wide. So the last of three hikers, they're off the mark with a wide.
Yeah, and you could see the plan seems to be that he will be bowling slowish outside the off stump. He doesn't have the third man back, so he will not be putting too much pace on it because any edge will fly behind square on the offside into the boundary. And so it seems as if he'll be bowling slow and wide of off stump. The two fielders out are the deep fine leg and the deep backward square leg.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Jonathan Carter just allowing that one surprisingly to go through to wicketkeeper Fletcher, sporting his blue cap, the sandals, showing that he's the leading run scorer in this tournament. 219 runs, 98 being his highest score, individual score. So he'll be looking to get some runs today as well to add to that tally. As we see a change in the field, Harper being pushed back to a third man, and the fine leg, Jeffrey, he comes into the circle. So with that line outside the off stump, Alonso, I think this is a better field. If he's going to be focusing on the off stump line, then you need your third man back at least, as Primus again leaves us. Just aborting his run.
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of the field placing. Any edge, as we said before, would have flown away to the boundary for 4 behind square. And if he's going to concentrate on getting the ball across the left-hander outside his off stump, then it's necessary that they have the third man back, especially with the new ball. See, he's holding on to his back here. His left side. Hope he hasn't done himself some mischief.
Maybe over 8 this morning. Some Vincy breakfast. Don't know what they would have had. Maybe some breadfruit and stewed chicken back. So it looks to be a cause of concern here. He's in consultation with his captain and Demba. Just after that second delivery, pulling up a bit. Remember, these games are played, they're coming thick and fast, really.
Yes, they played the second game yesterday, so not many hours in terms of recovery time. The games are short, mind you, but because of the intensity of such a short game, you can tend to put a lot of strain on your body because of the fact that it's only just a few overs.
Definitely. So, still waiting a decision. Umpire Byam trying to find out the situation. It seems as though he's not able to continue, which is a shame really for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. He has bowled well throughout the tournament, picked up some key wickets. So it's going to be Kesrick Williams. He'll be taking over from Primus just to finish off this over. Kesrick, as he was saying in the build-up, he hasn't had the best of tournaments with the ball, but he's definitely a confident player, and he'll be hoping to just pick up where Primus would have left off in terms of giving his team a good start with the ball and hopefully getting an early breakthrough for the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
So the final leg is in the circle. As we said, they have pushed back the third man, so the deep backward square leg remains out. Maybe they will be testing the pitch a little bit to see if they can keep the batsman on the back foot.
Another aborted run there from Kesrick. So Carter, he has been made to wait this over since leaving that delivery alone outside the off stump. It's been a while since he has faced his other delivery. So that can play with your momentum as a batter as well. So he needs to get back into the thick of things. As Kesrick leaves us. So another wide down the leg side this time. Bit of swing there, but started on the line of the leg stump and just continued along that trajectory.
Yes, a pretty ginger delivery there. We will say it was really a warm delivery. Not much pace on it. Just almost ambling in and jogging into ball at delivery. I think they need to fire themselves up here because they need to get into this top order or they will do some serious damage.
It's a good delivery there, but it's inside edge and going down close to the boundary. Makes it now. So the first high-run smashing four of the day. Not very convincing indeed from Jonathan Carter, but they will take it nevertheless. The last of three hikers, they are 6 without loss.
Yes, a high-run edging four, if you want to call it that. This was a good delivery from Keswick. A good line, good length, just above off stump. And Carter was looking to open the face and get it through the offside, but came off the inside edge. And there is no one down at the fine leg boundary. Fine leg, as we mentioned, is in the circle. So 4 runs to him.
It's another good delivery, a straightish delivery. Carter there, down on the ground. A bit of bounce that we've seen so far is a bit of bounce for Keswick. That delivery, not too short, it's a back of a length delivery, but just bounced a bit more than Jonathan Carter would have anticipated. Hitting in just above the knee roll. So he's down again. Score remains 6 without loss. A good start here from Keswick.
Yeah, that one seems to have done some damage. Taking a while to get back up. So we have had some interruptions here in the first few minutes of this game. But all, of course, within the limitations of the play. Yes, that one struck him just below. He has on, seems as if he has on a inner thigh pad for his back leg. But that one struck him just below that area, and that will be hurting him very much at this time. He'll need to get that cold spray out, and hopefully he has not done himself too much damage for the sake of the hikers, and he'll be able to continue. But the Botanical Gardens Rangers wouldn't mind seeing him walk off here now.
Well, he's the top scorer for the Last of Three Hikers, the leading run scorer for the Last of Three Hikers. So that would definitely be a big blow for the Last of Three Hikers if he is not able to continue. As you see him walking it off. So I think he'll continue at some point, Alanson. But what we have seen so far in the tournament in terms of the new ball, those bowlers who are able to really bend their back and they've been able to extract a bit of bounce, a bit of lift off the wickets so far in the tournament.
Yes, in fact, the wickets are looking extremely good. And I must commend those who are in charge of preparation here at the Annesville playing field, because there are times in the past when we have been labelled as having quite slow wickets here. But it would have been interesting to see, a few bowlers 90 plus bowling on these wickets, because they seem to have good bounce, good carry, and that would have been a spectacle for sure.
Yes, indeed. Even in a previous encounter, we saw Ryan John was a bit of pace. He really troubled Jonathan Carter with that short of a length delivery. Just got it to go through at a very good pace, and in the end, Carter was caught behind really for a real snorter of a delivery. So there's definitely room for fast bowling in this tournament. It's just a matter of you being able to bend your back and trying to extract that little extra out of these wickets as a fast bowler.
So let's see how he goes now.
Another delivery on the line of the leg stump. So a mixed bag really from Keswick this afternoon. We've seen 2 good deliveries, and that's followed again by a wide this time down the leg side. But once again, the carry through to the spice man there is good carry, good pace and good bounce.
Yes, I think if he's going to bowl that line and that length, the feel that he has now is a better feel. Once he doesn't drift outside the off stump, because there's no one back on the offside, either in front or behind square. But now he has a fine leg in place for that tickle, that leg glance.
Another delivery down the leg side, another wide again from Keswick. He'll be disappointed with that. The hikers here just taking it over really in terms of extras. They now move on to 8 without loss. We are still in the first over. For those of you just joining us, we had a Roshan Primus. He started off the over, but apparently picked up a knock in the middle after 2 deliveries actually. So Keswick actually continuing that over. So we're still in the first over. Last of 3 hikers after being insulted by the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're 8 without loss. As we see, Keswick again leaves us from the Comanche box end. Another short of a length delivery. Carter goes across and plays it out to the man at cover. There's no run.
Williams seems to be pulling up a little bit short in his follow-through. and walking away a bit gingerly. Don't know if he's carrying a niggle of some sort, and he's definitely not bowling at 100% pace either. Just seems like he's just rolling up and putting the ball there. Not moving freely at the moment. Don't know if there's an injury there.
Well, at the toss, he mentioned a few of his players carrying slight niggles. Didn't really mention himself. But as you rightfully said, he seemed not to be really fully exerting himself. Not a shortish delivery displayed to the man that shot third man. Harper comes through for a single. So Desron Maloney, he'll face his first delivery.
Yeah, so it's a very lengthy over. We have had 8 deliveries bowled so far, and only 5 of them have been legitimate. Actually, we have had 9 deliveries bowled so far. 5 legitimate deliveries, 4 wides. So a lengthy first over here. And without much effort, the run rate is looking good so far for the Hikers because of these extras.
Definitely. As the right-hander is now in strike. There's a man at third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. This one is outside the off stump again. Bit of movement away, but it was just too wide, and umpire Byam again caused another wide. So the 10th delivery of this over. Bit of extras being given away here to the Hikers. Not the team you really want to be giving away extras to.
Well, it has been a long over so far, and you'd think that by now we'd have been well into the second over, but we're still in the first over. There's something for us to consider regarding time, and also for the Rangers to consider going into the last over with the full field that they may be allowed to have.
Another delivery short of a length. Maloney just pushing that one out to Kotoy at point. There's no run. So at the end of the first over, last of 3 Hikers, after being inserted by the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 10 without loss.
Yes, in the opening exchanges here, both teams recognize the importance of this fixture, and you could see that both the opening batsmen for the Hikers and the opening bowlers in this case, for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, just offering some jabs, just jostling for position really. No shot played in anger just yet. And so, both teams just kind of trying to settle into this game because they realize that this game is a very important game, and you can't give either team too much of a long rope, as we would say here in St. Vincent, because they will take advantage of it, no doubt.
It's a rather sedate start, considering what we've seen so far in the tournament. As you mentioned in Alanson, no shot really played in anger. So it will be Kenneth Demba. We know that an off spinner coming in from the backway end. He'll be bowling to Jonathan Carter. Right arm off spinner to the left hander. That is always a good matchup. So we'll see how Carter goes. This delivery is just walking it out to the man there at square leg. There's no run. So there's a man at short, fine leg. There's a square leg. There's a deep mid wicket, a long on, mid off, cover, backward point. A man there at short, third man as well. As Demba again. He's playing this one out to Harper there in the covers. Still no run.
Yeah, Demba has bowled extremely well in the tournament so far. In fact, in the last game, his exploits earned him the man of the match. 2 overs, 2 for 7, and dismiss both Descartes and Romano pair for the Explorers. Really breaking the back of their batting lineup in 1 over.
Yes, just his experience really came through in that last game. Even in the post-match presentation, he always said, he mentioned that he always backs himself, especially against the left-handers. This one is cut. Well saved in the covers by Harper. I've seen a lot of the ball so far, although he's not the wicketkeeper today. Strange enough, they would have put him in the outfield to maybe relieve him of the duties as a wicketkeeper, having to face all these deliveries with that small niggle that he has. But so far, the ball has followed him all over the field, Alanson.
Yes, these things tend to happen from time to time. And I'm sure he'll be saying to himself, well, as long as I don't get hit on the arm again, then I'll be fine.
So Maloney on strike, the right-hander, facing up to Demba. Just walking this one again, well bowled by Demba, bowling straight, not giving the batter a lot of room to work with. And so far it has paid off. This over going for 2 runs so far. So two good overs from the Rangers so far. The last of the Hikers, they haven't really got off to that explosive start that they may have been looking for. But they haven't lost a wicket as well, so that will be important from their perspective. This one is hit down the ground. Field well set. The man there at long on just coming around and limits the batter there to a single. So another single to Carter. He moves on to 7. And at the end of the second over, the last of three Hikers, they're 13 without loss.
Yeah, so another excellent start from them, but we mentioned the fact that this team tends to use a lot of spin from around the second over, going straight into about the 5th or 6th or 7th over, because you'd expect that they will introduce Ravinder Prasad quite shortly as well, maybe as soon as the power play ends. And that is how they tend to go about things. The Hikers here, 13 without loss after 2 overs. Left and right hand combination at the wicket. Neither of whom have really gotten off to a flyer. And at this stage, it seems as if they will have to go hard at these last 2 overs in the power play, because you don't want to be too far behind after the end of the power play when you had the field restrictions to take advantage of. And they will need a good score against the Rangers.
Yes, they definitely need to capitalize on this power play as Keswick again. This one is hit over point, 2 bounces into the boundary. So that's a high run smashing for the first time we've really seen Jonathan Carter using his feet and just cutting that one over the man there at backward point for his first boundary. He moves on to 11. The score is now 17 without loss.
Yeah, it's time. It's 10 overs. They haven't lost a wicket. They have seen what is happening on the wicket, so they really have to go hard at these next 2 overs in order to get themselves to a position where they will feel comfortable at the end of the power play.
Definitely, overs 3 and 4 traditionally are the overs the batters will try to target. It's the 2 remaining overs in the power play as Williams again comes in and hitting this one. Well played. Past the man there at mid-off. So back-to-back boundaries here for Jonathan Carter. He's on a roll now. He's on to 15. The score is now 21 without loss.
Yeah, and I just noticed something after that delivery as we saw that Tyrone smashing 4 from Carter. Fletcher was there behind the wicket vehemently saying, no, into the pitch. You're signaling with his hand, into the pitch. Don't give him that drive at all.
What will Keswick do here as he leaves us once more? Another short delivery. It's in the air. 1 bounce into the fence again, so another boundary. This time Carter making a bit of room there. Keswick actually followed him, but he was able to still get it over the man there at short third man into the fence for another high run, smashing 4. So this over has been fruitful so far. 12 runs of the first 3 deliveries. And last of the Hikers now, they're getting a move on. They're 25 without loss.
Yes, and I think because only with Jonathan Carter plays, I'm not too sure if I'll have the 2 fielders deep on the leg side. I'm more of the opinion that I would have a third man and a backward point, because he tends to give himself room and go over the offside instead of trying to pull or hook those short deliveries.
As Keswick again comes in. A short delivery, just pulling this one and he'll get it past the wicketkeeper there. The man there, Jeffrey, on the fine leg boundary, he had no chance really. Another shortish delivery and there was Carter going back, trying to pull that one. Getting the inner portion of the bat there. So another high run smashing 4. He now has 4 boundaries in this over. Last of 3 Hikers, 29 without loss.
Yes, all 4 deliveries have gone to the boundary. Williams, there on that occasion, down the leg side. Easy ball to help away there from Carter. He just turned his wrist on it. Didn't get full contact, but was able to get it to the boundary, and that is what he wanted.
Williams again, he'll be looking to finish off this over well for his team. Another short delivery, I think the umpire Bayerman with Carla wide. Another short delivery on the line of the leg stump. I think it's a good length, but the line there just failing him there, Keswick. Good pace as well, going through to wicketkeeper Fletcher.
He has been forced onto that line because of his field, because he knows that, and although he has a 5-4 field, there's nobody back on the offside. So he's thinking to himself, it is likely that Carter, once I go straightish or wide of off stump with that length, he's going to go over the offs. Oh my goodness.
It's actually a no ball. Signal there by umpire Bayam. So it's a free hit here for Jonathan Carter. As Keswick again comes in bowls. This one is a good delivery. A Yorker length delivery there going between the stumps and the pads. There was Carter giving himself a bit of room. Well bowled by Keswick. Good comeback.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery. In fact, it is such a good delivery that you're asking yourself, why wasn't he there more often earlier in the over? And it seems as if he may have transgressed again based on what we're seeing on the replay. Or was that the previous delivery? May have been a replay of the previous delivery when he was no ball.
I believe that is the case. If you remember yesterday, Carter, he was taken to the cleaners. So he's giving someone a dose of that medicine as well in the form of Keswick. He has 4 boundaries so far. Keswick will be looking to close off this over. 1 delivery remaining. Not that aborted run up. We have seen that quite a bit today. As we see Williams again. Full toss this time. Punches it now to mid-on. So a good end to the over for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, just conceding a single. 18 runs coming off that over. At the end of the 3rd over, it's 31 without loss. Last of 3 hikers.
Yes, so they were 13 before this. Oh my. So he has bowled another no ball. Over has not yet ended. He has to bowl again. Another free hit.
Spoke a bit too quickly there, Alanson. It's a big no ball, really. I think maybe he has not really looked himself, Alanson, in terms of his run-up. Looks to be struggling a bit in terms of a small niggle. And maybe that is contributing to his overstepping of the front crease. So not a free hit. This time, Desron Maloney would be given that opportunity. Batters would have crossed. So he has the opportunity to actually change the field. So we are seeing now a long on in place. Man at short fine leg, short third man. Backward point, cover point, mid-off, square leg. And we have Prasad. He's going out to deep mid-wicket. So Maloney facing up to Keswick. A free hit. A full toss, not getting the contact that he's looking for. The man there at point taking the catch, but he cannot be given out unless it's a run out. So got away there with that delivery, a full toss, and Maloney struggled to really get any sort of bat on that one. The end of the over, it's 33 without loss, the last of 3 hikers.
Well, Maloney, that's only the 3rd delivery that he has faced in the innings. And before this over, we were saying that they were 13 without loss. They really need to get a move on, and they got 20 from that over in the end. Lots of extras. And that is something that the Botanical Gardens Rangers would have to be concerned about. Although they may have had to change their bowling plans because of the injury to Primus, but still, those are a lot of extras. And they would need to be mindful of that, not only for the rest of this game, but as they progress forward into the tournament.
Definitely. So that over was really the type of push that they needed. They were struggling from the first 2 overs. But an over of 20 always gives you that sort of momentum that is needed. As we see Demba, he'll be bowling his 2nd over. As we have seen so far in the tournament, he normally bowls his 2 overs up front in the power play. Captain Williams there with his hand on his hip tells me that something, just a slight niggle. Not 100% Keswick, but he's still out there, marshalling his troops as this delivery is walked to square leg. Another single. So Demba here doing a very good job for his team. 1.1 over so far, none for 4. So he's very economical. As Carter, he comes in to strike. He's on 24 from 17. He has faced the majority of deliveries so far. This delivery is a good delivery there. A bit flatter, a bit quicker. A bit of tone as well, going away from the left-hander. Well bowled there by Demba.
Yes, that was a good delivery. Was a bit faster.
This one is pulling over square leg. Should be able to get to the boundary. Yes, it does. Another high run smashing 4. Good shot there from Carter. A delivery not that short, but he just managed to use the depth of the crease there, Carter. Rocking back on his back foot and pulling it over deep square leg for a high run smashing 4. He moves on to 28. It's 38 without loss.
Yeah, that was actually a very good shot because you look at the delivery. It's not a short delivery by any means. Looking at that length that you just saw there, it would have actually struck the stumps and not right at the top either. So that was good footwork and quick hands.
One is cutting, not finding the gap. Man there at point comes around and cleans up. Score remains on 38 without loss. So 2 overs remaining in the power play. We'll be looking to maximize these 2 deliveries. So good delivery again from Demba. Bowling straight, not giving the batter any room really to work with.
Yeah, it has been a very good spell from him, regardless of what happens off this last delivery.
Another short delivery, he's trying to punch this one through the covers. Just managed to find Harper again. And no run. So a good end to the over there for Demba. It's a brilliant spell. 2 overs, none for 8. At the end of the power play, last of three hikers there, 38 without loss. Jonathan Carter, he's on 28 from 22. Desron Maloney, he's on 3 from 4 deliveries. A good start from the last of three hikers and an equally good start from the Rangers as well.
Yes. And both teams, I think based on how things have gone, will I think be satisfied with where they are now. Maybe the hikers will be a little bit disappointed with the run rate, but they have not lost a wicket, and that's very important, which means that these batsmen can now press on and they could keep the foot on the gas throughout the rest of this innings without the fear of being bowled out.
Right, so we have another spinner, left arm Prasad, Ravendra Prasad. He's also in the top 10 wicket takers in the tournament. He's also the most economical bowler so far. Chidi, Mr. Economy. So he'll be looking to tighten the screws a bit on the last of three hikers. This is a very important spell, considering the start that the last of three hikers have had so far. They'll be looking to push on through this middle phase, but Prasad, he'll have other ideas in terms of stemming the run rate as well as picking up 1 or 2 wickets here for his captain. It's a short delivery, a big hit over deep mid wicket. Kotoy there, taking the catch, but pushing it back into play. I think he's signaling to the umpire that it's a boundary. We'll have to wait and see. It was a short delivery and Maloney went back, pulled it, not getting the type of connection he was looking for. Kotoy there, taking the catch. But it looks to have stepped back on the rope. So I think it's a high run maximum. High run smashing 6 there from Maloney. Very unfortunate there for Kotoy.
Yeah, at one point it seems as if it was, well within his sights in terms of the catch, but because the wind blows in that direction, it keeps coming at you. And run out
of short delivery this time, and it's a big hit over deep mid wicket this time. Kotoy has no chance really. A poor start here from Prasad. 2 short deliveries, and there was Desron Maloney saying thank you very much. That's another high run smashing 6 for him. He's coming to the party now. He's 15 from 6. 50 is up for the last of three hikers.
Yes, and if you're familiar with Desron Maloney as a batsman, it's better you go full. Anything, not that he won't hit you down the ground, but it's always better to go full than short to Desron Maloney. Very strong on the pull shot. Very, very strong on the pull shot. Sets up himself to play off the back foot on most occasions. If you look at him, he takes that deep step back and he's standing straight on the back foot. Will come forward if he has to, but he's waiting for something off the back foot.
Another short delivery. So it's a hat-trick of 6s, the biggest of the lot. This one going over the Michael Finley pavilion. Another huge 6 there for Maloney. So not a good start here from Prasad. But the last of three hikers, they are motoring along. They are 56 without loss, 4.3 overs. Alanson.
Yeah, as I was saying before, that Hirun cracking 6, he likes it short. And if he bowls 3 more there, you can believe it that it will go for 3 more 6s.
We've seen overs like this throughout the tournament, Alanson, in terms of most recently the over by Jonathan Carter to Carlos Brathwaite, where he got 5 high-run smashing 6s. We are 3 so far in this over. I'm sure Maloney have his eyes on that as well.
And you can see a bit of local knowledge here by Maloney. He's hitting those deliveries from outside the off stump, but he's aiming to hit them over the leg side with the wind. He knows he can clear the boundary with the pull shot because the wind is in his favor. And he has the power. And so Prasad, I think he needs to go fuller. Better to earn the full side to Maloney than on the short side. And of course, you mentioned that he was very economical. I think prior to his game yesterday and today, that he would have been up there, but he has come in for some severe punishment in both games.
Another shortish delivery there. Wide signal here by umpire Bayam. Maloney again trying to have a repeat of his previous exploits. Missing it completely, so one more added to the total. Passard seems to be struggling here in terms of his length. Another shortish delivery. He's cutting this one nicely. Maloney showing a bit of finesse this time. Should be able to get another high run. Smashing for there. That was classy, Alonso.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. That was a better shot, or more difficult shot to execute than the first three that went for 6. That was a little fuller from Prasad, but I still think he's still earning too much on the shorter side. As we said, Desron, he comes on the back foot, and he's looking to play and to score off the back foot.
Yes, I think that was also a quicker delivery as well. So Maloney there doing the right thing, just got some bat on it, open the face, and beat the man there at between backward point and short third man as Prasad again. Another full delivery this time. It's in the air. Should be taken. Dropped. Well, Atticus Brown hasn't really covered himself in glory throughout this tournament in terms of his outfield catching. And there it is again, a full delivery this time. As you were mentioning, it's better to be full to Maloney than short. Not get in the middle of the bat there, and Atticus Brown, he'll be very disappointed with that effort.
Yeah, very, very disappointed. Even I'm disappointed that I'm in the stand and I'm not supporting any of the 6 teams. I just want to see good cricket. But that really should have been taken after the bowler made the adjustment as we have been calling for. He'll be very disappointed with that.
This one is walked nicely out to the man there, deep square leg. Thinking about a second. Another single to Carter. So he moves on to 29. Maloney is catching up. He's on 26 from 9 deliveries. The last of 3 hikers finding a bit of momentum now. They're on 63 without loss. 5 overs completed.
Yes, so these last 3 overs, they have gone for 50 runs. So they've really upped their scoring. They're now scoring over those last 3 overs at above 16 runs and over. And if they continue like that and even increase from there on, the Botanical Gardens Rangers will be facing a big chase this morning in the this afternoon in this first game.
Well, it goes back to what we were saying in the preview, Alliance, in terms of the ability to take wickets with the new ball. That's very important. If you don't take wickets with the new ball, with the caliber of players we have in this tournament, they will definitely make you pay. And we have seen that so far. 63 without loss, the last of 3 hikers. As we see Atticus Brown coming into the attack. To show his confidence is very high after that drop catch. But we'll see how it goes. Another aborted run again. We have seen quite a few of those this afternoon.
Yeah, looking at the field, there's a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on and long off, and a sweeper cover on the boundary.
As this one is hit, can it go straight down to the man at long off? I think the bowler there will be disappointed with the effort. I think it's Demba.
Yeah,
it was a flat hit, but the fielder there just misjudged the trajectory of that delivery, Alanson.
I think for a split moment he thought about coming forward to take the catch, and he really could have taken that catch seeing where it bounced. But it was so flat that I don't think he was too sure where it was going to land. But it came much closer to him in the end than he probably thought.
Definitely. As Maloney is in strike this time. This one is hit straight back for 6, I think. I think that one hit the rope on the full. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Yes, it's 6. It's another high run smashing 6. This time coming off the bat of Maloney was a flat one, a flighty delivery there from Atticus Brown. And there was Desron Maloney pouring that one over long off for another 6.
Yeah, so Atticus under some serious pressure here, not just because of his state of the game and his bowling over, but because of what transpired in the last over.
This one is short again, pulling that one out to deep mid wicket. So that would be a good signal from Atticus' perspective in terms of getting the left-hander on strike.
Yeah, he would feel a lot more comfortable bowling to the left-handed batsman. He's getting the ball to turn away from him.
Another shortish delivery. Carter goes back and powers this one out to Kotoy on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Gets another single. So a reasonable comeback there from Atticus after being hit for that high run smashing 6.
Yeah, but he wouldn't like the fact now that he has to bowl to Maloney.
Another shortish delivery there. Maloney will be very disappointed with that one. He has played that shot very well. This time maybe trying to hit the ball a little bit too hard. Knows it's a bigger side of the ground as well, so maybe that was in the back of his mind.
Yeah, definitely trying to hit that one a bit too hard. And I think the lack of pace has also did him.
This one is powered out to Ravendra on the long on. Bongi should be able to come back for a second. A slight misfield there from Prasad. So not having the best day in the field, Prasad. Went for 25 in his previous over. As this over comes to an end, 12 runs coming from it. At the end of the 6th over, it's 75 without loss. That's for free hikers.
Yes, Atticus Brown going for 12 runs in that over. And after the over before that, I think they will take that from the part-time off spinner. You mentioned Prasad. He went for some runs in his previous over. I think sometimes when you're playing cricket, and we all know that, if you have dropped a catch, if you're bowling and you've gone for a lot of runs, sometimes these things play on your mind for a while. And even in the field, sometimes you could be thinking and going over what you should have done or what you could have done differently. And then that feeling opportunity, that catch, that feeling opportunity comes to you, and sometimes you fumble that.
Definitely. I think cricket is a confidence game. In fact, any type of sport that you play, it's all about confidence. And whenever your confidence is high, you'll find that you're able to put in some very good performances. Whenever that confidence is damaged, then you see some disparity between your good and your bad performances.
Absolutely. As Katoy comes into the bowling now, he'll be bowling to Maloney. The feel on the onside is a short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, sweeper cover. And just to wait and see if there will be a long off in place. Yes, Captain Williams is going back to long off. So you will be advised not. I think that the line here, based on the field, should be outside the off stump, obviously, with 4 fielders in that little ring there on the offside. But also, I think that he would be advised not to bowl too short, because Maloney will be trying to walk across to pull him if that is the case.
I also think that he has not bowled a lot in this tournament. Some of the games he has not bowled at all. So it will be interesting to see how he goes. I don't know if he's carrying a slight injury of some sort. But he hasn't really bowled a lot in this tournament, surprisingly. His first delivery is flighted. Maloney goes big. One bounce out there to the man there. Long on. Demba comes around, feels it cleanly. It was a flighted delivery there, and Maloney trying to power that one again for another high run, smashing 6. Only managed to get it out to the man there long on for single.
Yeah, that was a good length and a good line, because that's where he has to bowl. He can't bowl too straight because he doesn't have much protection on the onside. And he can't bowl short because the shortness of length means that the batsman will still be able to access the onside.
Bowling to the left-hander now. Short delivery. There is Carter pulling it, and once again falling short of the fielder there. Fielder running in and misjudging the flight of these deliveries. Don't know about the visibility this afternoon. If it's causing a problem, Alanson, these fielders not really picking up the flight of the ball very early in order to effect any sort of catch.
Well, the sky is not really a blue sky. It's a hazy day. So the background, when it goes into the sky with the white ball without the blue background, maybe a little bit more difficult to pick up. But I still think that some of these should have been taken.
It's another big hit. Would it clear the man at long on? Yes, it does. Easily in the end. So another high run smashing 6 there from Desron Maloney. It's a flighted delivery from Katoy, and there was Maloney going over long on. Very good shot.
Yes, good shot. But I think on that occasion, he earned in his length. It was just either just a little bit too full, because he was able to get under it. So and hit it straight instead of having to tug. Or it was too short of the Yorker length that he was aiming for on that occasion.
So another shortish delivery outside the off stump. Maloney trying to cut it over the offside, taking the outer portion of the bat. The man there, short third man, comes around and fields. Limits the batter there to a single. So Maloney, he goes on to 42, sorry. Carter, he's on 34 from 27 deliveries. The hikers, they're now pouring on to 84 without loss. We're in the 7th over. Another short delivery here. Carter pulling this one in the gap. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they make it comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs added to the total. So they've scored off every delivery in this over so far. 1 delivery remaining. They'll be looking to maximize this delivery. And it's actually a no ball. That really is there's no excuse for a spinner bowling a no ball at this stage, Alanson. So free hit it would be to Jonathan Carter.
Yes, that one was a cardinal sin there by Katoy, bowling on the ball on that delivery. Offers now a free hit. And of course, another delivery as well in the over to the Lassufre Hikers, who have really picked up their scoring, and the momentum is with them at the moment.
This one is trying to sweep this one. Carter missing it completely. So good delivery to finish there from Kotoy.
Yes, Carter seems to be struggling a little bit with his fluency. Yeah, Carter seems to be struggling a little bit with his fluency. He's now 36 of 29 deliveries.
This delivery is pulled out to the man there, deep square leg, a short delivery. But disappointed he didn't really find the gap there, Carter. As you mentioned, he has been struggling for timing in this innings. His scoring, his strike rate is not that high. It's 37 from 30 deliveries. But it's the end of the 7th over. Lassufre Hikers, after being inserted to bat, they're 88 without loss. Desron Maloney is on 42 from 15. Jonathan Carter is on 37 from 30 deliveries.
Yes, 88 without loss after 7. They are going at 12.57. The projected score is 126, but this projection doesn't really take into consideration that they have 10 wickets in hand, so they can surpass that because they have really nothing to lose at this point, having all 10 wickets in hand. It's not a WASP type projection where you will take into consideration other things like that. It's just a mathematical projection based on their current scoring rate. So they would be looking to get to about 130, I think. There are thereabouts minimum from these remaining 3 overs.
Yes, it will be Atticus Brown again. His first over went for 12. Let's see how he goes. This is a good shot over extra cover. Magnificent shot there by Carter. Just as we were saying, his timing hasn't been on today, but that delivery was outside the off stump and he just choked it nicely over extra cover for a high-run smashing 6 there. Very good shot.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot. Not the easiest shot to execute, but it's an area that he likes. He has shown that he likes to drive the ball, especially down the ground and through the extra cover region. And that one gave him the width that he needed to execute that shot, and that was well done.
Yes, Atticus again. His delivery is outside the off stump, turning away, a bit flatter, a bit faster as well, which is in line with what his captain would be looking for from him. You don't want to give the ball a bit of air at this point in time. His delivery short again outside the off stump. Another wide delivery. Wicketkeeper Fletcher there. Looks to be very disappointed with the call, but we have to abide by the umpire's decisions. Looked to be a very wide delivery, looking back at the replay, Alanson.
Yeah, he only stepped across with his back foot to pull that. I'm sorry, to cut it.
This one is pulled out to deep mid-wicket. Kotoy there coming around, and a chance for a run out here. I think he will be gone. Was a risky second. They only made up their mind halfway into the second run, really. Carter there was looking for the second, trying to get the strike. A good throw there from Kotoy from the deep. So the Lassufre Hiker, they lose their first wicket. Jonathan Carter, he has been run out for 43. It's 95 for 1. Lassufre Hikers.
Yeah, that's almost a suicidal run when you really think of it. The throw wasn't on target, but he was so short that Fletcher had more than enough time, even with the gloves on, to turn and just throw that stumps down, and he was still way out of the crease. There was a lot of hesitation between the two batsmen at the crease in terms of whether they should go for the second or not. And in the end, that proved fatal for Carter in this innings. He has been dismissed for 43 and replaced by Dylan Douglas at the crease.
Yes, Dylan Douglas coming into this innings with a bit of form. He's the leading run scorer in all versions of the VPL. So he has a lot of credentials to his name. He'll be looking to finish off this innings for the Lassufre Hikers. We know he has the ability to do that. With 2.3 overs remaining, basically 15 balls in this innings, they'll be looking to score at least 2 runs per ball, which will take them to at least 125. So that will be a competitive total here this afternoon. As we see a man out at deep extra cover. As Brown bows, and it's a big hit. So didn't need a lot of time really, Dylan Douglas. There's a high run smashing 6 over long on. Very good start from him. So he's off the mark, up and running. The Lassufre Hikers, their 100 is up as well. 102 for 1. Dylan Douglas on the go, Alanson.
Yeah, he got a lot of an opportunity there to free his arms, and we knew what his approach would be given the score and how many deliveries are left.
This one is outside the off stump, close to being called a wide. No signal from the umpire. Umpire Blades.
Yeah, that was a good adjustment from Atticus. And the last one was in his hitting arc. This one causing him to stretch just a little bit.
Atticus again. This one is up in the air. Who's going to take this one? Oh my goodness, it's safe. A chance to run out again. So it's all happening here at the Annisvale playing field. There it was, Dylan Douglas trying to repeat the previous maximum hit over long on, taking the edge there, and the fielder, I think it's Demba coming in from long on, gave it a very good effort, but in the end, Dylan lives to fight another day.
Yeah, I think that was Atticus' catch. You look where he ends up. He's well inside the 30-yard circle after starting off fielding at long on, which basically tells you that the bowler was a lot closer to it. But I think that with his confidence would be a bit low after he has put down a few chances. And I think that really affected what turned out to be the outcome there.
Definitely. So it's the end of the 8th over. Last of the Hikers, they're 104 for 1. Of Desron Maloney, he's been there from the start. He's on 42 from 15. Dylan Douglas, he just came to the wicket. He's on 8. It will be Kotoy again to finish off his spell. His previous over going for 13 runs. So both right-handers here will be looking to maximize this over. As Kotoy leaves us, bows to Maloney. This one is stroke out to the man there, deep extra cover for a single. So a good start from Kotoy. Bowling that one wide and turning further away.
It'll be interesting to see how he bowls to Dylan, because unlike Desron, I think Dylan off both front and back foot, he will look to go over the offside if he's too full outside that off stump, and he has no choice but to bowl on the offside. Only 3 fielders out on the leg side, no one behind square on the leg side, so if he owes too straight, really is a free hit.
As we see Kotoy again. It's a full delivery and Dylan goes down the ground. Clears the man there at long on easily in the end. Another high-run smashing 6 for Dylan Douglas. He's up and running. He's on 14 from 4. The last of the Hikers, 111 for 1.
Yes, they're in a situation here where I'm trying to look around the field and see if they had any other bowling options. Jeffrey didn't bowl in this game because it will be very difficult for Kotoy against Douglas in this over, I'm telling you.
Douglas there trying to lap that one. Comes through for a single. Makes it in the end comfortably. He's a very quick runner between the wickets. Surprising at that shot, Alonso. You now hit the man over long on there. And I think that was also in the slot as well.
Yeah,
for repeat shot.
Just a bit too much of a cheekiness there from the batsman. Had the opportunity to go down the ground again, but saw that gap behind screen on the leg side and wanted to take advantage of it. But better to go down the ground on that occasion.
Kotoy again. Maloney swinging it, making a swing at this one. A bit of turn away from the right-hander there. Umpire Byam signals a wide. So 1 more is added to the total.
Yeah, that one was a wide, definitely. It actually turned away from him, and it was already pitching quite wide. So no disagreement whatsoever with the umpire on that occasion.
It's a short delivery, and Maloney trying to hit this one over long on. He picks out Demba there, who takes an easy catch in the end. So Maloney goes for 43. The last of the Hikers, they're now 113 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. It was a short delivery in the end and in the area that he usually likes to score, but just didn't get the timing on that occasion. He has been out there for a while and it's warm. Don't know if the gloves are probably a little bit wet. You know, sometimes the moisture can cause the bat to spin just a little bit in the hand when you want to make that contact with the cross-batted shot. But good innings from him. He has been dismissed in the 40s. Started off slowly, didn't get much of a strike in the early part of the innings, but as soon as Prasad was introduced, he was able to get some momentum into his innings and also into the team's innings. And now they are 113 for 2, still 8 deliveries remaining, and they have the possibility of getting a very imposing first innings total here.
It's a good breakthrough there for the Rangers. We all know how destructive Maloney can be in these last few overs. So it's good to get that wicket. And it brings Otney Lewis at the crease. Hasn't really batted a lot in this tournament. So he'll be looking to finish well here for the last of the Hikers. Just giving them some momentum as they try to close off this innings. Kotoy, he'll have other ideas. It's a full delivery outside the off stump. There was O'Neill driving this one out to deep extra cover for a single. So he's off the mark.
Yes, all these deliveries that Qatar is bowling, if you stand on your leg stump and you leave them alone, you'll get wides. Because they're stretching really far to get into contact with these balls. Because it's the end of the innings, they really want to feel bat and ball.
It's a full delivery this time, and Douglas go over deep mid-wicket once again. So he has another high-run smashing 6 to his name. He moves on to 21. It's 120 for 2.
Yes, excellent batting. And as I said, this ploy of bowling Qatar in this over, I knew that he would struggle against Douglas in particular because of the range of shots, the options that are available to him. You know, it's very difficult, even for a spin-off Qatar's experience, to be bowling to this young man in this particular situation at this stage of the innings.
So Qatar, 2 overs, 1 for 29. His captain will be pleased with that wicket, but a bit expensive. As we see the final over being bowled, I think it's going to be Passard from the opposite end. So not a spinner, Lanson, bowling these death overs as we call them. What are your expectations?
Again, it depends on who is on strike. If Dylan Douglas gets on strike, he can struggle as well. That's my opinion. And again, because of the range of shots, they play off both front and back foot. If he looks to hit straight, then he will get a lot of runs. If he tries a lot of these fancy, dinky shots, then he wouldn't maximize the over. Of course, Lewis can hit it as well. But I think that, you know, everybody will just be healed because of the situation. 120 for 2. They will be looking to hit every ball out of the ground, really.
So Passard, 1 over for 25. We spoke earlier about his miserly bowling throughout the tournament. But this match, he has been taken to the cleaners as such. So he'll be looking to bounce back, bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. And Lewis is swinging at this one. His bat deposited somewhere in the region of square leg. So it's a dot ball at the end of the day.
Yes, and Dylan Douglas will be itching to get on strike. Will be itching to get on strike here. But this is not a bad ploy to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander in this situation.
Another big swing again. O'Neill very trying to hit the ball somewhere in the region of the double-decker stand there. Passard there just slowing it up a bit. And thankfully for the last of three hikers, they now have Dylan Douglas on strike. I'm sure they'll be more pleased with that.
Actually, the umpire called dead ball. I think what he's saying is that the shot, and if you look at the replay, we'll see what we're talking about. When he played the shot, as he went down the pitch, you will see what happens with his feet on the ball.
It's Passard again. Another slower delivery. This time O'Neill is getting some form of connection, and he gets enough on it to have it go for a high-run smashing 6. Not the most convincing, but he's a strong man, Alanson, and he got enough bat on that delivery over long on.
Yes, Anthony Lewis there. That one was full enough for him to get under. Not the length that Passard would be looking to bowl, because any of these players get full bat on it, it will travel.
Another swing again from O'Neill, missing it completely. Dylan Douglas at the other end looking very frustrated, as you would expect. That is the type of player he is. This one again, a slow delivery there from Passard. There was O'Neill just swinging for the fences, really. I think a better bet would have been to give the strike to Douglas. He has been striking the ball very well since his arrival at the wicket. So another wicket goes down for the last of three hikers. They're on a 126 for the loss of 3.
How much will this decision making in the last over come back to haunt them? Because I'm pretty sure, well, of course, we never know in cricket, but I'm pretty sure that if he had given the strike to most of these deliveries to Douglas, that the score would be higher than 126. Of course, he could have been dismissed, but based on how he's scoring, based on his nick that he's in, will this decision making come back to haunt them if the game ends up quite close this afternoon?
Well, last of three hikers will be hoping not. Alonso, as we see Andrew Thomas, the new batter, is a left-hander as well, which may have led to his promotion, really, up the order, having the left-arm spinner bowl to him. What we're seeing in this wicket also, Alonso, is a bit of tone, right? The tone has been there from since ball one, so that is something the hikers would bear in mind when they come out to bowl.
Yes, certainly Lewis and Larry Edward will be opening for them, no doubt.
Andrew swinging at this one, it's in the air, should be taken and is taken there. A bit of a collision in the end, but thankfully for the Rangers, It's another wicket down. And the last of three Hikers, they lose another wicket. It's 126 for the loss of 4. One delivery remaining. I think there's one delivery remaining if consult with my scorer. It's actually the end of the over there. So 126 for 4, the last of three Hikers, after being inserted by the Botanical Gardens Rangers. It was a strange innings really. They started off slowly, gained some momentum in the middle, but at the end they may have been looking for maybe 10 or 15 runs more than the total suggests at this point in time.
Absolutely, and after 2 overs they were 13 without loss, as we have a look at the replay of Thomas's dismissal. So they were 13 without loss at the end of 2 overs, which means that they scored 113 runs off the last 8 overs. But coming into the last over with already 100, almost 120 on the board into the last over, they would have been hoping to get at least 130 or higher and to set a bigger total for the Rangers.
Yes, so 126 for 4. We had Carter. He was run out Kotoy for 44 from 33 deliveries. Desmond Maloney caught them but bowled Kotoy 43. Dylan Douglas, he was not out on 21. Otney Lewis, he went for 7. Andrew Thomas, he only faced 1 delivery. So extras being 11 as well. 126 for the loss of 4. The last of 3 Hikers.
And in terms of the bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Primus, 1 legitimate delivery. His first delivery, I think, was a wide. And so he had to re-bowl that one. So 1 delivery, 1 run. And then Felton Nigel came off. Williams finished his over and bowled an additional over. Went for 29, took no wickets. Demba, as usual, excellent figures from him. None for 8 off his 2 overs. Excellent going. And Prasad, 2 for 31 off his 2. Atticus Brown, none for 28. And Katoy coming in for some punishment in his final over, which was the 9th of the innings. 1 for 29 off his 2 overs. 126 for 4. The last of 3 Hikers, the Rangers will need 127 to get, wasn't it?
Yes, 127. It's difficult to really predict how good a score this is. We've seen in the tournament 150 not even been a safe total. Teams getting very close as well. So at the end of the day, the last of 3 Hikers, they will have to bowl well if they are to restrict the Botanical Gardens Rangers to any score below this. And we'll see how the chase goes as we take a small break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, on fire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team pre. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lasutri Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to do 4 in a row this year. They have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, or good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And, looking forward to a very nice tournament, Cricket Always, here in VPL5, Kenroy.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to VPL5. This is a preview. We just here discussing the teams. We are hoping to have you join us during the tournament. And we look forward for a very exciting one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's have a look at the squad briefly, guys. We have Desron Maloney, captain. We have Ryan Williams, Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Otney Lewis. Mark Dale has been replaced by Jonathan Carter. I know you remember that name from the draft, but Mark Dale replaced by Jonathan Carter. Larry Edward, Jeremy Haywood, O.J. Matthews, Andre Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, Jawain Adams, and Adian Caesar. So that's the squad for the Lasutri Hypers. Now over to my exports. What do you make of this team compared to last year, the champions from last year?
Well, what I will say is that the team, it's clearly a different team. They will have different leadership in terms of their support staff. We know that the late great Irvin Morricone, he played a very vital role in this team's performance over the years. And of course, he is more than a coach to most of these players, more like a mentor as well. And I'm sure that he will be missed. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that tragedy and to see how they can put that behind them and move forward in this tournament. But the team has a lot of experience. Of course, Captain Maloney is there, and Dylan Douglas is back, Jail Walters, Otney Lewis. So a lot of the key players who have done the bulk of the heavy lifting for them in the last tournament have returned. And so it'll be interesting to see how they go around this time generally.
Well, hikers to me remain the same hikers, with only missing, as you said before, is the coach, Irvin Morricone. What will be key for them in this tournament is the way that they approach it. Morricone's style is different to Mr. Stapleton's. So a team plays as well as the coach and how well the captain needs them as well. Maloney has been leading them for a couple of tournaments, all the tournaments really. So he would have an idea as to how he wants his team to play. So that would be key for them. Their key players are still there and they are champions for 3 times in a row. So they know how to do it. So I think that they are pretty much a very good team for this tournament, and nothing much missing from them more than they need to come together as a team that they normally do.
A question the viewers might have is can we expect the same sort of dominance from the Lasutri Hikers in VPL5 that we have grown accustomed to in previous editions? Now we sat down and we came up with a best 11 for the team. Alex, I'd allow you to tell me what the bowling will look like for this team.
Well, we have unlikely 11 based on what we deem collectively to be the best 11. We had our talks before. And I will start at the number 6 position actually, where we have Otney Lewis, who has played the role of an all-rounder, especially in VPL3. And then Andre and Jeremy Haywood, the off-spinner. Larry Edward. So they have gotten Larry Edward, who is, of course, St. Lucian, Windward Islands player, left-arm spinner. And he has opened the bowling for the Rangers in previous tournaments. So we would expect that he will be joining Otney Lewis at the top to open the bowling. They have not usually used the medium-pace bowlers in that role. And so it is likely, if they go according to what they have done in the past, that Ryan Williams will bowl more in the middle and at the end. Now, Alian Caesar, who is a young bowler as well, he played for Explorers in the previous edition. It will be good to see how he goes. Young, medium pacer, tall. Will get bounce if there's bounce on the pitch.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket.
and we broke. Show me the thing that you're at. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Yes, good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back to the Annesville playing field. We're here for this match between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Last Free Hikers. This morning, the Rangers, they won the toss, elected to bowl first. Last Free Hikers, they made 126 for the loss of 4 wickets. So the Rangers would need 127 to win this game and continue on their projected path of trying to complete the round of games at the top of the tournament, the top of the table, sorry. So they're in very good form, and they'll be hoping for more of the same from the opening batters here, Alanson.
Yes, they will be looking for them to get a good start because the score is a very competitive one. 126, they will need 127, 12.7 runs and over. They cannot afford to have a very tight power play here. They cannot afford to come out of the power play with less than about 40 or 50 runs, or else they'll be in some serious trouble.
But I think with the way Andrew Fletcher has been playing so far, as long as he's there, it is unlikely that they'll come out of this power play with a paltry total. So from the Rangers' perspective, they'll be hoping for more of the same from Fletcher and Cotoy. They've given the team very good starts so far in their innings together.
Yes, and the Hikers, they'll be looking to both Larry Edward and Otney Lewis to give them a very good start in the power play. These two bowlers have been very, very economical throughout their VPL stints. And not just in this edition, of course, in all of them. And so they'll be looking to them to put some pressure on the batsmen early so that the total will seem to be even more than the 127 that they need to get.
Very much so, Alanson. I think wickets are important, all the wickets. We saw in the last game that the Rangers played, they struggled really after losing Fletcher and the top order. They struggled to make that 95, that chase of 95. They lost actually 6 wickets. So something that the Hikers will want to re-emphasize to their bowlers, as we see Cotoy just walking this one out to square leg, and he's off the mark. The Rangers are off the mark. So in their pursuit of 127, they are off the mark with a single out to square leg. As Fletcher, the leading run scorer in the tournament, he's now in strike. What can we expect from Andrew Fletcher in this innings, Alanson?
Well, I think against Larry, he will show him a little bit of respect, of course, I think. But he will still be looking to score as quickly as possible to get his team off to that brisk start that he has been giving them in the last few games in particular.
So, Larry Edward, leaving us here at the commentary box end. Good delivery there, just holding back that one, a slower delivery. Fletcher there, looking for a bit of pace on that delivery. So it was well bowled there by Larry Edward, and he will need to do that if he's really going to contain Andrew Fletcher in this mood.
I'm telling you, Fletcher will not be getting much pace from Larry Edward. Another slow one there, you saw it?
Yes. So he's bowling these deliveries very slowly, so Fletcher will have to adapt to these deliveries. Good start so far. Bit of tone there as well, as we have seen in the bowling innings of the Rangers as well. Not a good delivery. Just pushing that one through a bit. Fletcher looking to cut that one over through backward point. Picking out Jonathan Carter there. So no run added to the total. Still one without loss. Not a good delivery. Not giving him that much room to work with there, Alanson.
Yes, excellent bowling here from Larry Edward. Good line, good length. And his pace has also been key. Not putting too much pace on delivery for the batsman to hit him on the up through the line.
Excellent over indeed. It's one of the better overs we've seen in the tournament. Just one run coming from it. Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are looking to score 127. At the end of one over, they are one without loss. Alanson.
Yes, and I said this quite early in the piece. I don't remember if I said it on air or off air, but I think in this opening partnership against these two bowlers, the right-hander needs to face more of the off-spinner and the left-hander face more of the left-arm spinner. That's my personal opinion. If they want to maximize the power play, that's how they have to go.
Very good.
Not that in another case it will be different, but for these two players, I think that is how it has to go.
Well, for one, both of these spinners have been amongst the most economical in the tournament as well, even though they're opening the bowling and bowling in the power play. So it tells me that they're doing something right in terms of their changes of pace. In the case of Otney Lewis, he gets the ball to bounce as well, a bit of tone. Doesn't really give the batter a lot of room to work with. So he'll be looking forward to this matchup against Kotoy. This one, he's just jogging it really, not coming on to the bat there. Goes down to the man there at long on, so he's off the mark as well, Kotoy.
Kotoy is a good player of spin, and I don't think he would mind facing either of these two bowlers, but I think Fletcher will definitely prefer to face the off spinner. But Otney Lewis will be looking to dismiss him here because, as you mentioned before, when these two were dismissed in the last game, the Botanical Gardens Rangers struggled a bit to get to that total, which was much smaller than this one.
So Fletcher it is, be facing up to Lewis. This one, he's walking it nicely past the man that shot, fine leg for a well-deserved Hirun smashing four. So it's a delivery on the line of the leg stump really. It was somewhat of a free hit for Andre Fletcher. He just innovated a bit, got it past the man that shot, fine leg, and he gets himself his first boundary. It's 6 without loss.
Yes. O-ring in line there was Otney Lewis. And without any fielder behind square on the onside, on the boundary, that was an easy pickings for Andrew Fletcher.
So there's a long on, there's a man at deep mid-wicket as well. Those are the two fielders out. Remember, we're still in the power play here. As Lewis again looking to rebound from that boundary. Another short delivery and it plays. It's identical really. It's a delivery on the line of the leg stump. And there was Fletcher just tugging that one really for another Hirun smashing four.
Yeah, he needs to change his line here. He needs to make an adjustment very quickly to his line because that, in essence, is too easy for Fletcher. He's extremely strong off his pads, and when the ball turned in that direction anyway, and without the extra protection that you would have outside of the power play, it's really, really playing into his hands.
I think we're going to see a change in feel. Just surprising, really. I just think that the bowler just needed to adjust his line. Those are basically 2 free hits, if you ask me. So let's see how he goes again.
Agreed.
This one is powered down to long on. Well stopped there on the boundary. I think it's Larry Edward. And that's a chance for a run out here. Oh my goodness. Otney Lewis there, fumbling a bit. Andrew Fletcher never had thoughts of getting a second there. Kotoy running like a madman really. But in the end, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, it ends well because Otney didn't take that cleanly, but that was brilliant feeling there on the boundary by Larry Edward. He's a gun fielder, and he's proving that on that occasion, and he has proven it in the past as well in the VPL.
That's the type of feeling that hikers are renowned for as well. They're good feeling side. The total that they had, the score really is not really that extraordinary total, so they will really need to feel well, take their catches whenever they come along, in order to put more pressure on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. As we umpires seem to be checking to see that feeling effort. I think it was good.
Yeah, he kept himself in the boundary and he released the ball early anyway. So even if he had gone over, he was safe.
So it is Kotoy. He's up and running again. Spent a bit of time on the deck. As Lewis. It's a slow delivery. He's hitting it out to long on. Oh my, it's a good chance there. A good effort on the boundary. Didn't really connect with it as well as he would have liked there, Kotoy. Feel out there, long on, came around. Couldn't effect a catch. So it's a Hirun smashing 6 there for Kieran Kotoy, the first of the innings.
Yeah, based on the replay there, he was looking to hit that a little bit square around the mid-wicket region on the onside, but it spliced off the bat and went down the ground.
This one is hit. It's a better shot, really. A magnificent shot over long on from Kotoy. You mentioned he's a good player of spin, and this time he's hitting it over long on for another Hirun smashing 6. He moves on to 14. It's now 23 without loss.
Yes, and when Otney looks back at this over, he went for 4 boundaries. 2 sixes and 2 fours, and he'll have to blame nobody but himself. The first 2 boundaries of Fletcher, the line was poor, and on this occasion, the length was the issue. Although on the last one, you may say, well, Qatar used his feet and got to the pitch, which was very good batting, but I don't think that that's the length that you would usually expect from Otney.
Indeed so. So what we have seen so far, 2 of the more economical bowlers in the tournament in the form of Passard when the Rangers bowled, and now Otney Lewis went for a bit of runs. So it just goes to show the uncertain nature of cricket really. Today you can be very economical. Tomorrow you can go all over the park. As Larry Edward, he'll be looking to replicate his first over. It's a good delivery again, just cramping Fletcher for room, a chance for a run out. Fielder there, not taking a chance. Throw it to his wicket keeper. So another single to Fletcher. So it's a good start to Fletcher specifically. He's on 10 from 9. That's the type of strike rate that we have seen from him in the tournament so far.
Yes, and if Larry Edward can dismiss Qatar here, that would be a massive wicket. I think Qatar will be going after the spinners, especially since he has noticed Fletcher's strike rate is down. They still need another 100 odd runs.
There's a shortish delivery there, just taking all the pace off that delivery. That's been a very effective delivery so far from Larry.
Yes, using all his experience. Like Demba, he's a Windward Islands spinner. Plays at the first class level and showing that as he comes down to this level.
Qatar is using his feet, taking the outer portion of the bat. Should be taken, is taken there. I think it's Ryan Williams. Takes a very good catch there. So Qatar loses his wicket, and Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are now 24 for 1. Very good bowling from Larry Edward so far, Alanson.
Excellent stuff by Edward. Excellent stuff. And this is top class from Larry Edward. Qatar, as we said, will be going after him because of the fact that Fletcher's strike rate was down. So said, so done. But he was not able to execute. He was there, he turned his bat, was looking to the mid-wicket area, and his bat turned a little bit early, and that one was just a straighter one that looped across him. And intelligent thinking and execution there by Larry Edward.
I think so far he just hasn't given the batters any sort of pace to work with really, especially with the new ball. He's not firing in the deliveries, he's just varying his pace nicely, and that is good to see from a spinner, especially in the power play.
Indeed, indeed. As Wayne Harper comes out to replace Katoy, there was talk about him that they're not sure to show where he would bat based on his injury from yesterday. But he comes out at number 3, which is where he has batted most of the time for them in the past, in previous editions as well.
Yes, Wayne Harper, the man from Caratal Village in Georgetown, hasn't really set the tournament on fire really with his batting performances, but he will be looking to get a score under his belt here, especially at the back end of the tournament. As Edward again, good delivery, just coming in with the arm there. Good start.
Yes, he had a very good VPL4 when they got to the finals. But this tournament, he hasn't really set the tournament alight just yet. And they'll be hoping for him to come off because he's one of the more dependable players. They have some more dynamic players, but he's a dependable batsman.
This one again, just coming in with the arm again. Good bowling here from Larry Edward. One delivery remaining in spell, and I think this has all the makings of the most economical spell in the tournament, Alanson. 1 for 2 so far.
Yes, and Harper will be well advised to defend this one unless it's a poor delivery.
Swinging this one, not making the type of connection needed. You were mentioning we will just try and keep him out. But thankfully for Harper and the Botanical Garden Rangers, he just managed to get it out to square leg. So at the end of the third over, it's 24 for 1. A brilliant spell there by Larry Edward.
Yes, Larry Edward putting up his hand for the 3, the Mr. Economy. Very economical spell, only going at 1 run per over. 2 overs, 1 for 2. And when you're defending a target of 127, that is magnificent bowling.
It is indeed. So the required run rate at the start of the innings was 12.7. It's now over 14. It's now 14 runs per over, so that they have managed to just push that required run rate up a bit. As O'Neill again coming into his second over this time. And a short delivery, and Fletcher is just pulling it again. Identical to the previous two high-run smashing fours we have seen from Andrew Fletcher. O'Neill Lewis here not having a very good day in the field.
Yes, line again. The length wasn't as bad as the length you expect from him. He's a tall bowler. But the line, very bad line. Look at where that is going. That's going down the leg side. No protection there behind square. And that really was asking for some punishment, and it got it.
I'm wondering if the fact that it's predominantly a leg side field here, Lanson, that is forcing him to try and be as straight as possible. I personally think that looking at Andrew Fletcher throughout the tournament, most of his sixes and boundaries have been on the leg side. So I would like to see how well he does through the offside. So personally, I will put a man back on the offside boundary and bowl outside the off stump.
And it's not just this tournament, it's looking at Andrew Fletcher throughout his career.
This one is hit again in that vicinity we spoke about earlier, Alanson, for another high-run smashing six, really. It was effortless. A delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump, and there was Andrew Fletcher just hitting that one over deep mid-wicket for another six. He moves on to 20. It's 34 for 1.
They really need to get O'Neill to adjust this line. And as you said before, the field set being a 5-4 field but favouring the onside may actually be causing him to bowl this straight.
This one again, he's tugging it. Delivery outside the off stump. He's tugging it down to long on for a single. So a good result there for O'Neill Lewis, considering what has gone before. It's 35 for 1. Botanical Garden Rangers, they're chasing a total of 127, set by the Lasso-Free Hikers.
Yes, so Harper will be facing up his Flo Ratcliffe teammate from the local competition here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They used to play for the same team. So they should be very familiar with each other.
Another straight delivery there from O'Neill. I think he'll feel more comfortable bowling to Harper. Harper doing what he does best in terms of looking for the singles. I think that should be his role in this team, really. Someone to just bat through the innings, walk the ball into gaps, form partnerships with the likes of Cotoy and Fletcher, Primus and these power hitters. He's a good foil for these batters.
Yes, and he can get the ball over the boundary when it's necessary as well.
Another shortish delivery there, getting away there with murder, as they would say. Fletcher would feel that he would have missed out on that delivery.
He did, because that's the same line that we are talking about. You know, I think they really need to change the field. Put one more on the offside and get him to bowl wider outside the off stump. Will they do that? Only one delivery left.
There's another jab down long on as well. That delivery just racing to the field out there at long on. So a good end to the over for O'Neill. It still goes for 13. His spell, none for 35 from 2. At the end of the fourth over, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 37 for 1. They need a further 15 runs per over if they are to overhaul this total of 127. As we'll head down now to Benava, she's somewhere in the crowd with a fan. Okay, we'll get back to Benava in a while. Seem to be having some technical difficulties there. Just bear with us. As Andre Hunt, he's into the attack. Left arm spinner. I don't think he has the type of change of pace that Larry Edward has in his armory. But nevertheless, he's very consistent. He bowls a straightish line, and he will need that, especially against Andrew Fletcher, who has not really taken the world by storm so far in this innings. He will look to branch off at some point in time. Could this be the over for Andrew Fletcher?
Well, Andre Hunt, he does have the change of pace, but it's a change of pace up and not down. Will that play into Fletcher's hands, or will that work for Andre Hunt on this occasion?
He's using his feet here. Fletcher is up in the air. Should be caught at point. Yes, indeed. It was a good delivery there. Fletcher just using his feet, trying to hit that one over long off, taking the outer portion of the bat. Easy catch there in the end. So Andre Hunt, he gets a wicket with his first delivery. And the Botanical Garden Rangers, they lose their second. They're 37 for 2, 4.1 overs.
And once the left arm spin is bowling to Fletcher, you could always see that they're always in that chance, because if you look at the way that his bat swung through that line, even though he might tell you, well, he was going down to hit it over the offside, his bat is still cross-cutting the line of the delivery. So the swing does not go through the line of the ball. So any time there is any little delay in terms of his timing for the shot, then he's obviously going to top edge it.
I think that delivery just turned a bit. I think that is what defeated Fletcher there. He just had a bit of turn, which we have seen all day from the spinners. So it was good. It was a good delivery there from Hunt. He'll be pleased with that. Getting rid of the batter with the most runs in the tournament so far, the Sanders blue cap holder, Andrew Fletcher, the Spice Man. So the new batter is now Ravindra Prasad. Hasn't batted a lot in the tournament. So he'll be looking to get a score under his belt, especially since we're now into the business end of the tournament, really.
Yeah, he has played some cameos in the tournament so far, hit a few boundaries when he has come to bat, but hasn't really been there for a long time, more for a good time.
It's a good delivery there from Hunt. So a left arm spinner to a left arm spinner in terms of both of them are left arm spinners. So Prasad, he'll know exactly what is coming down to him. It's a foolish delivery. He's just stroking this one down to Douglas on the long on boundary, so he's off the mark.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that he hasn't batted for any long innings so far in the tournament, Prasad. But today he has the opportunity. He has come in with his team 37 for 2 actually at the fall of the wicket, and they need another 89 runs, so opportunity for him to play a longer innings.
This one is hit high. Douglas is under it. And as you mentioned, Alonso, you were so confident, and so are all the Lasso-Free Hiker supporters. From the time they saw Douglas under that one, they know that he's a safe fielder. So another catch to him. It was a relatively poor shot there from Harper, who didn't really play himself in, gave himself the chance to really get a feel of the wicket, trying to hit that one out of the ground, taking the top edge, and a good catch from Douglas. So Harper, he goes, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're now 38 for the loss of 3.
Yes, although it's T10 cricket, you still have to know your strengths. And Wayne Harper we would say he's an orthodox player, and he's also not, although he can hit the ball over the boundary with timing, he doesn't have the power of some of these other players. So he should be waiting on the ball to be right where he wants it before he goes for a shot like that. Really would have served him better just punch it down to long on for the single and give the strike over to Prasad. Rebuild after they had just lost a wicket in the previous over, earlier in this over, and just knock it around a little bit, maybe just for 3 or 4 deliveries. It can't take too long, of course, because they're in pursuit of a big target. But just get themselves in the wicket, because what we have seen here in these games is that when you're in, it is very difficult to stop you once you're a good player on these wickets.
Indeed, so Andrew Hunt, 2 for 1 so far, so a good over. And I have to take back my words, Alan. So we were speaking about him not changing his pace that much, but that was actually a flighted delivery there from Hunt. Got a bit of tone as well.
Yeah, he's showing his experience. Has done a lot of bowling over his career. Was a seam bowler before, and now he's bowling left arm spin, and he's showing his experience here. Just knowing what the batsman is trying to do, and of course coming up with his plan to counter that.
Well, Primus is in the wicket. We're wondering how fit is he really? Only bowled 1 legitimate delivery in his bowling spell. Seemed to be carrying a niggle. So it will be interesting to see how he goes here in terms of the bat. This delivery just coming in with the arm once again. So good start, good bowling.
And he has batted at number 3 so far in the competition. And I think that he was told probably that he couldn't come higher than 5 because he went off quite early in that innings. So they may have been restricted as far as that is concerned.
Short delivery, hitting that one back like a chaser bullet, really. Andre Hunt there, reluctantly putting his arm up there. But I don't think he had any chance, really. I think that would have taken his arm to the boundary as well. So another high run. That was really a smashing 4 there if there ever was one. So 4 for Primus. It's 42 for 3, Alanson.
Yeah, that ball was not hit. It was abused to the straight boundary. That one
abused indeed. As the end of the over, 5 overs completed. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're 42 for 3. They need 85 from 36 deliveries, yes. So required run rate of 17. So yes, we're now going to go down to Benava, Miss Benava Brown, for an interview in the stands.
It's an exciting day at VPL, and I'm here with one of our most loyal fans. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
How is the match looking?
How is my match?
The match looking?
Oh, it's looking good, but it's not in my favor.
Which team are you backing today?
I'm backing Botanical Garden Rangers because my son is playing for Rangers. So last year he was backing Hikers, but...
So do you want to big up your son?
Sure, I want to big up LeBron Douglas. He's an under-15 Windward Island player. He's the youngest in the competition to play, so I want to big him up. I'm here, Mommy's here to support you, so big up yourself.
You're here every year as a loyal fan of VPL. What's the vibes like at VPL?
It's very good. If you're not at VPL, you're nowhere. Trust me.
Well, thank you so much for doing the interview, and I look forward to seeing you at many more matches. Anyone else you want to say hi to?
Okay, I want to say hi to my musty crew. I want to say hi to Slater, Frank, Nicole, Karen, Aini, Lavon, and Faye. Big up yourself. Nikki is at VPL, aka Spice is at VPL.
Thank you very much. It's vibes here.
As we're greeted with a high-run smashing 4 there from Passard, the first delivery there from Ryan Williams, the new bowler. Right arm seamer from the Beckway end. Full toss, and there was Passard just walking it on to the leg side and beating him on there at deep mid-wicket for a high-run smashing 4.
Yes, they have an interesting feel. There's no one behind square on the onside, behind, on the boundary. So it's an interesting feel. They do have the third man, they do have the sweeper cover, and the man at long off, which suggests that he should be pushing the ball across the batsman, getting it to go outside the off stump.
This one again, he's using his feet here, Passard, to Ryan Williams. Tell us a bit about Ryan Williams, Alanson.
Yeah, he has played in quite a few editions of the VPL. He had a stint in Australia as a young fast bowler to work on a few things. He did play some league cricket there. Came back, didn't set the first VPL alight. Well, a lot of persons were looking for him to do better then. But when he went over to the Explorers, he started bowling quite well, and they used him in this position, bowling at the end and in the middle overs, and he proved to do quite well in those cases.
Yes. He seemed to be a strong fella, strong bowler. Good run-up as well. And as you mentioned, he tends to come into the back end of the innings, in the death overs, really. And has bowled well so far in the tournament, has been very impressive, I must say. So he's halfway into his first over. He's gone for that boundary so far. Passard will be looking to get another boundary. There are 81 runs needed from 27 deliveries. A short delivery, just tugging this one down to long on, Passard. Not getting the type of timing that he's looking for. Gets a single. 47 for free. How do you see this one going, Alanson?
Well, at the moment, it's in favor of the Lasso-Free Hikers, without a doubt, 80 from 26 deliveries. But it's not impossible for them to get it, especially with Primus there. But I think if he is dismissed, they will think that they have won this game.
Very much so. We saw a power-packed innings from him 2 matches ago. Garnos will be looking for more of this. He's drive this one through extra cover, and it's dropped. Maloney there. For a while, the crowd also thought it was taken. But let's have a look at the replay here. It was struck powerfully, a full toss outside the off stump. Primus drives. Maloney had it for a second. Just spilled it in the end. How big an opportunity that was for the Lasso-Free Hikers. This one is driving this one powerfully again through the offside. Good stop on the boundary out there. I'm sure the umpires will want to check to see if the fielder there had his feet on the rope.
It looks like Jeremy Haywood.
Jeremy Haywood on the extra cover boundary. Umpires seem to be satisfied. So it's the end of the over. It's 48 for free. Passard is on 6. Primus is on 5. As the umpire is now getting confirmation from the third umpire. So yes, we could see that clearly now. The fielder's boot there on the rope. So it's a boundary there for Primus to end that over. At the end of it, it's 51 for free. So Primus is on 8 and Passard is on 6.
Yeah, that was an interesting bit of feeling. Initially, he seemed to be taking it quite casually, that he could have, gotten it well within the boundary. I think when he was coming around, if he knew he had to dive, I think he should have tried to cut the angle just a little bit so that if he rolled, his feet will still be on the inside. But it's these are things that you think about in hindsight after they have been after they have occurred, really.
One thing about Primus, whenever he hits them, Alan, so they hit as Hunt into his second over. He's hitting it one straight, 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Prasad. We're seeing his power coming through there. There's a flighted delivery from Hunt, and Prasad, he went over long on and got himself a high run smashing 6.
Yes, and what we need to remember is that both these players can hit the ball. Primus, we all know about him, because of his CPL and everything like that, but Prasad has already shown that he can hit the ball quite nicely as well.
Hunt again, and it's another big hit over deep mid wicket. One hitting the Super 6 sign there. It was indeed a Super 6 from Ravindra Prasad. So he goes 6-6 in this over. Score moves on to 63 for 3. Prasad is on the go.
Yeah, so the Hikers now have to be very careful here. I think in the last over we saw that catch going down by Captain Maloney, and he spoke about that when they had the toss. Not just in this game, but in previous game, and he spoke about the feeling and so on. And you saw the disappointment from him. Will that come back to haunt them at the end of this game? Left to be seen.
So after bowling a brilliant first over, really, Andre Hunt been taken to the cleaners a bit here. He will want to bounce back in this over. Still 4 deliveries remaining as he comes in again to Prasad. Another flighted delivery, sweeping this one. To the right of this run, comes around. Feels nicely. You could hear the last of free hiker supporters in the back there applauding his efforts.
And you saw the difference there. Maloney, because he knew he may have to dive, he took a step or two off the boundary as he was coming around. So that when he rolls, then he will be well inside the boundary. You don't have to worry about his feet tipping over the line.
Interesting to see how Primus goes here. Flighted delivery, and he's hitting this one again. My goodness gracious. I think umpire Bayam will have to send for some form of protection here, Lanson.
But that's the hardest I've ever seen a ball hit in a very long time. That ball was hit. We talked about abuse in the last over when he hit one straight, but this one has absolutely been murdered down the ground.
Yeah. Hits the ball very hard here, Primus. I think Andre Hunt has to be very careful here. If he keeps flighting these deliveries up like that, we have seen the power of Primus in this tournament so far. And as we see the replay again, that was just smashed, really. Hunt putting up his right hand. I don't know why. I'm sure he's going to need that right hand at some point in the future.
I think he was looking to see if his hand was still there.
Shortest delivery here. Was hiding that one, as they would say. Doesn't want to get in the hitting arc here of Primus. We have seen the power he possesses so far.
Yeah, he almost took out his non-striker yesterday. Harper.
A short delivery. Hitting this one over long on. Another high run, cracking 6 there from Primus. He's up and running. He's on 18 from 6 deliveries. The Botanical Garden Rangers now getting some sort of momentum into their innings. They're 75 for the loss of 3. Alanson.
Yeah, I think the power of Primus has put a bit of fear into the Hikers bowlers. He has, I don't know how to really describe it, but some of the hits that other batsmen hit are going further. But the rate at which the ball is coming to you when you're feeling when he's batting.
Another massive hit over long on again. My goodness, Alanson. I think we are in danger here in the commentary box. We are directly above the bowlers. And that one for a moment they had me shifting a bit to the right there, Alanson.
And that is what I'm saying. Even though some of the hits are going further, the ball takes about a second and a half from his bat to the boundary. And over the boundary, same thing.
Another high run smashing 6 there from the bat of Primus. His 4th of the over. It's not a big crowd here today, Alanson, but they're enjoying the proceedings here today. A lot of fans scattered all over the ground, really. We see persons in the Frank Thomas stand. But the party vibe seems to be in the Michael Finley stand.
Yes, and with that over, bowled there by Hunt, after he bowled a very good first over, that over with 4 sixes and a 4, it has really brought the Botanical Gardens Rangers back into contention in this match. They now need a run rate of 15.33 after looking really down and out just even an over ago.
It goes back to what you were saying about 2 overs ago, Alonso, in terms of whenever a batter gets set in this tournament. It's difficult for you to really stop them. So it's about giving yourself that chance whenever you just arrive at the wicket. Just give yourself a couple of deliveries. Even though it's T10 cricket you're playing, give yourself a couple of deliveries just to get acclimatized to the conditions. And whenever you're able to do that, then you should branch off and scoring becomes easier.
Absolutely, absolutely. 100%. As we see a change in bowling, it looks like O.J. Matthews is coming into the bowling. Young off spinner.
It's a difficult situation for him to come into Alanson.
Extremely difficult. But he's a confident young man. Not too flustered by the situations.
Short delivery and he's pulling this one. Not timing it as well as he would like. And he's taken there on a deep mid-wicket boundary. So another wicket goes. A short delivery there from O.J. Matthews. But that did the trick. As Ravindra Prasad, he goes for 19. The Botanical Garden Rangers, they're now 81 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, as I said, he's a confident young man, and that one was a lot quicker than his average delivery. Look at that. Into the pitch, hard, and the timing was not there at all for Ravi. And he's dismissed. Massive wicket there taken by the Hikers. They are now back in contention again, as we see the imposing figure of Ronnie Jeffrey coming out to the wicket. So they keep coming here in terms of these big hitters. Osnet.
Imposing indeed. He'll be looking to impose himself on the Hikers this afternoon. Still need a 46 from 17 deliveries. I just think that at the start of his innings here, Alanson, it would be wise for him to just give the strike to Primus. He's the man in form. He's the man striking the ball very well.
That should be his role. And after he's faced about maybe a handful of deliveries and he feels like he knows how the wicket is playing, then he himself can join the party. But I'm sure Primus will be telling him the same thing. Just knock it, give me a single, and I will try to take down the bowling for the time being.
Take down the bowling indeed, as we've seen from him so far. Some brutal hits really from Primus. So Jeffrey, he's there. Hasn't faced a delivery as yet. O.J. Matthews getting a wicket with his first delivery. That will give him some confidence going into his bowling spell. As you mentioned before, he's a confident player, Alanson. So there's a man at deep extra cover, short third man, backward point, cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a man at short fine leg.
So he's
deliveries outside the off stump, just skidding through. Getting a bit of bounce as well. He's a reasonably tall man. This is pull, a big hit. The force from Jeffrey. It was a shortish delivery there, and he just pulled that one over deep mid wicket for another high run smashing 6. He's off the mark. The score moves on to 87 for the loss of 4.
Yes, OJ has to be careful here. That length, because he's bowling that flat ball, it's not going to turn. So they know they can just hit through it. So if that length remains where he can get on it and he's not trying to spin the ball, then that would be problematic. So I think he should try to spin these deliveries.
Matthews again. Another short delivery is pulling, top edge, and he's caught by wicketkeeper. An anticlimax there from Jeffrey. Previous delivery, he deposited it over a deep square leg for a massive 6. This time around, just taking the top edge really, and an easy catch there for the wicketkeeper. So another wicket goes for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're now 87 for 5. 2 wickets in this over for O.J. Matthews.
This one, he bowled it a little bit wider, so he had to tug it more from outside off stump. So the smart thinking there by the young man. And I really think that on that occasion, although Jeffrey had gotten the last one for 6, he really should still have been thinking, give the strike over to Primus.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this over, as we see Demba, an experienced cricketer, handy batter as well, bowled very well with the ball, so he'll be looking to just take some of that confidence from his bowling effort into his batting. And a man of his experience would know what to do in this situation, hopefully, for the Botanical Gardens Rangers' sake.
Yes, but as we are speaking here now, the Hikers, they have taken a few wickets and they have really brought themselves at this moment, and this delivery will actually say that they are now ahead of the game. As the game is poised right now, I mean, a few hits can change it again, but At the moment, they are really ahead of the game due to those wickets.
Wickets would always slow down the opposition, Alanson. This one is working it nicely, as expected. Tough experience there, just giving the strike to Primus. As you can see, Primus is not the most mobile at this point in time. Still nursing a bit of an injury. Maybe that explains why he's just trying to hit everything out of the park. And thankfully for Botanical Rangers, so far, that has actually come off, paid off.
I tell you one thing, if this young man, Matthews, outs Primus now.
So he's driving at it. Driving at that one, taking the outside edge. A good end to the over there. A good over from Matthews. He got 2 for 7 in that over. At the end of the 8th over, the 88 for 5 Botanical Gardens Rangers. They needed for the 39 from 12 deliveries. A required run rate of 19.5.
Yes, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, 88 for 5, as you just said. The Hikers were at a similar position after the 8th over, but they had a very big 9th over when Kotoy went for a lot of runs. This needs to be a big over as well for the Botanical Gardens Rangers if they are to win this game. And they have brought Ryan Williams into the bowling. He's coming back now from the opposite end. He bowled from the backway end previously. And so he will have the responsibility of bowling the penultimate over for his team.
Any takers on the last over, Alanson? That's something we always need to discuss. You see Carter here, he hasn't bowled the over.
Well, if we are to go with what they have been doing thus far, it seems likely that it will be him. I'm not too sure what his confidence will be like after what happened yesterday, where he was struck for 30. There's also the option of Douglas. There's Haywood, who hasn't bowled yet. There are a few of them who can bowl, but it's just a matter of the captain making that decision next over.
As Williams switching ends, let's see how he goes from this end. Bowling to Demba. He's swinging at this one, Demba. I think it'd be best advised to just take a single. There are a lot of opportunities there for singles in the circle, and have Rishon Primus on strike.
Yes, that would be the better cricket to do. 39 needed off 11. It's a massive required rate. You don't want to have Primus there at the other end, 24 of 8 deliveries not getting the strike.
Indeed so. So the 11 deliveries remaining in this innings. I think if Rangers are to win, they will need to get Primus facing at least 7 or 8 of these deliveries.
Yeah, and you could see there he doesn't really just skip through that single. So he's definitely in some pain. He had to abort his first over when he was bowling. And he's not running at all, really. He's just hobbling through the crease. So some concern there for the Rangers, because if it's a serious injury for him, it can affect their chances going forward in the tournament.
It will definitely be a big miss for them. Hopefully he's able to recover in time. But you know what they say about a limping batsman? We know the likes of Christopher Henry Gale, Garner Greenwich, quite dangerous whenever they are injured. So Primus will be hoping that he can replicate such actions.
Let's beat that ball, Gordon.
This one is tugged down to the man there at long on. Doesn't take the single there, Primus. Mentioned that he's not the most mobile so far in terms of his injury. So as we mentioned, it's a very loud crowd here. It's not the biggest crowd that we have had. We've had bigger crowds, especially over the weekend. But they know their cricket here at the Annisville playing field. And you're hearing advice being thrown left, right, and center here, Alanson.
Yes, if you listen to them, you'll be confused because you're getting a lot of conflicting instructions from the crowd.
It's Williams again. Bowls. This one is hitting over long off for a massive 6 again. Flat. That has been the mode of operation so far from Primus. These 6s have just gone flat and at a pace, really. Williams there just missing his length a bit. And Primus just cracked that one over long off for another high-run smashing 6. 95 for 5.
Yeah, I think the man whose heart might be beating the fastest on the field right now might be umpire Afron Bayam. The way that these balls are coming back straight.
As Williams again. Bowls. This one is, got the length there. I think just the line that ball has moved away slightly from the angle that he's bowling around the wicket. So a dot ball there, which is like goal in this situation. 95 for 5, 1 delivery remaining in the 9th over. So he will definitely need to be on strike for the next over. So it will be interesting to see how he goes here. Should he go for a maximum or take a single?
I think he has to try to clear the fence. If he gets it in his area, he has to try to clear the fence and hope that Demba will put him back on strike.
This one is driven nicely. The man there deep, extra cover comes around, Larry Edward. Feels nicely and limits the batter there to a single. So he'll be facing the next over, the final over of the innings. They would need 31, so we definitely need some fireworks in this last over, Alanson.
Yes, and it seems as if, is it Jeremy here who's going to bowl it? No, he passes the umpire. Who will bowl this over? Big decisions here to be made. OJ may continue this last over. Let's wait and see. Yes, OJ Matthews, he will bowl this last over. He bowled a very good over previously.
It's somewhat of a risk, Alonso, don't you think? I don't think he bowled any delivery at Primus in the previous over. But as you mentioned, he's a cricketer with a big heart and has confidence in his abilities. So it's good to see that the captain has that type of faith and trust in his abilities.
I like this, actually. I think if the Rangers go on to lose this game, I think they will look back at some of the last couple of overs or so, that the lack of strike to Primus when he was on good hitting form. I think that is where they would have to think back. But OJ Matthews, all he needs to do is ensure that he doesn't go over the boundary on more than 4 occasions.
Let's see how this goes. This one is hit for a big 6. So in the mind of Primus here, he'll be taking off at least 5 sixes in this over. That's one. Was a delivery on the line of the arm stump, and he just went with it straight over the bowler's head for another high-run smashing 6. It's 31 from 12 Primus, 96 for the loss of 5.
Let me tell you something here, as Osnet. I said it in the last over. The young man needs to try to bowl off spin. At the moment, he's bowling flat deliveries, quick deliveries. If he continues like that, he will be deposited time and time again. He needs to slow it up and see if he can defeat him. Remember that at the moment, Primus's mobility is limited because he has an injury. So bowling quickly is actually helping him to get timing on the ball.
Definitely well said there. I think it will be something along that line. Hopefully that was said to him by Captain Maloney, and we see the experienced Larry Edward as well. Let's see how he goes. Second delivery coming up. Oh my, got away there with more, I would say. It was a shortish delivery again, and Primus looking to power that one over the offside, not making the type of contact that was needed. So, a good result there for OJ Matthews and the last of three hikers.
Absolutely.
That one is hit again for a big hit. A massive 6 really over the Comanche box. My goodness, that's a 130-meter monster there, Lanson.
That's the biggest hit I've ever seen at this ground. And I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of cricket here, but that is absolutely massive.
I think those persons in that administrative building, they're in danger as well whenever Primus is on strike.
And also the vehicles behind.
Very much so. So once again, that length, that short of a length from Matthews really, it's really playing into the hitting arc of Primus here at the Annesville playing field. They need a further 19 runs from 3 deliveries. So 3 sixes here would actually get us a super over. So it's still within the grasp of the last of 3 hikers. Matthews just need to bowl a delivery that doesn't go for 6.
Yes.
And at the same time, not bowl a no ball or wide.
Yeah, that will be a cardinal sin for the young man if he bowls an extra delivery. I think that he just needs to keep his composure. As I said before, they need to tell him to try to slow the ball down just a little bit. The speed that he's bowling with, once it's within Primus's reach, he will get good contact on it. And so he needs to slow it down just a little bit. The pitch has been taking some punches. It will turn. And we have seen him bowl deliveries that turn. So he can turn the ball. So I think that he needs to depend on that for at least, well, maybe 1 or 2 of these deliveries that he has left.
Yes, another mid-pitch conference there from Captain Maloney, Larry Edward, coming all the way from deep mid-wicket. Let's see how he goes with this one. A Rambo-like performance here from Primus. Really the lone man trying to take down the hikers here. That's a full toss. Got away with it. OJ Matthews, and I must say, at the end of the day, it's a good delivery. It's a good result here for Lassofrey Hikers.
Yes, and the Hikers will end up winning this game. And if you notice, that one was not as quick as all the others. That one was a bit slower, a bit more loopy. Ended up being over pitch, but at least he got the desired result.
Desired result indeed. As we mentioned, as long as one of these balls doesn't go for a 6 or a 4, the Hikers would be pretty pleased, and we saw that for 2 deliveries in this over. So Matthews will be looking to finish this one again. A good delivery there. Slower, as we've been calling for from the beginning of the over there, Malanson.
Absolutely. So now the final delivery, they need 19 runs. Statistically impossible, except for maybe 2 overs of no balls. 3 overs of no balls.
That's another big hit again. So he finishes off with a bang. Unfortunately for the Rangers, it's not enough as they fall to the Lassofrey Hikers here by 12 runs. So it's the end of the game. Roshan Primus, he played a lone hand, but just going to get his team across the line here, Alanson.
Yeah, it was some clean hitting by him. And it really calls into question some of the decision making in some of the previous overs. You can't have a man who, first of all, you know his quality. He has played at higher levels, and you have seen what he can do. And he has shown already in the innings that he's hitting the ball very nicely. As soon as you come out to bat, you give the man the strike.
Definitely. So they will look back at that Botanical Garden Rangers. That's something that they need to be mindful of as they move through the business end of this tournament. So it was a good match. The Lassofrey Hikers, after being inserted to bat, they made 126 for the loss of 4. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they fell short by 12. We'll have a summary of the match in a while.
Yeah, if you could get back the summary up on the screen. Summary from the game. Also, this was a very close game. This was a very close game between the two sides. And at the end of it all, just a few runs short, 12 runs short. It ended up being closer than we thought it would be. And really and truly there, when Primus started hitting the ball in the 7th or 8th over, it really probably sent some shudders down the spines of the Hikers players and fans.
Yes, but as we mentioned, the Hikers is a team that they know how to win. So whenever they're in any sort of difficulties, they have enough experience on the field to really come through those sort of situations. And we saw that today. Primus, he almost took the game from them single-handedly, but I think in the end, it was a good captaincy from Maloney and other senior players in the team that really pushed them over the line. So another victory for the Hikers. They stemmed the form of the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They would have won 3 coming into this game in a row. So pulling them back a bit, and Hikers would move up to the table a bit. So Lassofrey Hikers taking the better of the Botanical Gardens Rangers for this first encounter here on the 8th match number 16 of the Dream 11 Vinci Premier League 5.0 Cricket Our Way. So we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back with you with live action at the toss for the second game.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. We will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, on fire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, We are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team pre. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lassutre Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to do 4 in a row this year. They have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alan Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And, looking forward.
Match interview here, the Botanical Garden Rangers captain Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, a tough luck game. Where do you think that you may have lost this game?
To be honest with you, I don't think we have lost the game, at any point. But Lassutre Hikers played good cricket, and at the starting of the game, we have a lot of injuries in the camp, and I just want to say congrats to the guys for even coming out today and try to play some hard cricket. We have about 7 guys injured. Myself, Fletcher, Primus, Gerard today again, Atticus with a stiff neck. The only body that's really fully fit out there is probably Demba, but at the end of the day, it's cricket. We have to still go out there and perform. But hard luck to the guys, good luck to the Hikers.
A partnership between Primus and Passad seemed to would have taken you over the line. Do you think, would you consider them coming to a bit too late, or that's just a part of the strategy of the team?
Not really too late. As you realize, Primus came off in the first over, so he had to wait about 20 minutes. So we had our order set, we had our plans, it went to a plan. But at the end of the day, as I said, Lassutre Hikers, they bowl well. Few balls we missed out on. But at the end of the day, congrats to them, they executed more than us, and kudos to them.
Okay, what do you see going to the next game coming up that you could take positive out of this game going into the next match?
The only positive that really I can take out of this game is that, we didn't get worse in terms of injuries. That's the only positive I can take out of it. But the good thing about the next game is that we have a break tomorrow, so it gives the guys a chance to see the physio, and see if they can get better for the next game, So we want to leave this game behind us. It's the past, leave this game behind us because it's a fast-paced game. You got to move on fast as well. So, as I said, congrats to Hikers, hard luck to us, but I'm just happy that the guys came out today and played a game of cricket, even though that they're really injured. The whole team, I think, is probably have niggles, and I just want to say thanks to the physio for doing his work behind the scenes to even get us on the park, so I'm happy for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Tough luck in the game, better luck in the games to come. Now, that's the Rangers captain, Kesrick Williams. We'll now speak to the winning captain, Desron Maloney from the Lassutre Hikers. Desron, great win. Botanical Garden Rangers are a very challenging team for you.
Yeah, great win by the boys. As I said at the toss, we looking to improve in every aspect of our game, and we came out and we played almost a complete game today and come out victorious.
You started slow in the first over, and there was a pickup just after the injury in the first over there from Primus. Do you think that would have been the momentum going into the game?
No, not really. I mean, we decided to take at least the first second over to assess the condition. The wicket was playing kind of slow, so I knew the bowlers would look to bowl in the back of the wicket, so we just decided to sit back and let it come to us.
OJ Matthews have not done much bowling in the tournament, but you have gotten some wickets here. All positives for your team. What sort of positives, apart from that, would you take going into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, there's a plus for us. I mean, he put his hands up today and he grabbed the opportunity to give us 2 overs in the back end of the innings. If you look back in the past at Hikers, OJ used to bowl out death overs, so he knew what he's capable of and he backed himself 100%.
Okay. Well, all the best there for the rest of the tournament going forward, and see you in the future.
Thank you, Law.
Right, so that's the last of Free Hikers, Captain Desmond Maloney. We will now have the Man of the Match award. We have some exciting games played, performances. We see OJ Matthews in the last over, but in the early, it was Larry Edwards who was adjudged by the commentators and myself as the Man of the Match. You know, welcome, Larry. Larry, a good performance, nothing new in terms of what you are expected to do.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a good victory, firstly. You know, we spoke about it overnight coming into this game, you know, the matchups and stuff like that. So I know that my job, obviously, bowling to Fletcher at the top, you know, I had to do it effectively. So I just saw in the game that I was trying to, you know, take a little pause and think about every single ball I was going to bowl to Fletcher. So, you know, I just knew I had a job to do and then had to go and do it and execute.
You have been playing a lot with these players and the matchups. Maybe you have been sent there and from all the tournaments you have been given the ball first up. You seem not to be challenged by this.
Well, I guess there's something that the batsman haven't read in me, but yeah, so far I just trying to do my job, you know, effectively as possible. Today the pitch was spinning a little bit, so we realized that and we identified what we needed to do on that pitch, so that's why we decided we're gonna go a little slower. So it's just about assessing and then, yeah, I guess I'm using that to my advantage.
Just before you go, you're working along with a lot of these guys. You've been brought in as a foreign player. How do you mesh your experience with the players in the team, in the dressing room?
Well, yeah, today we had a chat. You know, we spoke about certain matchups, for example, Primus. So we know that certain guys would have come on board today. So we just told ourselves today we got to bowl a little bit smarter. So, you know, we identify certain balls that we need to bowl to certain guys. And yeah, pretty much stuff like that. So we just speak to them and just let them know certain things, because sometimes they might not have seen the guys around. So, you know, just trying to give them a little bit of advice so that they can, at least when they get in the situation, so that they're not like alarmed or anything. So at least they have a little bit of knowledge going in towards bowling.
Excellent. I'll just leave you to go and enjoy your winnings now from the Cricket Association representative, Samuel Holder. He will hand over your winnings to you. Yes. Yeah. So congratulations there to Larry Edwards, the judge man of the match.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, 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 look at 6 over there. Cricket, 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 umpire where you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to the VPL5 Cricket Our Way. We are on match day number 8, match number 17 between the Sarpon Breakers and the Grenadine Divers. I have here with me the two captains, Mr. Asif Hooper and Jomel Warrican for the Sarpon Breakers, sorry. Match referee Selvin Allen is here as well. Jomel, you have the coin. Heads is the call. And it's a heads. As if you won the toss this afternoon, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first. I mean, the last 2 games we played, our batting has improved a lot, and hopefully today I can take some pressure off my batsmen and give them the chance to play with that freedom. Hopefully we can come and post a decent total as well and come and defend it.
You've competed in a lot of the games so far, Asif. What do you think that your team needs to do to really get yourselves over the line?
I think we need to focus a bit longer. You have key moments where we just let the game slip away from us, and in the back end, the last 3 games we played, the game went down to the last ball, and hopefully we can adjust this game and come out with a victory.
Any changes to your side this afternoon?
No, we're playing the same team as the previous game.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best in this game.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Jamel? So Jamel, you lost the toss today, filling in for Captain Sunil Ambrose. What would you have done had you won the toss?
If we won the toss, we wanted to bat first, but unfortunately we have to bowl, so we got to come out and do it the best of our ability.
You started off well in the tournament, 3 victories, and then you have had 2 losses in your previous 2 encounters. What have you spoken about in terms of how you're going to get back to winning ways?
I want to mention the guys that we still have more wins than loss, so that's a positive, but continue doing the basic well and backing each other as a team and enjoying the moment and staying in the game as long as possible and playing smart cricket. Intelligent cricket will help us get over the line more often than not.
Any changes to your 11?
Anson coming for Sunil.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best in this game. So there you have it. The Grenadine Divers, they've won the toss, and Captain Asif Hooper, he have decided to have a bat first.
All right, thank you very much, Osnet. And up here in the commentary box with me, Alan Cruikshank, is Mr. Kaznel Morris. Kaznel, a big game here now. The Breakers versus the Divers. The Breakers, they are on a losing streak where they have lost 2 of their most recent games. They started off winning all 3, and they have lost 2. And the Divers, they are yet to get on the scoreboard to register a win.
Good afternoon to you, Alance. Good afternoon to all the viewers. It is a give and take situation, because if you look at the positives that have been coming out of the Grenadine Divers camp, the captain stated that he has been playing a lot of cricket and they have gotten some things right, but they're just not getting it over the ropes. And that is something that they would want. That's why he opted to bat first today, to see where he could get his coordinates right. Nothing is wrong with winning from here on. You could still end up at some qualification point, but you have to win your games here, up and win them big. Yes. And in terms of the salt pan breakers really have to not look too good on that trend of losing. They have, as we see, Jomel Warrican. We have not got the information as to why Sunil is out at this time. But the captain, Warrican, said if he had won the toss, he too would have opted to bat. So it's a give and take. They should be going into this game, both teams, with positives.
Yes, and when you're looking at the points table now, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, after 5 games, they have 8 points. The Rangers have 8 points as well. And the Hikers just winning that last game. After 6 games now, they are now up to 8 points. And after this game, the Breakers and the Divers will have played 6 games as well, leaving only the Strikers and the Darkview Explorers to play their 6th game. And it could mean that there seems to be a thinning out at the top of the table, where there's a gap starting to develop between the top 4 teams and the other 2. But the Grenadine Divers, if they win today, they can put some dents into that.
And that's the point that I'm making. You cannot count yourself out as yet. What most team doesn't want to encounter is where, because in the first place may play the team that qualifies last. And then one of the things that you want to do is to make sure that you find a team that you're mentally comfortable with. Yeah. And then going forward, you have to get your key players. In the post-match interview, you heard Captain Williams Keswick of the Botanical Garden Rangers spoke about injuries in his team. These are things that you do not want going forward in your team. So when you are qualified, or if you have reached the qualification stages, you want team that are men that are fit and ready for whoever opponent they're coming up against.
All right, and we have the 2 teams here, the 2 playing 11s. Let's go with the Grenadine Divers first, then you will go with the Salt Pan Breakers. For the Grenadine Divers, Asif Hooper, he's playing, he's a captain. Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Cosmos Hackshaw, the wicketkeeper, Ryshawn Williams, Benetton Stapleton, Romario Bibi, Westwick Straw, Richie Richards, Razine Brown, so he comes in, and Rodrigo Thomas. And something to note here is that for the Grenadian Divers, Chadwick Walton, he's fourth on the most runs list so far for the tournament, in contention for that Sanders blue cap, and for the Sanders orange cap, sorry. The Divers have Dean Brown at 8 in the top 10 with 6 wickets. So they have some players who are performing well, but as you mentioned before, they just have not gotten over that line. They have had some very close finishes, but you have seen what has happened. A team like Hikers, they are the defending champions. They have won in several tournaments, and when they get close games, they tend to pull off the win. While a team like Divers, who have struggled in this edition and some previous editions, in the close games, there just isn't that little extra that puts you over the line when the games are that close. And
that's so right. And that's the thing that you have to know, the positives that are coming out of the Divers camp. Because in the case where they have players who are putting up their hand at different intervals, it is fundamental that you have it right and get it right at all times. We have Dylan Johnson, Jamel Warwick as captain, this Kadim Ali. He hasn't really come to the party as we have expected him to. Ryan John, Ricardo Williams, he's coming in against Sian Swin, Jeremy Lane, Barnum, Rashid Fredericks, Kader Ned, Imran Samuel, and the two-seater Jade Warwick and Kevin Shallow. Now, it is a great blend. They do not have the experience of Captain Sunil Ambrose. He has not really get off to, but with his captaincy and his experience, he brings a wealth of knowledge to the game.
Yes, and we're noticing for the Breakers team, they tend to go very hard at the beginning. They will not be batting first this time. They'll have to chase. Could that come back to backfire since they're chasing today? If they lose some early wickets in terms of that approach of continuing to press the run rate?
I would not go along the judgmental route of saying they would win or lose. But what I'm saying is that they have the batting artillery lined up for chasing any runs that is set. But it's just having the coordinates right. If they do not get the coordinates right, you cannot have players who do not know what role they are to play at what point. Assessing the game. Game assessment is key. So it will tell you who to send. The captain will know the order. Sometimes in this T10 game, you don't have a fixed order. Yeah, so it depends on when a batsman out, at what point, who do you send at that point? And different players put up their hand at different times.
And some key bowlers for them, Ryan John and Captain Morricon today, both of them have taken 6 wickets for them so far in the tournament. And in terms of batting, in the top 10, in terms of the run scoring, we noticed that they're actually a team because of the fact that every one of the games, somebody different has scored for them. They actually do not have a batsman in the top 10.
And that's the point. They would have looked at Sunil Ambrose, the captain, or even Kadim Aline, the all-rounder. But there you see, as we made mention, they're not even in the top 10. So they need to come to the stage. They need to come to the VPL party, have fun, start, score the runs. The overseas players have been performing both with bat and ball, apart from Kadim Aline and Sunil Ambrose himself.
Yeah, so somebody has to put their hand up and say, even though we have a long batting lineup, I'm going to take charge today. And for the Grenadians Divers, we mentioned Chadwick already. He started off the tournament a little slowly, but in the last few games, he has really hit his straps, and they'll be looking for more runs from him today as they bat first.
Yes, and they should. And this is what we've been lambasting on all the time. They get the starts, they get the players to put up their hand. But what is wrong at the end? They've been getting a lot of close games, but it just doesn't have that winning instinct. I'm not to put a blame on any specific person, but something needs to be done. They need to come out the block of losing and get to a winning streak.
So could today be such a day for the Grenadian Divers? Can they clear their ducks, so to speak, here at the Arnesville playing field for Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away? We have them taking on the Saltpond Breakers, who will also be looking to stem the flow because they have had 2 consecutive losses after starting off the tournament unbeaten in their first 3 games. So when we come back, we'll have live action for you in this second fixture. Match number 17, match the number 8, Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team pre. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field here in the lovely multi-island state of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 32 islands and keys nestled in the southern Caribbean. Wonderful place to be, especially when there's Dream 11 VPL. This is the 5th edition, Cricket Alway. And in this 17th match, we have the Saltpan Breakers and the Grenadine Divers doing battle. The Grenadine Divers, they will be batting first. We have the Breakers already on the field and the 2 umpires. Now the openers are walking out for the Grenadines Divers. Chadwick Walton and Rodrigo Thomas. Here with me, Alanso Cruikshank in the commentary box is none other than the effervescent Casnell Morris. Casnell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you again, Alanson, and to your viewers around the world.
Yes, and we're here for this important game. Every game is important because the tournament is so short that one loss here and there can actually affect things in the outcome.
Yes, it does, and we have seen that now in the first game that was played with the Lassafray Hikers, Lassafray Botanical Garden Rangers as well. They were second at the table. Now this loss that they got there will see them slip further down in terms of net run rate as well.
Yes, especially if the Breakers win today, it will also take them up to 8 points as well. So it will be 3 teams up at 8 points. So it will make things a little bit more tricky, and the Strikers will have a game in hand, even though they're already up on 8 points.
Well, yes, and so it will now depend on the Grenadine Divers to make sure that everything works out in their favor. They will depend a lot on a win, and Chadwick Walton, who we see have picked up some form over the couple of games, will look to dominate and dominate quickly.
Yes, Walton, former Huey Mona, and Chancellor Hallman. And we are about to get going here. They're just waiting on the clock to take over. Ryan John has the new ball. Just some final adjustments to the field. The 2 deep fielders out are deep backward square leg. Actually, square leg is not, he's actually quite square. So he's not backward of square, he's actually on square. And we have a third man. And on the offside, we have a backward point, a man at cover, extra cover, mid off, mid wicket, mid on. Some conversations there on the field. Not too sure what is happening there, but they do have some time to play with. As we are here in the commentary box, just looking at some lovely images on our screen here of the Arnoldville playing field. We have the double-decker stand there in the background. 2 openers there in consultation. You look at those lovely homes. Well renowned here in St. Vincent for paying a lot of attention to our homes in terms of the construction and the architecture. I've heard many visitors to St. Vincent say that they were surprised when they came and saw the homes here, and they wondered if they were in some exotic, extremely wealthy nation because of the homes. But we do put a lot into our homes, Casnell. Even if we have one last dollar, we'll spend it on building a house as opposed to buying a vehicle.
Well, that's the nature of Vincent. They're very apart from being hospitable.
So, John, this is short. He's punched down to the man at third man who comes and does the fielding. Lane. So they're off the mark. First delivery. 1 run to Walton.
Yeah, as a batsman, Alanson, one of the first things you'll want to do is to get to your business quickly and start to score. And we made mention of some nice knocks that Chadwick had gotten for the past 2 games. And there you see him getting busy into his work right away.
Absolutely. So Rodrigo Thomas is on strike. In his early games, he took a bit of time to get going, but eventually he started to knock the ball around well, and he would want to get a good start here and provide that support that Chadwick could need. Ryan John, he has other ideas as he comes into ball. So wide down the left side. Saw several of those wides in the first game.
Yeah, I've been looking at the bowlings for the Saltpan Breakers. A lot of extras have been given away from the Saltpan Breakers, and it's something that they need to work on. I think the management team and the coach they would have spoken a lot about it in their team meetings.
But the new ball especially is one that is hard to control, and I believe that's why they would have always started for Ryan John.
This one is on the hip again, turned down to the man at fine leg, so the field set well. But they were not hearing for the first. They come back for the second still. It's quite a way down there. And the ricochet went some distance away from lane. He puts up his hand acknowledging his mistake there. So an extra run given away there. 4 without loss after 2 legitimate deliveries. One was a wide. And Thomas off the mark there with that double. Good delivery. No loud shout of no there from Rodrigo Thomas, as Rashid Frederick, who is quick across the ground, was coming in to feel that one. So a solid start here from John. 4 without loss, 3 deliveries. He'll want to finish off with his next 3 deliveries, keeping the run rate around that 6 mark.
Yes, and I wonder if the 2 batsmen, they are doing the same assessment as what Captain Maloney made mention in his previous game, that is they took an over to somewhat assess the pitch and see whether or not it was playing heavy or low or bouncy, and we saw from the second over thereafter they take it to the cleaners.
Yes, they were 13 without loss in that game after 2 overs. But they ended up making 126. And in our opinion, they could have gotten a bit more. The last over or so, they slowed down a bit. So it was a fine recovery from them, as John is about to bowl his 5th delivery of this first over. He's bowling to Walton. This one is hit, punch straight to the man at mid-off. Doesn't find the gap. Feel it there by Ricavo. 5 without loss after 5 deliveries. So not a bad start at all here from Ryan John.
No, not at all. And I do not think that Rodrigo Thomas and Chadwick should feel any sort of pressure, because Ryan is a first-class bowler. He has that experience, and he knows the repetition of both batsmen here.
It's an excellent delivery there, just on the top of off stump. Well played by Chadwick. But that's a good line, a good length from Ryan John. As he ends the first over, 5 without loss. A good start by Ryan John.
Excellent start by the Saltpan Breakers. And the Grenadian Endeavours, as I made mention, should not feel disheartened about the start. We've seen teams start low like this. And I made mention in a previous commentary that once you see the 100 mark start to hit by teams, very rare you will see the 80s, you will see the 19s, but once you start this way, you will see a capitalization of runs in the middle order of the game.
Yes, the important thing is that even if you start slowly, you have to ensure that you don't lose wickets, so that you still have that that cushion of knowing that you can go very hard without being bowled out. And I think that is something that they are bearing in mind. They will still try to maximize the power play, but just taking a few deliveries to get accustomed to the wicket, as Dillon Johnson comes into bowl from the Beckway end. Some lovely pictures here, compliments ITFX of the Arnesville cricket ground and the environs.
So this is the second time I see that Cian Sween has not kept wicket for the Saltpan Breakers. So I'm wondering if they're playing him as a batsman in this edition.
Well, he has been making runs, hitting the ball nicely, and his keeping hasn't been what he would like it to be. As we see that first delivery from Johnson, lifting outside the off stump. As you see that Imran is keeping.
Yes, and he has been doing a very good job so far. Imran Samuel, number 99 on his back, breeze tearing his shot apart.
Yes, it's quite a windy day here, as it usually is at Arnesville, because of the location of the ground and the nature of the stands. The breeze tends to funnel through the open spaces at a great rate of knots. Oh, and that's a beauty. That's an excellent delivery. You see that on the first morning of a test match, and you will say, well bowled.
It is something any fast bowler would like. And not only it beat the batsman, but they carry as well to Imran. And any keeper would like a ball above his waist. You know, so it tells you the nature of the track still has something in it. Even though we're going into somewhat we call a 25th, 20-something overs.
This one is punched by Thomas. They go for a quick single. Oh! He didn't run the batting on that occasion. I'd like to see that replay to see how close it was, because he didn't run his batting when he was taking that single, Thomas.
Well, I believe as he hit that, he would have been out.
As we look at the replay, feel it cleanly there. And I think that's why he didn't run his batting. Let's look. As he went back a little too far. Let's see. Well, that's why he didn't run his batting. He would have been out. He was well out, so he didn't make the effort.
He was way out.
Johnson to Walton. Nice delivery. Covers it up. Midland leg. Asks for a single, but nothing taken. Good start here so far from the breakers. The two opening bowlers, they have found good lines, good lengths. And they have not really given anything to the divers, who are having a look, so to speak, at the beginning of the innings, but they can't take too long to look. 10 overs go by quite quickly. This one is driven down the ground. Should be 4 runs. Nicely played there by Chadwick. Was a little bit on the fuller side by Johnson, but it was by no means a half volley. Punched down the ground. Lovely high rune smashing 4.
Yes, so there you go. Chadwick, by no surprise, start to pop those high runs. And I believe that DeLon just aired a bit. Just aired a bit of that good length that he had bowled from Rodrigo and to the previous ball to Chadwick. And just the inch and the trust of the pace and bounce there, Chadwick was able to play through for 4.
So this time he pulls it over mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounces into the boundary for 4. Nice looking shot, leg up in the air, a la Gordon Greenwich, a high rune, smashing 4.
Well, welcome boundary to close off over number 2, 14 without loss.
As we look at the replay, just lifted up that left leg, and now they're up to 14 without loss. So with 2 boundaries coming off those last 2 deliveries, Casnell, maybe they have seen enough, they have seen what is happening, and they're prepared now to have a go.
Yes, they should, because they still have Warrican to come in the attack. He was his left arm spin. The number surprise you will see him later on in the attack.
He's actually been introduced right now. He's introduced himself for the 3rd over, Captain Warrican. So he has brought himself on in the power play. You would be aware that this is an over that they will be looking to go after with the slow start that they have had. They will want to make up for that now in overs number 3 and 4. As we saw from the last Sufre Hikers, when they batted, they were 13 without loss after 3 overs. And the next 2 overs went for 50 runs. This one is turned nicely by Rodrigo. And so he gets Walton on strike. 15 without loss after 2.1 overs. Not a lovely day here at Arnersville. A bit more hazy, not as good viewing days or seeing days as some of the ones before, but lovely day still for cricket.
Yeah, I haven't seen any clear blue skies for the morning. No sign of rain, but it speaks that, as you rightly said, maybe some Saharan dust or something just passing across. Nothing to really stop the cricket because the sun is hot. I see you keep wiping there, Alanson.
Yes, we are at the mercy of the elements, so to speak. So it's quite hot where we are. As Jamel now, he comes to bowl to Chadwick. This one is too full. Launch over the long off area. Lovely shot there for a high run cracking 6. That was a classy shot there by Walton.
Yes, and Walton will be pleased to see that delivery, because what happened is that ball was floated in the air, and what happened is that it is not going to turn. It's a new ball, and just with the pace of it, he had the reach and was able to get maximum out of it.
Yes, that was a top shot there. Let's see how Jomel adjusts. This one is hit again, too full again, I think, or in the length, and you can hear the thud on the PHV Pavilion as that one went for another Haroon cracking 6.
Well, Alonso, there is a car, PS6454. The ball just bounced on it. I'm sure that's not yours.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I don't park anywhere near here when I come to cricket.
Oh, that's the danger in parking around these areas. But that ball was mightily struck, and then it caused maybe a little bit of damage to the delivery. So you see the umpires have to bring out different balls there.
Yeah, it seems as if the only safe time to park there will be when Primus is batting, because with the sixes will go further.
Well, something like that.
Yeah, but if you're parked just behind the PHV Pavilion or the Mike Finley stand, or even behind the administrative building here at the ground, it's not necessarily the best place to park, so to speak, for T10 cricket. Let's leave it that way. As Warwickon continues to Walton. This one is shorter, but he's punching that off the back foot. That's a fabulous shot, almost going for 6. That was a good delivery, actually. He just went on the back foot and just punched it down the ground very nonchalantly.
My goodness me. What sort of shot is that, Chadwick? That is all about muscle. That shot was just there, and all his energy was pushed back, and he just got it as close as possible to the ropes.
Yeah, he almost went for 6, ended up being a Haroon smashing 4. So Warwickon under pressure here in his first over. This time he should be caught. Oh no, just goes over the head of Ricardo Williams. And of course, that would be very disappointing for the Breakers team. But Chadwick will be smiling. He's now on to 29 off 10 deliveries, 35 without loss. And so will be the Divers fans.
Well, that if you know the 30-yard circle, if anybody would have had to catch that, would have been Ryan John. He's tall and stuff. But by no means, Ricardo is not a short guy.
That was brilliant feeling there by Jeremy Lane. That one, if it had beaten him, would have gone to the boundary for 4. Seemed to have done himself a bit of mischief as he dove for that one. He's up now on his feet, but kept to a single, and I think Warwickon will be very grateful for that. So the over there, 2 6s, 2 4s, 2 singles, 22 runs from the over.
Well, as you made mention, the previous game we saw after 2 overs is where the run flow starting, the hemorrhaging of runs. I wonder if this will be the same pattern that we're looking at. 36 after 3 is not a bad start at all.
Not at all. And now they're introducing Kadeem Aline, the professor, into the bowling. He has lagged a little bit behind in terms of his bowling. So far in this tournament, he really set the tournament alight in VPL4. But he has come in for some punishment so far in this VPL.
Well, it's interesting to know how he will get his game on. He's bowling from the Grenadines end. Not too sure if he have gone to the Grenadines as yet. And most of these foreign players will enjoy the luxury there.
This one is down the leg side, wide delivery. Looking to bowl close to Chadwick. He doesn't want to give him any room outside the off stump, because on the off side there's a ring field. Everyone is up on the off side. On the leg side there's a fine leg and a deep backward square leg.
Well, he has to get it right. He's the professor.
Good delivery. Nice delivery. That one left him off the pitch. Excellent delivery there, that one.
That's what you would want. You would want to get into your work quickly. And seeing his approach is just moving gingerly. And oh my goodness me.
And it's a no ball, so it's going to be a free hit. Not what you want to give Chadwick at this stage. You could see the replay there. He's over. The bat is obscuring the first part of the image, but 30 off 12 is Chadwick, and he gets a free hit. My word. And he gets a moon ball, extremely slow, but it was wide, so he will get another free hit.
I think what he tried to get a slow, back of the hand slow ball, and was executed wrong. But in that case, the free hit is still on. So there we see Professor.
So your bosses run up this time. You'll be bowling now again to Chadwick. Still a free hit, remember. And this one has been deposited over backward point for 6. And that's a proper cricket shot, if I've ever seen one, a Hyrule cracking 6.
Well, it makes me remember the Chadwick Walton of the showdown that he had with Keswick Williams in the CPL. That's one of that shot. It went straight over third man into the president's suite, putting the couple of viewers there in immortal danger.
Oh my goodness. Signal again from umpire Byam. It's another no ball. And it's another free hit. And this is not looking good for Aline at the beginning of this game. He has to get it right because, you know, an over like this can really change the whole complexion of a game. This one, he doesn't get it connected well. Another back of the hand slow delivery. This one he pitched more or less where he wanted to pitch it. Chadwick getting it off the toe of the bat and a dot delivery. So 36 off 14 is Chadwick, 46 without loss after 3.1 overs.
And this is what we're seeing. Confidence is really taking a toll on the Professor. He hasn't had a good tournament as he would wish. And you see, even into his bowling, his strides, it's affecting him greatly.
This one is nicely played, but straight to the man at short third. Sween, who does the fielding. Without the gloves this time. And no run is taken. Still 46 without loss.
I remember playing a semi-final game in the police tournament, regional tournament, against the Professor. He was the guest player for the Barbados police team. And we made a 171. He actually opened the batting because he had to catch the flight to come here.
This one is pulled. Good hand on it by Warwican, because if that beaten him, it should have gone to the boundary. But that hand, I think, has saved 2 runs.
Yes, and in that semi-final game, he made a statement that he's going to beat St. Vincent and come to St. Vincent to play cricket. Unfortunately, he got out, he made a 50, and then on his way to the airport, he got the message that Barbados lose this game.
So not good news for him all round. This one is short down the leg side, called wide by umpire Byam. So a lengthy over here. 3 legitimate deliveries already. 13 runs scored. We have had a wide, a no ball, a wide, and another no ball, and another wide. So 3 wides and 2 no balls, and one of them has gone for 6 runs.
Yeah, I spoke about the extras that they've been given in these VPL by these salt pan breakers. If they could curtail all these extras, they could have minimized a lot of totals that they have allowed teams to had. And I really think that this is a bit untidy here by the Professor. He really needs to get his coordinates right. I believe the salt pan is already salt already. So there's nothing you want to add to it. It will cause a lot of pressure to you, man.
This one, he doesn't time it, but should get a couple. As the fielding is done by Warwican. 2 taken. And I think with that 2, yes, the 50 is up of 3.4 overs for the Grenadines divers. Walton is on 40 or 17. So he's quickly up to a good score already. Kasnel.
Excellent. And it's 2 more deliveries still to come in the power play. It will be interesting to see how they look to end this power play. They would not want to lose a wicket.
This one is driven through the covers for 4, not a man move. It's a Hyrule smashing 4.
Well, the only man have to move there is the man at cover to retrieve the delivery. And even if you put a fire truck there, with the speed that went there, the grass is in serious danger.
That one was a scorching drive. Bad delivery there by Aline. It's a half volley to someone of Walton's class. He was really asking for trouble. And so far in this over, he has had to bowl now 5 extra deliveries. And that is always problematic. This one cut down to third man. Good feeling there by Lane. He stops it. We should keep it 2-1. Good feeling there by the young man. And so it's 56 without loss after the power play. I think that's the joint highest after a power play so far that we have had.
Well, it's an excellent power play. We've seen a lot of totals in the power play above this 50 mark. But yes, it is a good power play, and they will be pleased to see that the Grenadian divers, they're diving well so far, and I don't think that they need to come up for air as they wanted the last time, Alanson.
Well, I would say that I have to correct myself. This is not the joint highest, it's joint second highest, because that game when the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they were already 50 up after 2 overs. When Fletcher really tore into the first couple of overs. So, my correction. Yes, but the divers, they have started well, as you alluded to. They would want to continue and get a very big score. See the projected score at the bottom there, 140. I think if they get that, they'll be very pleased.
Yes, I believe that if a wicket to fall now, the batsman that's come, he has to take up the mantle as well. He cannot look to soak up any more dot balls in terms of seeing things out. You should be in the dugout looking to work your hands to get the bat swinging.
Yes, and now that the power play has ended, I think Rodrigo Thomas facing the left arm spinner, he has to go now. When I say he has to go, I think he has to up his strike rate from where it is now. It's below 100. He has done his job in the power play. He has given Walton most of the strike. He has only faced 7 deliveries. However, coming out of the power play now, the onus is on him as well to join in the scoring. This one is hit to the man at mid-wicket. It's over, Aline, and that's a Haroon cracking 6, and it seems as if Rodrigo Thomas heard me.
Yes, he will, and you're very far from him, but I believe that he may be understanding what the role is, that Chadwick, if you could hit it, I could hit it as well, so let me not allow the Vincentian people to call my name much, so let me just put this one over the board. This
time he turns it for a single, so intelligent cricket. The boundary then the single, not wasting any of the deliveries, so good cricket there from Thomas. 64 without loss after 4.3 overs here at the Arnesville playing field in match number 17, Dream 11, VPL5, cricket our way. This one is driven down to the man at long on. Stopped. I think the look on Warwick's face is as if he thought he should have gone for that catch. In the end, it bounced about 2 or 3 yards in front of him. It was pretty flat. Maybe a quicker fielder might have thought about catching that one.
What, as a past cricketer yourself, how do you attempt those catches? Do you go? That's what will be in the mind of Ricardo there, whether to go or stay.
In a case like that, and that one as it's pulled to square leg for a single. In a case like that, the split second that you take to decide, if you didn't decide immediately, it's too late.
And the thing is, you have to look to either stop the boundary and somewhat cover the ball with your body.
Yeah, and if you don't get to it, you sometimes want your hands pointing back, your palm pointing back down to the ground to save your face, because it can bounce up and cause your dental bill.
So, and you sure don't want to.
No, you don't want to go to the dentist. So at the end of the over here, it's 5 overs gone, 67 without loss. Casnell, Rodrigo Thomas on 13 off 10. Chadwick Walton too shy of a 50. A better second over there from Warwican, but score still motoring along at 13.4 and over.
excellent run rate as well, because that's something that is fundamental. We see yet to bat is Westwick Straw. Bennington Stapleton will be the batsman if a wicket is to fall that I will look to send at this time, because he can hit the ball a very long way as well. So you have the batting lineup, but you have to make sure that you know how you apply these batsmen. We still have Ryan John, who has an over left. Dylan Johnson, he has to come back for one. Jomel, finishing his 2 at 16.5. Very expensive, knowing his pedigree of bowler he is.
Yes, West Indies left arm spinner. Most of those runs against him came from Chadwick, who is another West Indies player as well. So,
classmate class?
Yes, indeed. Jeremy Lane, young medium pacer. Young all-rounder, actually. He's not too bad with the bat as well. Doesn't have a lot of power, so you don't see him often up the order in this format. But in the longer version of the game, he can bat quite well, good technique. And so he comes into the bowling now to bowl to Walton. Good delivery. In the first 2 editions of the VPL, he bowled quite often at the depth for the Saltpond Breakers and did so exemplarily.
Yes, and he has been having good VPLs. He has not really been one of those stand-out, iconic player that you will look up to, but being retained over and over by Saltpond Breakers says that he's doing something well.
Yes, a utility player. Understands his role and performs it more often than not. Single taken. They will not chance 2 to the arm of John on that occasion. And 68 without loss, 5.2 overs. How far do you see them getting, Casnell, with all of 4.4 overs left?
Well, as I made mention, the 100 mark is one of the first goal you want to look at. Once you clear the 100 mark, anything after that is bonus I will look at.
If they don't get beyond the 100, or even if they just get around the 100, they'll be very disappointed, seeing that they're only 32 runs away. It means that they would have gone at just above a runner ball for the remainder of the innings. And we never know what will happen from here on. The better part of 5 overs left. But really, they should be disappointed if they do not get at least 125, 130. And they should even get more. Who knows? Depending on how things go. This one is wide, but well placed the field. So he's bowling to his field. The feelers are deep on the offside, and it's a 6-3 offside field. So he was bowling to his field, well executed there by Lane.
So it shows that he's a smart thinker. He's a smart bowler. He knows what his work is cut out to be, and he's going with that plan. And I look at the body language, like at the Saltpond Breakers feelers. It doesn't seem that they have that confidence, that Saltpond that we know of. I'm not too sure which of the Saltpond they're using.
Well, for those who are not from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have 2 Saltponds on mainland St. Vincent, and quite a few of them in the Grenadines. We have Owia Saltpond and we have Brighton Saltpond. I think they're Owia Saltpond.
Yeah, is it because of the drought, the hot season? It is somewhat dry?
Well, no, because the seawater will still be there.
Yeah, but so what's the body language like?
I think because they have lost their last 2 games. After starting the tournament with a bang, losing is something that, of course, can affect your confidence. And because you have lost 2 on a straight, certain thoughts may come into the mind.
Well, they need to get it up. And doing so is Jeremy Lane, doing a very good job so far.
Excellent.
This one, he tried to
yeah, excellent bowling by the young man. He has only gone for 4 Casnell off his 5 deliveries. And he's clearly bowling to his plan. His field is set for him to bowl wide of the off stump to the left-hander. He's doing that. He's keeping the ball with very close to Walton. And when he goes wide, he takes the pace off. So good, smart thinking here from the young man. As we said, he has experience in doing this job. And he has gone to his death bowling plans from the inception. This one has been driven down the ground for 6. That's a massive hit.
I think even down that end, the radio team, broadcasting team is down that end, and almost crashed into the glass there. And it appears when these men are batting, everybody seems to be in danger, Lance.
Yeah, and I think the workers at the Ministry of Transport and Works, I think they have been temporarily relocated there while some renovation is being done to their building. And I think that, I'm seeing some laptop and some computers and so on, and probably somebody sitting at a desk pretty close to where that ball struck. I think if that had hit the glass and had gone through that, there'd have been quite a surprise for them.
My goodness me. Everybody's in danger. I wonder if I'm in danger here as well.
We are. We just were just a few yards away from a few of them. We saw one from Primus that struck on the wall just a few feet below us. There was one that struck just to our left a few games ago. So who knows? Before we leave here, one of these games, something may come through the window.
Well, I hope not.
Well, catch it, cuz then.
Is it that I have to commentate in the helmet?
Dylan Johnson back into the bowling. He's bowling to Thomas, who gets this one to square leg. 77 without loss.
There's something to make mention, Alonso. I've seen the themes now. The opening pairs have understand their role. And we've seen that where the opening pair are carrying the weight of the batting into the 7th, 8th over. That is something that you would want fundamentally from your team batting first, or whether you're batting second. Carry the weight of the batting as low as possible to see how much you could get and how much you could get one of the opening batsmen batting to the end.
Yes, and another 6-3 field set here. Short fine, deep mid wicket, long on. So he's definitely going to be pushing it across Chadwick. Man at a slip, you could say that. This is a fine third man, fine short third man. A point inside the ring and extra cover. And bowls to his field. This one is a wide Yorker. Almost a run out there as Walton was looking for the second. I think he turned blindly. The throw came in. Wasn't gathered cleanly.
Well, I think that's a lack of concentration there on the part of Walton. The arm of recovery is a very powerful one. Look at that. And the way that was returned to Dylan Johnson, he was nowhere behind the stump to effect a run out.
This one is pulled again to the man at square leg. Single taken. And they take two. Another overthrow. And this is poor cricket by the breakers. Can't say anything differently, but that's not good at all from them. Really should have just held the ball, 1 run, and it has turned into 3.
That's what I'm talking about. Confidence is low, body language is off, and everything seems to be off in their cricket. I'm wondering what they're not getting right.
Well, it's a good time for a conference.
Is it that they miss their captain, Sunil?
It's a bit early to miss him. This is a classy shot. If you have ever seen one. That was, and you could see there, Johnson actually applauded the shot because that was more or less where he planned to bowl delivery, wide Yorker, but Walton, using the depth of his crease, he hung back and he was able to go inside out over extra cover for 6.
Over cover. That's a very hard shot to play. And then once you're able to get it not only for 4, but for 6, it tells you the pedigree of the batsman you're playing with.
Yes, indeed. And the divers might have been saying we wanted this from him from game 1. All right, so it's now 89 without loss. 1 delivery remaining in this over.
To make mention, if we see how deep Chadwick is batting in his crease, he's somewhat taking out the possibility of any full length or a Yorker delivery. So it pushes Johnson under a lot of pressure whether or not to peg back or to go as far up as possible.
This one has been pulled in the gap, should go for 4, and he finally gets it in the gap. He was looking for that shot for the longest while. He has been getting it to the man at square leg. And now Thomas, he gets a high run smashing 4 and runs are really hemorrhaging here for the Salt Pond Breakers. As the Grenadine Divers, they are now 93 without loss after the 7th.
I believe this is the best performance in terms of the opening I've seen for the Grenadine Divers for this VPL 5.0. And clearly, they seem to get that coordinate in the top right for once. And the divers, they're really using all their artilleries for diving now to get to the bottom of the pond.
Yes, very, very good start from them so far. And you mentioned the fact that Chadwick was batting very deep in his crease. Shows that there is the cerebral nature of the player, that he's thinking about his game. He knows that based on the feel that Dylan Johnson was bowling wide Yorkers, so he went deeper in the crease and prepared to go across to access the offside. Many players will still be trying to hit that on the onside, and they would have not been able to execute that shot over extra cover. Well done to him. As we see Lane, who has been bowled very well, he's continuing now. Walton taking a very interesting guard. You will call that a 0 guard. -1, maybe. This one is off the edge. Goes down to the boundary now for 4. Another high run, maybe an edging 4, but high run smashing 4 is the moniker.
Well, it's off the bottle edge, as you say, and it all counts. It all counts. When fortune is at your way, and you spoke about the 0 guard. That is why he's batting on that area. He realized that here Lane is going to angle that ball into his pad. Now, for him to get that, he have to bowl to 5th, 6th stump. And there you see that evade past even the 4th stump, the half stump.
Yeah, so he's saying bowl at my stump, and for him that would be a wideish delivery that he can drive. This one is pulled fine, should be cut off by Sween. And single taken. I think what Lane can do is that in a situation like that, if he has a well-disguised slow delivery, he bowl it around off stump. Right? And go foolish there around off stump. And that can probably defeat the batsman in such a situation.
And that is what he wants Lane to do. He has a reach. And then when he reaches to that one, he goes over cover with it. That's the shot he played off Dylan Johnson, where he asked Dylan to bowl wider. And it went for 6.
Good delivery there again by Lane. Single taken. I agree that is what he would want Lane to do, but as a bowler, you have to back yourself to defeat him in that situation and hit the stumps.
But Lane has been bowling very well, very, very, very well. He's a very intelligent youngster with an interesting kind of a hairstyle. We'll call it to the bleach to the top. And I wonder who's the designer. Maybe his sister, Auntie Nenen.
This one is stuck to the onside. It should be caught. And that's the end of Walton. And the Salt Pond Breakers will be breathing a sigh of relief. He goes for 69 off 31. So he now has 3 consecutive 50s. And he's really showing here now that he has soaked into the VPL. And every team that plays them from now will be wondering, how do we contain and get rid of Chadwick Walton?
And that's smart bowling there by, let's not take it away from Jeremy Lane. A good knock there by Chadwick, as you made mention, his 3rd consecutive 50. But Lane, his excellent thinking, and was able to tuck Chadwick for room as much as possible. And there you see him getting that one into his body, and less of a room, Chadwick was able to get it down to Jumel.
Yeah, so he didn't give him the free use of his arm to get a full swing through that one. Ryshawn Williams now replaces Walton at the crease. So they have opted to go with experience. The experience of Williams. This one goes on in the air. Will land safely, only just. And that's another good delivery there from Lane. I actually would have sent, as you mentioned, I would have sent Benetton. You have Benetton, you have Straw, you have Dean Brown. I think that these are who I would have sent ahead of Ryshawn Williams in this situation. with the impetus that you have already gained in the innings. 100 for 1 at this stage, 100 coming up off 7.5 overs. Seem to have struck the ground on that occasion. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire.
Excellent bowling there from Jeremy. Bring the overturn in 100 for 1. And he would be pleased with his work done. He's allotted 2 overs for 17 runs with 1 wicket. And I believe if there was to be a total of a 150 or 140, this bowling effort there by Lane would have already pegged it back from
Absolutely. And amidst the carnage, he has only gone for 8.5 runs and over, which is excellent. Excellent, exactly. And so some instruction going to Rashid as he's about to enter the bowling attack.
It will be strange to see that you bring in a new bowler at this time. I mean, Raishon has just stepped to the crease, 1 from 1. But Rodrigo Thomas is there. He will be the one that looks at any time a wicket may fall at this time. I believe Bennington will be the one to come. He will be bowling left arm to, let's say, possible Bennington. A left arm to a left arm will only get the ball into Bennington's strength.
Well, I think what happened is that Jomel introduced himself earlier in the power play, which is an over that Rashid probably would have bowled before, because he does bowl the early overs. And so this one has been hit through mid-wicket, should be 4 in the gap. And that's 4 runs by Raishon Williams. He has to go here. This is the penultimate over. And really, you have to take no prisoners.
Of course. A Hiram Best smashing 4 there by Raishon, not allowing that pressure to go on to Thomas as well.
This one, he goes over the offside. So he's telling me, well, I am going to hit them just like all those big hitting all-rounders, because I know that my role is now to hit the ball at this point of the innings. And he has gone for Hiram, cracking 6 over long off. A flat-batted shot, good shot.
Well, this has put pressure on Rashid. Rashid has not gotten the bowling pattern that he's accustomed to. And these little things are what put pressure onto a bowler.
This one now is off the edge. He wouldn't have carried to the man at extra cover on the boundary. Single taken. So now he'll be bowling to Rodrigo Thomas. 111 for 1. Oh my. Okay, I was wondering if that was a signal for a no ball, but it was just that he's coming around the wicket to the new batsman on strike. I was just about to get...
Don't put the fans under that kind of pressure.
And this has been hit for 6. It's into the wind, but he got enough of it. And it's Hiram cracking 6 for Thomas. He's moving along now, motoring along with his innings after the fairly sedate start. But he's doing his role. He's gotten deep into the innings and now improving his strike rate.
Just what I've been speaking about, getting one of the opening batsmen to bat to the end, bringing a different look to the total.
This time he goes down the ground. Should be only a single.
Well, the amount of cracking 6s and 4s that was smashing 4s, we haven't seen any breakable shot yet. Just cracking. They're
just cracking and smashing.
Yeah, cracking and smashing.
This one has been bowled very quickly. Finds the man at short fine leg. Seems to hit him in his chest. I should rub that as he's making the movement there, Sion Sween.
But I think he'd get away with that delivery.
Yes, he did.
Anything to the left or right of Sween would have seen that going for 4.
So Rashid Frederick is solitary over going for 19 runs. I think because of the onslaught at the beginning, the plans changed and, ended up now having to bowl him at the death, which is not really his ideal bowling position. He prefers to bowl with a new ball where he can get the ball to skid on with his extra pace. He does bowl flat or left arm spin. Doesn't really give the ball a lot of air. And so the last over will be bowled as expected by Ryan John. It's already 119 for 1 here at the Arnoldville playing field, the Grenadines Divers. They will be looking to get above 130. But a good over can see them approach 140. This one is a good delivery. Flicked down to the man at fine leg there by Ryshawn Williams. Single taken. Thomas will be on strike.
Swin have been a busy fielder. He's not behind the stumps, but the ball seems to be finding him a lot.
Yeah, and we said the same thing about Harper this morning, that he didn't have the gloves, but it seems to happen to keepers. When they move from behind the wicket, the ball still follows them. Some changes in personnel. Slight change in the field as well for the left-hander. Short fine leg. The square leg also comes up. Actually, they're going to be bowling to a 6-3 field. Favoring the offside, so he'll definitely be trying to push the ball across Rodrigo Thomas. So full on outside the off stump is the likely bet here. And as so said, so done. But this one has been walloped down the ground for high-run cracking 6 by Rodrigo Thomas. He is in. He's seeing them well, as big as a breadfruit. And you need a breadfruit knife to come and pick that one down from out of the air.
My goodness me, even the birds are in danger at these shots. Look at that. Bird has to take evasive action. My goodness me.
Yes, that cattle egret there, as we call them in St. Vincent, that garling.
Yeah. They are in danger as well, so they need to fly away from around here.
This one is a wide. Good stop there by the man at slip.
But I believe he actually saved, the slip fielder saved actually 4 runs there. There was no third man. The third man was up in the circle.
Yes, it was going to go to the boundary because the two of them behind square on the offside are in the circle based on the field set for that wide Yorker plan. Well, that one was just a bit too wide. Now has the right hander on strike. Ryshawn. Shorter delivery. And we'll get a leg by. Let's wait on the signal from umpire Byam. Yes, so signal 128 for 1. They still have 4 deliveries remaining in this innings. Can they get to 140?
Actually 3 to come.
Okay, yes, 3. So there was a wide and then that leg by.
It would be interesting to see if they could get 140 from here. No?
This one is driven in the gap, but should be cut off. Not as well timed as some of the previous ones. They really should have gotten 2 there. At least attempted to get 2.
Well, I don't think they would want to take on the arm of Jamel Warrican. And at this time of the innings, it doesn't matter who you take on. You have wicket in hand, and you're not actually tracing.
Exactly. Just 2 deliveries remaining. Run everything. Never know, he might have gotten a wideish throw as John comes in. This one is down the leg side again. It goes for 4. And it's actually going to be, let's wait on the signal, 5 wides. Not a good delivery there from Ryan.
Can we see a 140, which will be a good total for the Grenadine divers. They've been diving very well. And as we made mention, they've just been diving. Seem not to get the treasure they've been diving for win.
Absolutely, Kaznell. It's really all happening here in this last over. Very eventful over, as we have 2 deliveries left, 2 legal deliveries.
140?
Yes, I think so. That one is a good delivery based on his field set. Keeps that one down now to 2. Rodrigo Thomas wants the last delivery. He has a 38 of 21 deliveries. It's a smart innings from him because when Chadwick was going, he ensured that Chadwick got the strike. He didn't waste up and throw up deliveries to cause him to lose the momentum of his innings. And I think that was very good cricket from Rodrigo Thomas. You can get carried away and want to compete.
And he already got some, Ryshawn took the bowling as well from him. And
this is down the ground. That's down the ground for Hyrule smashing 6 Casnell. The excitement, Hyrule smashing 4.
My bad. And as a matter of fact, I was looking at the 140. There you go, the 140 is there.
Flat.
I'm not a better, but but clearly with the momentum that was swinging in the favor of the divers would have already said to you that 140 was a possibility.
Yes, and this says something about the VPL. Even if the divers somehow don't defend these runs, when you have the team that is in the seller position that hasn't won a game yet, and they're putting up a score of 140 for 1, they have only lost 1 Island Sips golden wicket in their entire innings, then it tells you the competitive nature of this competition. Chadwick Walton 69 off 32, Rodrigo Thomas 42 off 22, not out, and so to not out was Ryshawn Williams 15 off 8 deliveries.
The only pick of the bowler there we could highlight was Jeremy Lane with his 2 from 17 from 2 overs and put Chadwick in the top, the leaderboard for top runs there with 253 runs. So it's a bit of seesaw there between Chadwick and Andrew Fletcher of the Botanical Garden Rangers. I would say it was a good show here by the Grenadian divers. What they would need is a good bowling performance.
Yeah, so Chadwick Walton now has a Sanders blue cap. These top 3 players on the list were all in action today. Shadow Descott, he still has a game in hand. He's on 201, so he's still up there in the competition. Douglas now coming into his own as well. So it's an interesting battle for the Sanders blue cap as we go further into the competition. But the Salt Pond Breakers, they will need a challenging total. They will need to overhaul 141 when they get back. Jerome Jones, as we see there, he has the Sandals orange cap at the moment with 8 wickets. Several players with 7 wickets apiece. Wow.
5 players to be precise,
Yeah.
7 wicket share there. So it shows you that it is a competitive tournament. It's not just bowlers just coming and do their things. Everybody putting up their hands at different intervals, different teams there. As we look at different batsmen with 4s.
Yes, and Walton, he has the most 4s with 25. Carter has 24. Fletcher 20. Shadrach Descott, he has 15. Katoa has 13. But the player who hits the most 6, he will be given the Vitamalt Maximizer crown at the end of the tournament. Fletcher, so far, he has 21. Walton is catching up on him with 17. Carlos Brathwaite right up there, right behind him on 16. Descott on 15. And Douglas on 14. Man, it's a real seesaw type of competition there.
Yeah, the Vitamalt 6s there will be something that you look forward to. As you see, dismissals there from Taylor and Harry, keeper for the Dark Bay Explorers. He has got 6 dismissals with 4 catches so far.
Yeah, most of them are actually, as you can see there, most of them are actually wicket keepers. But Denson Hoyt, you could see there, and Jaron John, they have 4 catches, and Demba, I see he has 3. Well, a cotton ball is still a catch, so he has actually 5 catches, Demba. So he's right up there in contention for the Hyrule Bucket Hands, the most catches for the tournament.
Well, it shows some bucket hands having interact with Kenneth Demba. I would say Taylor and Harry and Salvan Brown have extra bucket hands when they're keeping.
Of course. And Ambrose as well, he donned the gloves for several of their games as well. So for the fielders in the outfield, Demba, he's right on top at the moment, but closely followed by John, Denson Hoyt, Dylan Douglas, and of course several others as we go further into the tournament. So we're going to take a short break now, an Island Sips water break, and we'll come back with live action as the Salt Pond Breakers go in pursuit of a target of 141.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket on fire. Where you say? Cricket,
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire what you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field as we're about to get going in the response here of the Salpan Breakers. They'll be chasing 141 runs for victory. Very good showing of 140 for 1 by the Grenadines Divers in this game. And here with me in the commentary box is Kaznel Morris as we're about to get going here. Good afternoon to you, Kaznel.
Good afternoon to you, Alan. So good afternoon to your viewers around the world, whether it's morning, night, or day. And a good show, good turnout there by the Grenadine Divers. They will be most of the happier team going out for the second round of events. They will need to get the coordinates right in terms of the bowling and the fielding and get a good all-round performance to see if they could get their first win.
Yes, and it will be their very first win, as you mentioned, of the tournament. And they do have a fairly large fan following and fan base. And I'm sure that their fans will be pretty pleased if they can do so. But the Salpan Breakers needing 141 ones runs. They have a lot of firepower in their ranks, and they'll be thinking that we need to give this a good go, because we have seen in the competition so far, teams have scored 150 plus, 140 or thereabouts, and teams have come quite close on several occasions.
Of course. 140, we've seen 150 almost traced on by Darkview Explorers in this tournament, but different pedigree of batsmen, different challenges, different wicket. This one, we see good stroke play, the experience of Chadwick Walton and Regigo Thomas. But the captain in this run, Asif Hooper, he has to know what he's asking of his bowlers. The fielders, they would have to take the catches when the opportunity comes, the run out. Something special have to be done all up to make sure that they are putting the Southampton Breakers players under the pumps.
Yes, and looking at those images, you can see Arnorsville Cricket Ground, its environs. You can see the road going up Casson Hill, that around that corner, a few more corners, goes down to Kingstown. Capital here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As we have Aline, he's opening in this game. Ambrose no longer available in this game. So Aline, interesting, moving him up from 3 to opening. And Asif to bowl to Kadened. This one is driven down to the man at mid-off. No run.
We know how Khalid is going to play. Khalid is going to play one how. He's going to attack from ball 1. As you see, he's off the mark there. And it's good to see that Hooper taking, as we will refer metaphorically, the ball by the horn to start the proceedings.
Yes, and you can see Walton there with the Sanders blue cap on his head. So he's the leading run scorer at this moment in the competition. Asif to the professor. Oh, and that's a brilliant catch. That's a magnificent catch there by Asif Hooper, and he's off. Oh my goodness. It's a definite contender for the Island Sips Golden Grab.
That is truly an Island Sip Golden Grab. There's nothing else you could describe that as an Island Sip Golden Grab. Asif Hooper, you snatched that from the thinness of air, and the professor has not seen anything has been lectured in his class like that.
Oh my goodness, have a look at this replay if you are at home. Look at that. That one was traveling and he stuck out the left hand and it was right in there. And as soon as he knew he caught it, look at him. He's saying, look at me now, everybody, look at me. Yeah, man, that's how you take it.
And goodness me, it's to his strong side. He's a left armer. And my goodness me, what a catch that is.
And a catch like that can just lift the team. They already have 140 on the board. And a catch like that in the first over, getting rid of the dangerous professor. Wow.
Well, I made mention that it needs the catching to be on par. It needs everything to come together. Now we have seen an excellent, exquisite catch. And clearly, that kind of catch is what they will say, catches win matches.
Excellent catch there by Hooper. Definitely one contender for the Island Sips Golden Grab for sure. As Aline is replaced by Ryan John at the wicket. Good delivery, good length. Well played by John, but wasn't able to turn it on the onside for a single. So a very good start there by Hooper. A wicket and only 1 run so far in the first 4 deliveries. Ooh, and that was a big swing there by John. Just evading the off stump. He was looking to hear the death rattler behind, but he missed it. And it missed the off stump, so gets away with that one.
My goodness, it would be interesting to see if there was a snickometer on that. I think I would have heard an edge loud appeal. So you see the body language now of the Grenadine Divers. You have 140. The captain just took a snatch off a catch, brings you over to an end 1-for-1. Something we have never seen so far in VPL in the first over with Southampton Breakers.
And when you're talking about that and you're looking at that catch, something like that, as we said before, can just lift the entire mood of a team. And they would have been hoping that they had a similar situation probably in their first game.
Excellent.
Because it probably will change the mood from here on for them for the tournament.
My goodness me, that catch is something unbelievable. Do not, is it a warning that you do not try it at home, Alanson?
Well, I was told by my fellow commentator, Osnet Kato here, I wonder what would have happened if it was Primus batting.
Casualty, the AD department.
Yeah, because we saw some straight shots this morning. They were in the first game, man, they were hit with some ferocious power. Traveling at a rate of knots. The quickest bowlers bowl at around 150 plus, but I'm sure some of those shots, they went back down to the bowler at almost 200 kilometers an hour.
Well, I was sitting from the Michael Phillip Pavilion. By the time the ball hit the bat, I was only looking for it at the ropes.
Richie into the bowling attack. Shortish, cut but straight to the man at cover, the captain. No run, and you could hear all the chirping. They're on top at this moment, so the body language has changed. The whole atmosphere has changed for them on the field.
My goodness me.
Good delivery there again by Richie. And Ryan John is going to have a word with him, which I think is correct. You can't get all of the 140 runs in one over, so just get yourself in. And we have been saying that all that when you get yourself in on this pitch, you are difficult to stop. The pitches are good, and once you're in on the wicket, man, you can do some damage.
Well, Cadenet had played a very good innings in the first up.
So this one goes over cover for 2. You were saying?
Yes, Cadenet played a very good innings first up. Thereafter, we have never seen Cadenet really putting up his hands to the rescue of the Saltpan players. But he should be looking to see how much he can make of this.
This one is hit down the ground. It's in the air. Will they get to it? Excellent catch there by Bennington Stapleton. And we spoke about what a catch like that can do to the team. And you saw he never gave that one up. He was running across, sprinting. And that's another contender again for an Island Sips goal and grab.
Listen, if any player was to get under that catch, and I would have trust, is Bennington Stapleton. He's one of the most excellent fielder in this Grenadine Divers setup. And he knows the repetition of Kader Ned, because he have played with Kader Ned as a Saltpan breaker player. So clearly, he have asked spoke with his captain and said, listen, let me go down that end. And there you see it. He rallied around the playing field and was able to take that catch.
So the Saltpan Breakers are in some trouble here. 3 runs, 2 wickets, 1.4 overs. What can Dylan Johnson do about the situation, him and Ryan John?
Look, I'm not an expert on body language and body movement, but just look at the way the Saltpan Breakers are playing this game. It shows that there is something lacking in their vitality, in the way they're approaching the game. Look at the body language of the Grenadine Divers. They had 140 on the board. They came out, they won the toss. Well, the toss, they were batting, and they choose the opportunity to make runs, capitalize on the opportunities, and now they're in the hunt for a victory.
So Richie to Johnson, off the inside edge, will get a single. Down to Bibi, as he comes around from 45 on the onside to field. 137 more runs needed in 49 deliveries, Kaznell.
It is gettable.
Of course it is. If the team that bat first got there, then the team that bat second can get there as well. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Glorious uncertainties, man.
So
once that run rate start to climb, it speaks more difficult for the Saltpan Breakers.
Yeah, the run rate will heap up a lot of pressure on the batting team that's chasing, as Richards tries to finish off his first over here. This one has been hit over square leg, just a couple of bounces. Just a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. So a good shot there by John. And he'll be saying there after that high run smashing 4 that, I'm here. I believe that we can still win this. I have the experience, I have the skill, and I think I could get my team over the line here.
But I think that is poor bowling there by Richie Richards. That one was too short. It was pulled down somewhat, we'll see. And Ryan John with his class clearly did not waste time with that one.
All right, so at the end of 2 overs, it's now 8 for 2. Ned back in the hut. And also Kadeem Aline, So 1 wicket for Asif and 1 wicket for Richie. Asif to bowl the second over here. He'll be bowling to Dillon Johnson, who I'm sure will be looking to clear the ropes.
Well, he knows Dillon a lot. They have been playing a lot of cricket together. So I'm not too sure if he would want to go in that arc of Dillon Johnson.
This one has been hit away. Square should go for 4. It really was an inside edge, but such is the power of Johnson, it still sped away to the boundary. So a boundary there to Johnson. Looking for the boundaries, I'm sure, at this moment. Haroon smashing 4 for him. Required weight, almost 16.5 and over. This one has been hit away, and it's going to clear the boundary. It's going for a Haroon cracking 6. And that's what you expect from Johnson. If he bats 30 balls or so, then this game will be pretty close.
Yes. What players need to know is that Johnson is not the player that will come there and look to taunt strike. He's a player that will come there and look for find the ropes. And do not be disheartened if 2 or 3 balls go over the rope. That's his nature. But you know, at some point, there is an opportunity that he will either balloon one in the air.
And this one has been smashed down the ground for Haroon, smashing 4. And again, that's what you're going to see from him. And
yes.
What you'll be hoping for is to probably just vary the pace a little bit, do something different to try to get a miscued shot, because he will keep going.
He has a very long reach. And he has been getting a good knock so far for VPL. He has gotten a 50. And he's making sure that he capitalizes on it.
Yeah, he came out of the top 10 after the game this morning, in terms of the run scorers. So he might be thinking to himself that he needs to get back in the top 10 run scorers with this innings. Partnership 19 of only 5 deliveries, mainly thanks to Johnson, but also John going at 400 in the partnership, that is. Good delivery. I think that was a much better delivery. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Not good feeling there at all by Bennington. He was under no pressure, because at the end of the day, what you just need to do is stop the boundary, even if he gets a single. That was struck hard, so you really just try to get your body behind that one.
Yes, and we spoke about how important the feeling, the couple of boundaries and the 6 that was hit, you cannot take it away from him, from Dillon, because they were good shots. But this one, I believe, a bit sloppy by Bennington there, and I believe he will get the other one right.
This one now goes for Haroon cracking 6 down the ground. Johnson in a no-nonsense mood here. He's now on to 25 off only 6 deliveries.
Well, it's raining 6s here. It's raining. It's not even coming like a jot anymore. It's raining 6s. And once he's in that mood, then he will have a game on. Quickly, the score moves on to 32.
And although we saw some turn from this wicket earlier, it's only the 3rd over, so that lacquer will still be on that white ball, so it will be difficult to get a lot of spin from the wicket. But I think that is what he needs to try to do, to get the ball slow off the pitch, see if he'll get some grip. Because at this point, it's sliding on nicely to the middle of Johnson's bat.
Oh, and he relishes that chance.
This one has been hit firmly, but should be cut off by the man at long on. Single taken. Johnson will retain the strike. 33 for 2 after 3 overs. So that's over a very costly one. Going for all of 25 runs. After his first over, only went for 1 run, Asif Hooper.
Well, he finishes work. That is allotted to him. Finishing at 13s.
Yes, and Johnson there, I think I would have gambled since the dismissal came in the previous over. I would have gambled this next over that was just bowled there with one of the medium paces instead of the left arm spinner. That 3rd over, I would have bowled a medium pacer to Johnson.
Because he's in a mood. He's in a mood. And he's certainly going to take it out too.
And this one is off the toe of the bat. Should not get to the boundary. And they come back for 2. Good run in there. Didn't get that one at all off the middle, right off the toe of the bat, Q-ender. But when they come off the middle, they really stay hit.
You see the blue cap has been worn there by Chadwick. And Sanders blue cap, most runs. Certainly likes, relishes that blue cap, fits the Grenadine dress code.
And this one has been hit down the ground, should be caught. Excellent catch there. And that's also off the toe of the bat. Good thinking there in terms of the bowling by Richie Richards. He slowed it down. When I was talking about the bowling, I mean the third over, the one that Asif bowled to him, because you'll be very familiar with Asif, as you said. You'll be familiar with Richie too, but Richie is bowling off spin. And that's going away from him. But Asif he would favor because of the left arm angle. And so that's another big wicket there. An Island Sips golden wicket. And they are really going hard after these runs, but losing wickets in the process. And that's basically what you would expect from the Southampton Breakers. They will not hold back.
Yes, and that's what I said to you earlier on, Alanson. Do not mind the sixes. That's the way Johnson plays. But rest assured, there is an opportunity coming, and once you grab it, that will be the end result. Now brings Ricardo, another strong hit of this cricket ball, into action.
Yes, Ricardo, a very strong lad. And he comes into the wicket now. He'll be facing up to Richie, who has 2 for 9 so far in his spell. Good spell by him so far. The pressure of the run rate means that, the batsmen, the required run rate, that they have to keep going. The pressure is high on them, and having lost wickets already, if you continue to lose them, then it will heap even more pressure on the batting team. This one, that's 4 runs by Ricardo. That was almost just pushed down the ground for a 4. He didn't really put any effort into that one at all.
Nonchalantly played. That shot was just like, okay, I'm in the nets, I'm going to push it back to you. And before you know it, Bennington didn't even have no chance of coming around.
Yeah. So signaling his intentions very early, Ricardo Williams. Excellent delivery. Richie got the better of him there. That one, he didn't bowl an off break. If you look at his action clearly there, it was almost a leg break ball, but from the front of the hand, just skidding through quite quickly. And that was intelligent bowling there by Richie. Experienced cricketer. Smart bowling. At this time, we'll take a short interview after we just had that Island Sips golden wicket. So 2 wickets for Richie in the over so far. We'll take that interview. Let's see who Ben Haverbrung has down there.
We're witnessing an exciting match between the Breakers and the Divers, and I'm here with a spectator who has been here every day for VPL 5.0. How are you enjoying the matches?
Oh, I'm loving every moment of it. I'm a cricketer myself, and as you can see, I'm wearing a Royal Navy cricket logo. I enjoyed looking at JJ playing as well for the other team, Rangers, and I'm taking in every moment of it whilst I'm off the field.
Any particular team you're supporting?
So at the moment, I'm supporting 2 teams, Botanical Garden Rangers and Darkview Explorers. Yes, those are the 2 teams I'm supporting. But it is cricket. I love every moment of it, as I said.
What has the vibes at VPL been like so far?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Everybody's just vibing. Everybody's excited, and the atmosphere is just amazing.
If anyone's at home, what's your advice to them?
Get yourself down here. It's only $5 a day during the week and $10 on the weekend. You have until Sunday, 23rd, for the finals. So get yourselves down here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much, and continue to enjoy the matches and the rest of VPL 5.0.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benava. And while Benava was having that interview, Sween came to the wicket and he's off the mark with a boundary, as seems customary here in this innings. Tuck this one on the onside for a single. But it brings the end of Richie's spell. He has bowled 2 overs, 3 for 18, and in the context of a chase of 141. That's good figures.
Excellent bowling there. Something that you would want your bowlers to be up to par with. 3 for 18. I believe that's his best figures for VPL so far. And it will be interesting to see how the Southampton Breakers approaches the game from here. End of the power play as well.
Yeah, so at the end of the power play, 44 for 4. They are going at 11 runs and over. They require 16.17 runs and over, 97 from 36 deliveries. Not impossible, but it will be a very difficult task. And with 2 new batsmen at the wicket. But 2 very capable batsmen. Sweeney is already on 5 of 2 deliveries. John has faced only 4 deliveries. He has hit a boundary. And Dean Brown will be taking up the bowling from the airport end, former airport end. And Dean Brown, so far, he has 6 wickets in the competition.
For a sign of pace.
Yes, definitely. But this is how they have operated. They have used up the spinners in the power play, whether Raishawn or Richie and Asif. And so they still have Raishawn to bowl. They still have the other all-rounders, Straw, Stapleton. They have Bibi. So quite a few bowlers to choose from here for Captain Asif Hooper as Sween faces up to Dean Brown. Nice punching shot, but well fielded there by Brown. He's a good fielder. Good reflexes shown there by him.
I remember Dean at one time had the cap for the most wicket, and ever since he have not really gotten much performance that he would personally prefer. And knowing that he's coming to the mid part of the tournament, different players are getting to their game.
It's a good ball there. Tuck him up. He was looking to make room, but as he backed away to leg to try to go over the offside, he just followed him. So good bowling there, good thinking there by Dean Brown.
We have seen 2 wickets fall, and Ryan Jan has come to the crease and only faced 4 deliveries. And it clearly shows you that Ryan Jan has to face more of these deliveries if they are to get anywhere close to these runs.
And it takes us back to the first, and that one had some away movement by Brown. It takes us back to the first innings and the job that was done by Rodrigo Thomas in getting Chadwick Walton on strike. Must never underplay such a result.
Clearly, and I do agree with you at that point. And Dean Brown, he will come into this bowling effort with confidence, knowing that his team has already picked 4 of the players.
This one is off the inside edge onto the pad. Quick feeling there by Brown. May have been interesting with a direct hit. It shows to go to Johnson. In his mind, he's thinking, boy, if I get rid of John here now, I may have broken the back of the chase. But missing the stump. Would be interesting to see the replay to see how close it was. Inside edge onto the pad. He was in. He was just in. So John on strike now. This one he hits over the onside, and that is what we've been talking about. You have to get your best players on strike to face as many of the deliveries as possible. Brown going into the wicket, seeing that John was advancing down the wicket, but he swatted him away over mid-wicket for a high-run cracking 6.
That's what we are alluding to. Get him onto the ball. Let him face as much ball as possible. I mean, it's a good total that is set, but if you have to get anywhere close to it, you have to get him onto the batting.
Excellent delivery there by Dean Brown, and he's got him, LBW. That's great thinking by the young man. It would be good to see a replay, but he was across his stump. He was across his stump. You might be thinking that it was a bit leg side-ish, but he was across his stump. It would be interesting to see the replay. But that was very good thinking by Brown. He was short on the previous delivery. Full, slower delivery. Yeah, I think it might be fair enough because you're seeing the leg stump, so probably umpires call an impact.
Yes, I would agree with umpire Jonathan Blade. He has been an excellent umpire in all what's about 3 versions of the VPL now. and very rare he have got any wrong. And this one, I believe the disappointment would have come because John may have thought that he have gotten some bat onto it. I would not believe that John want to debate whether or not that would have gone on to hit the stumps.
Well, we don't have the snicker to tell if it hit the bat. But otherwise, you know, it was looking like a fairly good decision from the umpire. As Lane now comes into the wicket. Run rate isn't horrible. It's okay, but 5 wickets down, that's the problem. Because if it were 51 without loss and you have a big over now, and after 6 overs you're 70 odd, and then another big over, then all of a sudden you're back in the chase. But with 5 down, it will be very difficult for them as Sean Williams is introduced from the Beckwith end.
But half the team is already back in the hut at halfway point. So it's all 5s there. 51 for 5 in the 5th over. What strategy would they come up with? They have to depend on batsmen who have not been exposed much in the batting here.
Yes, and they don't have much time for recovery either because the required run rate is at 18 runs and over. So they have to keep going.
Swin can also muscle these balls. He's not a measly player.
And that one has gone for Haroon cracking 6, as you mentioned. Swin can hit the ball. He didn't get all of that one, but he got enough of it. And that's gone for 6. And can see on Swin bring them back here from the edge of the precipice.
Well,
batting in the shades. Doing the cool guy thing.
I think that's his prescribed lens.
This one is off the edge. Should be caught. Well done by Benetton. That's the end of Sian Swin. That's another Island Sips golden grab because he could have overbalanced and fell down. But he made sure that he held on and he kept control of that one. That was right off the toe of the bat. No power in that whatsoever. And there's Benetton coming around for an Island Sips golden grab. Almost went over his head. But did well in the end to stay inside. Now 57 for 6. Can we say now that they're staring down the barrel of defeat, Casnell?
Do not put me in that position there, Alancy. That's an excellent catch there by Benetton. He was judging the ropes and also making sure that he got his eyes on the delivery as well and was able to judge that just inside the ropes. As you see that the umpires want to make sure that any doubt in the minds of getting close to the rope there, and good shot there from ITFX. Yeah, that would have been clear enough for the umpires there.
Yeah, he had a lot of acreage behind him there. He could have planted a whole field of bananas.
Of course.
In the end, a wicket to Sean Williams in his first over after being struck for 6 off his first delivery. He'll be bowling now to Jomel Warrican. Slight promotion in the order. This one driven down to the man at long off. Single taken. 58 for 6 in the midst of the 6th over. 83 needed from 27 deliveries. Wow.
It's gettable, Alanson. Let's not go down that road. 18, climbing to 19, just under 18 and a half.
Yeah, but it's not 18 runs of 2 overs. It's of 18 runs per over of 2 overs. It's for 4.5 overs. So
it is possible.
Statistically, yes.
That's a wide.
That's one, yeah, down the leg side and so called by umpire Byam.
See, so it's 18.22.
I think what they should do now is well, not now. They're still we're still statistically with a chance, as you said. But if they get to about the 7th or 8th over and they're really out of it statistically, they should try to see how close they can get still, because it would be a big defeat if they don't get there, or if they don't get close enough. It will really dent their run rate.
It will. And that's what we have been speaking about earlier on, that the net run rate will come down, because we see with if teams now are tied on points, net run rate will be a factor that will be pulled in.
Yes, and if the Divers can pull off 3 massive wins in the last game here, the last 3 games, who knows?
Thankfully,
this one pulled back here by Razine Brown. This prevents it from going over the rope. We're talking about if the Divers can pull off some big wins here in their last 3 games and what it may do to the table. It will not see them qualifying unless the Breakers lose all their games, because there are already 3 teams on 8 and they can't get to 8.
well, the thing is, Alanson, they would want to finish on a positive note.
Of
and
course.
They haven't started well. But they have a good team. And if you notice that most of the guys who are playing now are guys who are playing fresh start with the Grenadine Divers. Benetton Sableton is first timer. Razin Brown, first timer. So they have to look at it and mesh these guys.
And Dean Brown continues a mighty swing there by Warwickon, but not making any contact to the keeper, Haksha. 63 for 6, 6.1 overs. They need another 20.35 per over in these last 3 overs and 5 deliveries. This one is high in the air, but it goes over the man at short. There's no third man back. Gets to the boundary now, so that's 4 runs. I don't think that may have been the plan with the field set, because there's no one back behind square on the offside on the boundary. So given that amount of width with pace on, it was a slower delivery, but with that amount of width, couldn't be the plan there, Kasnel.
Yes, clearly aired there by Dean, but it is a welcome boundary for the Southern Breakers.
This one has flicked nicely into the man at square leg. When I say nicely, it was a nice looking shot, but he wasn't over it. Found the man at square leg who took a simple catch. And that's Benetton Stapleton. He has taken several catches in this game, his 3rd catch. So he's putting his hand up
For the dismissals?
as the Hiron bucket hands. In just 1 game, he has taken several catches, so I'm sure he will reach on that list now.
Well, he certainly has some bucket hands. He's a fireman by profession. Firefighter. Sorry.
Yes, and the square leg had just been brought up in the circle, so a good change there by the skipper. I think that was what he did to send back the 3rd man after that one went off the edge. So sometimes, the feelers, you put people back on the boundary, but sometimes a little airy shot in the ring and you have the men in the circle, you can get these type of wickets in the limited overs games.
Yes, you're correct. The Saltpan Breakers, they have really allowed too much of divers into this pond, causing it now to break away. And it's certainly allowing all the waters in the pond now to escape.
I like the analogies, those metaphors there, Kasnel. So you're saying that the pond has burst in this afternoon's game?
Not fully. There's still 3 more divers to get in.
Quick single. Good pickup. But he missed on that occasion. Single taken safely in the end. Barnum is in. So Dean Brown, 2 wickets. And with those 2 wickets, he now has 8 wickets in the tournament. So I think with that performance that he will be again back in contention for the Sandals orange cap.
So amazing how things swings easily.
Good delivery again, tucking him up for room. Not allowing a free swing of the arms there to Barnum. And now he has finished his spell. Dean Brown, well bowled. 2 for 13 off 2 overs. Well done by the young man. He now has 8 wickets. We're seeing 7 wickets there on the board, but he actually has 8 wickets now, and he will be joint highest with Jerome Jones. I think that Jones will probably maybe tipping him out still in terms of average. So Jones will probably still retain the orange cap after this game, the Sandals orange cap. But good performance there by Dean Brown, taking some crucial wickets, and a solid performance so far in terms of their all-round game here by the Grenadines Divers, and giving their fans some hope and showing their fans, listen, this is what we could have been doing from the beginning of the tournament. This one is off the edge, outer half of the bat. Bennington takes another catch. That's 4 catches from him in this game alone. So he's definitely putting up his hands for the Hyrule bucket hands, the most catches in the tournament.
Well, clearly you're seeing it. Those are buckets, and then they're now turning now into tubs. And he certainly know how to swallow them up. As this one is a rash shot there by Barnum, by Jeremy. Only could have found Bennington. He's an excellent fielder. That's one of the key things that he used when he was playing for the Salt Pond Breakers. He's playing his former team.
Absolutely. I think here it's tactically, now that they're down to the last 2 wickets, tactically speaking, these batsmen now need to bat out the 17 deliveries. And maybe if they're there, these 2, for the last 2 or 3 deliveries, then you try to hit those over the rope. But you try to bat as many here now because they don't want to be dismissed for 70, because it would mean losing by 70, and no other team has lost any game in this tournament by anything as big as that. So it would be a serious dent to their run rate.
Well, it is left to see. That's what 141 can do. Put that impetus to the innings and give you that hope. Still possible. 72 from 17. Well,
it's mathematically possible, but you have to consider the batsmen who are at the wicket.
Yeah. I show that the fans of the Salt Pond Breakers do not want to hear your take on it.
Just being realistic. Big appeal there. Running off in celebration was Ryshawn Williams, preempting a positive decision in his case from the umpire, but umpire Byam says not out.
But I think that was angling down leg. If we look closely, see where that, yes. Oh, well, it's much closer than I thought.
Ooh, and that's another big appeal. Yeah, that first one was leg side-ish, because if you look at where Imran is batting, he's taking guard from outside the leg stump, then he takes a step over, but even then, he's still quite, at best, just around leg stump. So with the angle from around the wicket, fair decision by the umpire. This one is played back down to him. Dot delivery. Another 30 runs per over required. So they have to do a Carlos Brathwaite here. 30 runs in the game yesterday against his good mate Jonathan Carter. Appeal for stumping. Not out, says the umpire.
You know, in games like this, when you seen a hope of a force win, you feel as if you're in the finals.
Yeah, it's good going here by the Grenadines Divers, and they will be relieved. You know, it's hard to be in a competition having won a game as yet.
Especially Captain Hooper.
Absolutely, a competitive man, a proud man, and I'm sure all the team will be very happy with their performance so far in this game. 70 for 8. They have 12 deliveries left to make all of 71 runs. Now getting close to being impossible. But it's still statistically possible because it's 35 and a half needed every over. Essentially, they need 6 sixes of all the deliveries that are
that's
left.
what I was just going to allude to, which To me, having watched cricket all my life, I certainly believe it is possible.
Well, it is possible mathematically. You can't rule it out. But I'm going to say here that 1 dot ball, and that will be it, barring any extras.
Sanders Blue Cap, won there by Chadwick.
Westwick Straw coming into the attack now, quite late. But he'll be bowling to the low order, and he already has several wickets in the tournament. So he'll probably see this as an opportunity to get a couple of wickets quickly. Imran Samuel batting at the crease. He'll be having other ideas. He'll be entertaining thoughts of getting a little not-out score here at a high strike rate to help his team to build up to minimize the net run rate damage. And that's a nice looking shot, but it's straight to the fielder by Samuel. Not enough power in the shot in the end. Not a bad shot from the low order, but just not the power to go over the man at long off. So another wicket taken. It's an Island Sips golden wicket. Slow delivery on the off stump, lifted, and straight to right. Sean Williams down at long off.
Wow, Island Sips have been getting all the catches. And Bennett and Stapleton has took some 4 of them. And 4 of those catches have been taken by Benetton. As you see, they have gathered for some Island Sips there to just cool things down.
Absolutely, and looking at the scorecard, you could see that Kader Neddy was dismissed for 3 of 6 of the bowling of Richie Richards. Kadeem Ali caught on bowl spectacularly by Asif Hooper for no score. Ryan John, LBW Dean Brown, 10 of 6. Dylan Johnson gave them some hope. Was on 28. He made 28 of 9 deliveries before Richie got him out. Caught Dean Brown. Ricardo Williams struck a 4, then was out next delivery. Bowled Richie again, and Sion Sween started off okay. He got to 12 off 8 before Benetton caught him off Raishawn Williams. Jeremy Lane was also caught by Benetton off Raishawn, and Jomel Warrican was also caught by Benetton off Dean Brown. So actually 4 catches by Benetton Stapleton in this innings. I think the most so far in a game in a VPL.
It appears as if Benetton is the keeper.
And this one is high in the air. Walton is under it. He takes the catch. That's the end of the innings. So they have lost by 71. I told you about them getting dismissed for 70 as opposed to knocking it around and getting to 82 or 85. Will that come back to haunt them later on in the tournament?
Well, as a matter of fact, it makes Westwick Shaw, that's his 2nd wicket, puts him on a hat-trick for the next match.
Game, of course. So his first delivery in the next game, he'll be in a hat-trick, albeit in different games, he'll still be on a hat-trick. That's how cricket goes. As we look at that last delivery there. And congratulations to the Grenadian Divers in recording their first win of the VPL5 competition, Dream 11 VPL5. As we look at the bowling here, Kaznil.
Yeah, it all started well with the captain taking that magnificent catch when he removed the first wicket. And then Richie Richards, when he was introduced into his spell, he did what the captain had asked him with 3 for 18. And all the bowlers thereafter 2 wickets apiece. So clearly, they came out with a plan. They came out with a strategy. And all the bowlers there kept their line as we see a 2 for none there by Westwick Shaw.
Yes, and that's a good performance there, and I'm sure he'll be happy to be on that score with that type of result. And he'll be saying to himself, man, I have an opportunity now to get my statistics up. As we look at the game here, the summary, Chadwick Walton, he scored 69 off 32 deliveries. When the Grenadian Divers batted, they got to 140 for 1. A good inning as well by Rodrigo Thomas, not out, 42. Lane bowled a very good spell, the young man, 1 for 17 amidst the carnage off his 2 overs. And Dylan Johnson gave them some hope as they replied, but they were skittled out in the end for 70 runs, the Saltpond Breakers. Kaznel.
Listen, let's be real. The Grenadian Divers played top quality cricket. They played and outplayed the Salt Pan Breakers. The Salt Pan Breakers never seem to get it right at the starting of this game. They seem to be very low-key, as we would say, in their approach towards everything, the bowling, the batting. And once you have that kind of approach to this game, you will understand that it takes a lot for you to come back into an attitude of want to win, will win, and it put them under pressure. 140 for one. Chadwick Walton took it out to them early, and clearly we see that at the first innings break, they felt as if 140 was already a defeating run. And there you go, the bowling. First time I'm seeing that Salt Pan Breakers have been bowled out under the 10 overs.
Yes, and also for 70 runs as opposed to getting their usual 100 or odd vicinity score. But it's one thing to bat like that when you're batting first, to keep the pressure among the team that's feeling. But when you're chasing and losing wickets, it can be a bit complicated, especially when the required weight is so high. And because of that required weight, they ended up being skittled out 70 runs actually short of the total made by the Grenadine Divers. So that will be a massive boost to the run rate of the Grenadine Divers, and the Grenadine Divers will hope that the Salt Pan Breakers continue to lose, and they continue to win, so that they could probably end up on 6 points with the Salt Pan Breakers, and that they win big as well in the remaining games to give them a chance to qualify.
So it tells you at VPL, this tournament doesn't have a clear winner unless you perform to the top of your ability. And we have seen a number of opportunities where catches, the island sips, and the bucket hands, the vitamalt bowling performances, all these have to take into consideration. And once these opportunities present themselves, you are in no time looking forward to dismiss those opportunities.
Absolutely, and we'll be back quite shortly with the presentation, and after the presentation we'll let you know about the matches tomorrow. But we'll take a short break here now, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, cricket, cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, on fire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the post-match presentation following what has been another exhilarating contest between the Grenadine Divers and the Salt Pond Breakers. We have coming out today on top the Grenadine Divers. I would first like to invite the Salt Pond Breakers captain just to have a few words with us, please. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Warrican. A difficult day in the field. A total of 140, that was always going to be a difficult task.
Yeah, I find we didn't execute well in the bowling unit, so to chase on 146 is always going to be a tough target, but we was backing our batsmen to do it. That's unfortunate we didn't get close to the total, but well done to Divers. I think they batted well and also bowled well as well.
That's 3 defeats in 3 games for you. What would you say would have been the thing that you didn't really put in terms of getting it right today in terms of the match outcome?
I think every aspect, both batting, fielding, and bowling. We didn't hit the 3 targets well, so we know we got to improve on that. We don't want to get bowled out in 10 overs as a unit. That's a no-no. So going forward, we're going to make sure that we bowl better and try to battle all the overs as well.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best for the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you.
We now ask Mr. Asif Hooper, the winning captain today, to have a few words with us. Last, if I saw you smiling this afternoon, explain that smile to the viewers.
I always have a smile on my face, to be honest, but today I'm very happy with the way my team played. I thought the first 2 over the ball, we didn't really start it well, but from there on, I thought we controlled the game straight to the end.
Would you agree that this has been your most complete performance, considering that you have batted well at times in the tournament, you have also bowled well in the tournament as well, but you have never really had that complete performance in the tournament so far?
This morning we had a very long discussion as a team, and we just want to enjoy ourselves. We don't need to put ourselves under no sort of pressure. I mean, we have 2 games left after this. Never know what can happen. We just need to be positive, and I've been getting that from my guys, and hopefully the next game we can come out winners again.
Okay, thank you very much and well done on that first victory. Asif, all the best for the remainder of the tournament.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Okay, we now have Man of the Match award. And that award has been given to Mr. Chadwick Walton of the Grenadine Divers. Chadwick, well done to you.
Thank you very much.
What would you say have really changed, really? You started slowly in the tournament, but in the last couple of games you have been able to put up these big scores for the team and give them a good start.
That's just the game of cricket. Not all the time you'll score runs, but when you're scoring, you try to score it as long as possible.
Okay. What has the experience been so far playing in the Vinci Premier League for the first time?
It's been a good experience. I actually enjoy the tournament. I like the camaraderie of the guys and the fans. They bring a passionate vibes, a good vibes. I like the crowd. I like the ambience.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best for the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so there you have it. This brings to an end the end of the presentation ceremony. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, thank you very much, Osnet, and congratulations to the winning team. Commiserations to the losing team today. And Kasdan, we have some games tomorrow.
Yes.
We have actually 2 games tomorrow. The Darkview Explorers in that first game. The Breakers, after the disappointment today, would have to dust themselves off and come against the Darkview Explorers in the first game tomorrow.
Yes, it will be, you don't have much time to rebound yourself, but I hope that they pick up some proper, as we will say, attitude towards the game in terms of body language and these things, and get it into tomorrow's game and quickly see how they could rebound.
Absolutely. And the second game, the Hikers will be taking on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. The Hikers coming off a close win this morning, but they played extremely well. And the Strikers, they have been doing very well in the tournament thus far, so that should be a massive fixture.
Excellent fixture tomorrow. It's too early to say who will be shouting for, but it will be interesting to sit back and see, because it's the Strikers, they are top of the table. Hikers, if they do win that game, they will make themselves second of the in the table run as well.
Absolutely. And so there you have it from us today here at the The Arnesville playing field, lovely day. Some very close matches so far in the tournament, barring the last one, but that can happen in cricket. And we generally have had some very nail-biting finishes here in the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Our Way. We'll see you tomorrow when we'll have match day number 9, 2 fixtures for you. It's Cricket Our Way. See you tomorrow.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.